All right, we're live with a very angry woman here that does not like me at
Oh,
the moment.
oh, oh, really? So now you're just gonna announce you're the angry black woman on your stream. You're just O for O today. O for fucking O today.
Yo, that's not what I meant.
Oh, oh, so you're just gonna say I'm angry with no context. I see
See,
you.
they know why you're angry. If they watch yesterday's stream, they know why you're angry. Okay, for context, I guess, of why this woman, Oni,
Yeah,
Oni
call me an
happened.
angry black woman. Go
No,
ahead.
I'm
Do
not
what you wanna
calling
do.
you an angry black
Go
woman because
ahead.
that is not what you are.
Uh
You.
huh. Oh, I'm angry and I'm black, and I have a reason.
Oh my god. You're beautiful.
Shut the fuck up. No, none of these your raggedy ass compliments. I know I'm cute.
Facts, I guess. I won't be able to confirm nor deny if you are cute or not. That is all
Oh,
personal
shit.
preference.
Personal
Uh,
preference ass nigga.
I'm not allowed to have a personal
Go
preference.
get you a white woman then.
Hold on now. We're taking things a little too far, Mike. You're talking out your ass
Start,
now.
start your damn stream.
This
I'm
stream,
not behaving.
the stream is already started.
Uh,
We're gonna go to our watch together. You're in the watch together, so we're gonna hit play. We're gonna play. Oh, for context, my bad. For the stream's context, the
yeah,
video we're
let them know what
watching,
we're learning about.
open link in the tab. Actually, have to read the description. This is about
Ah,
Michael Parks. I have no idea what this is truly about. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's about Michael Parks, and it's from the Explore With Us channel. Definitely go check him out, man. He does really great content. I enjoy it personally. I watch him in the background occasionally, not all the time.
really?
Just so you know,
Really?
not all the.
Really? Really? So the betrayal goes so much deeper.
Dude,
Good to know. Good to know.
men, if you ever watch this, even if they're not your girl and they like true crime, don't you a day in your life
You
watch this shit
bitch.
without them. It is
The
the end.
violation of our
It is the
friendship.
end
Our
of you.
friendship is a lie.
Don't
Our friendship
ever.
is a
I
lie.
did it once.
You
I
bastard.
occasionally do it
You
during
know,
work.
when I met you, you're like, why you so true crime? You guys are stupid. Why you watch that? Why
I
you just
don't.
TJ do? And then you, oh, you bitch. You raggedy hoe. This is why you're a whore. This is why you're a whore.
Bruh. Bro,
What, you
listen.
raggedy bitch? What?
PG.
No! I'm not
13.
behaving for your video. I would have behaved if you would include me in the goddamn original plan of the idea,
Bro.
which I gave you, by the way, you fucking whore. Okay? You fucking disrespectful bitch. You banging back motherfucker. Don't you judge me. The audacity. The goddamn audacity. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ. These niggas is tripping.
Her fighting through her sleep to be angry is
I'm not
ridiculous.
sleep. Fuck you. I'm congested. I don't feel good.
Then why are you choosing to be mad?
Because it makes me feel better.
Don't worry. Be happy. That wasn't
I,
the best choice.
I hate you.
I
I
fucked it
hate
up.
you. No, we're not acting like my anger is still not justified. Although, motherfucker,
I
you
never.
did this already. You bitch.
Okay, Oni.
Don't
Jesus.
don't talk soft to me. I don't want your softness,
I'm sorry. Is that what you want?
motherfucker. I died to a fucking sim to it.
So, by the way, guys, never listen to true crime without the person that likes true
It's
crime.
not. It's not.
But it's crazy because they can do it without you. But if you do it,
Oh,
it's taboo.
no. Don't you fucking try to gaslight me, you dirty cunt. You know good damn well every day. Hey, what we watching? Can we watch the true crime documentary? No, I don't want to watch that shit. And then I look at you. You're a dirty whore for money.
It's not for money.
You're a dirty whore for views. Either way, you're a dirty whore.
Oh yeah, I'm posting the first 5 minutes of this shit. Yeah, you get used to content.
Well, you're not using me fucking content. You know, I'll make sure I keep motherfucking cussing so you can't use me for motherfucking content unless you
Yeah,
take the
you
time to
gotta
motherfucking
stop.
bleep
You
me
gotta
out, bitch.
stop. I'm
No.
sorry.
Are you? Because you just tried to gaslight me 5 seconds ago about how, oh, I guess they're gonna do it, but I gotta do it. Nigga, do you think I'm dumb? Nigga, you think I'm stupid? That doesn't work with me. I'm not a fucking 20-year-old. That's no, you gaslighting whore.
I wasn't. I wasn't
I
trying
wasn't. I'll save your goddamn tears.
to. Oh my god.
Choke on it. Choke on your betrayal. That's right, betrayal. I'm so hurt.
All right, okay, we're starting the stream. I forgot where I was personally. Where
You're
were
being a
we?
raggedy
This
bitch.
was a case of Michael Parks. I have no clue who this dude is. So we're gonna be learning
Google
about this.
Michael. Stop. Nope. Stupid. Google Michael Parks.
No, we're gonna watch the
Yes.
interrogation.
No. Cause
I
true
don't want to
crime.
be spoiled about the crime.
Oh God, you just fried my fucking brain. You're gonna watch no context an interrogation.
Yes, because this man gives me the context.
I hate you so much. It's so deep.
It's basically a true crime podcast about an interrogation that also has the entire thing of what he did. Like this man gives you context. Good YouTube channel. Again, check him out. Explore with us. You see that? You see the profile pic. And if any research needs to be done, we will pause the stream and do said research. How do you think I know about? 3, 2, 1,
I hate
go.
everything. Every, everything I introduced you to, I hate. Everything I introduced you to, I hate. You did true crime before me. Everything I introduced you to, I hate.
I'm sorry.
There's a dead body. Are you sure? I'm on the phone with the cops now.
Fucking knock off dead two ass VR,
No,
VTube
it's a body.
skin.
It's a body.
I wanted to do a face cam for you guys that they stream,
Yeah,
but she
that's what I
suggested
think.
that
Go
I do
ahead.
VTuber stuff.
I'm freaking out.
And I said, okay. I listened to her suggestion.
I never seen
First off,
something like
I
this.
said so you can do a
On
face
August
reveal
20th,
later and make a
2020,
big
officers
cash grab
responded to this
for it. You
bone-chilling
fucking
phone
whore.
call.
But if you
At
don't want
5
to
a.m., they
participate in
swarmed the Sugar
capitalism,
Creek
then
Bridge,
don't do
and
it.
upon arrival,
I
they were
was
taken
talking
aback
crazy
by the
about.
ghastly scene before them. What had momentarily been mistaken for roadkill was a deceased middle-aged woman. Her body was badly bruised, her arms were bent at odd angles, and most disturbingly, her head was gone. How and where she'd been left only made the scene harder to stomach. Closer inspection revealed that she wasn't next to the bridge's guardrail. Rather, she'd been stuffed underneath it, so that her
Jesus
upper
Christ.
body was splayed out on the road, while her legs hung limply off the side of the bridge. At the
Jesus.
same time the police were working to make sense of what might have happened to their headless Jane Doe, Indiana resident Michael Parks was making a 911 call to report his wife, Hope Parks, missing.
Hi, my name is Michael Parks, and me and my wife, we kind of got into an argument Tuesday, and I haven't seen her, and I'm getting worried.
Okay, what's her name?
Okay, first of all, number one mistake this man just made. He admitted to an argument that they had. And now his wife is dead.
Well,
Why
he
would
had
you
to
do
have
that?
a reason she left the house.
I
Whether
mean,
he
you
did
could
it or
have
not.
literally
If
picked
you the
anything. She
husband,
went to the store and never came back.
It depends on what time she would have left. And
Like
if he
I'm
did it or not. Because, like, if he didn't do it, he's like, we had an argument and she left. I mean, and also the perception of, like, you not being guilty. Because, like, oh, of course it wasn't me. I told you we got an argument and I love my wife and I'm still scared. It's like a proponent of, like, if I blatantly lie and say she's been to a store and you think it's me, yeah. But if I'm like, hey, we got in an argument and then she left, she stormed out in the middle of the night, when a lot of crime happens, and I'm really worried. It's an argument, we argue all the time, but like I don't know what's happening. Da, 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 da. I don't know. It just makes you seem slightly less guilty if you admit a little thing to cover up a big thing.
We know
I
who
don't know.
the
That's just
murderer
me.
is
I
in
don't
this
know
friend
shit.
group. I just want you to know that.
Nigga, it's Kai. The fuck? He doesn't sleep on a pillow.
Mm-mm.
I have never murdered anyone that you can prove, so I don't like this slander.
You have murdered someone, guaranteed.
I never murdered anybody. Not one body has ever
They
been
got
found
into a
that's been
car with
incriminating.
somebody and they left. Was
Don't you
either
sex me, you
a silver
idea
or
silly
white.
bitch!
Like, Hope. Somebody picked her up. She got into a car with somebody and they left. It was either a silver or white, like
Alright, that
Honda
does sound
Civic.
suspicious. She got in the car with somebody left.
Following this call,
See, you
a
see
sergeant
what I'm
from the
saying, bro?
Crawfordsville Police
Yeah,
Department
that sounds
briefly
suspicious.
I'd have been
spoke
like,
with
bro,
Michael
she
over the
dipped, bro.
phone
She
to get a
I want to get
description
no
of his missing
details.
wife.
I'd be trying to
Michael
give people a
described a
benefit of
few
the
of
doubt.
Hope's tattoos, one being a heart with his name on it. After police inspected the body's tattoos, Michael was instructed to immediately make his way to the Crawfordsville
See, that's what
Police
I'm like.
Department
You know what
to
I
speak
hate?
further about his
Nah,
wife's
because we're gonna talk about it.
disappearance.
By the way, this is what I do
Only-
occasionally. I will literally just stop to have a conversation.
What?
I hate that. I understand why if your wife or somebody you're really close to gets murdered, they go to literally the closest person possible. But like, why? Like y'all don't think of nobody else. It's always gotta be the
It's
husband.
always the husband. It's always the husband.
It's not
So this
always
man-
been the husband.
It's always the husband. The husband or the son. It's always the husband or son. It
But
never
what
fucking-
about when the husband get murdered?
Sometimes it's the daughter.
I personally don't think that is a good way to think. I think
It,
that in
it's
some
so
cases
accurate. It's
it
so
is
fucking
not
accurate.
always
You can
accurate.
be mad all you want, but it's so fucking accurate.
Listen, if my mom died, I tell you who it won't. It won't me.
It was probably you.
No,
actually.
it was not. It was not me, and it would not be me. It'd be my brother first.
That is fucked up. That's fucked up.
I think you do it.
That's fucked up. You would blame your brother for murder. I just
I
realized
didn't say
that.
I would blame. No, I was telling you he's the one that actually did it. That wasn't me saying I'd blame
You
him.
would do it.
He did it.
You're a bad person.
When he arrived at the station, was Michael informed that the headless woman they'd found that morning matched his description of his wife. For the sake of the investigation, he was immediately escorted into an interrogation room,
Yeah, he looked like
where
he
the
did it.
following never-before-seen footage was recorded.
The one thing I do, I record everything because my notes suck. I can't write with crap. So I do record everything.
Why do they lie? Like, we all don't know why they really record.
Michael, Dale, Perks.
Can we just start with like if you ever get pulled into an interrogation, like I wouldn't say shit regardless. If I'm innocent or not, go ahead and give me my lawyer, fam. I'm not talking to you. You never have my best interest in mind. You never have. You never will. You never will.
Kylie, that lawyer.
Rooms can be scary places, but Michael has been brought into a soft interrogation room. This is highly unusual.
Oh, that's comfortable, bro. I
These
ain't gonna lie,
soft
that look
rooms
comfortable.
are primarily used for victims, usually children. As the grieving husband, the police may have chosen this room to offer him a bit of comfort. However, in most cases, the spouse is the prime suspect until they're cleared. If the police do suspect
Bullshit.
Michael, the choice of a soft
No,
room
it's
could
usually
then
the
be an
spouse.
attempt to put him at ease. As well, the detective is making sure to alleviate any of Michael's possible concerns by telling him that the recording is for the detective's own notes.
Also, he's not distraught enough for me, but I guess everybody mourns
Your
different.
wife? Yes. Okay. Why? What's going on?
We've been arguing over my son for the last couple months.
Okay.
He's in and out of drugs. Can't keep a job. He brought drugs into the house. I kicked him out. I don't want him there. She wants him there. It got to the point where I told her to choose between me or him. One of us has got to go. Well, he left. She's been wanting him to come home. I say no. He got a speeding ticket and the proof of no insurance or whatever they call that. He has the car. It's his car. It's in my wife's name.
Oh, okay.
But he paid her for the car. He never took the title. I told her to give it to him, cancel the insurance. She never did. So that's how the argument started.
In just the first few minutes, Michael has made several assertions that indicate possible control issues. He cited several instances where he's told his wife what to do rather than communicating and making decisions together.
She texted me, asked me if I called the insurance. I said no. I said I haven't had time. You can read it.
Okay.
Notice how Michael rubs his face after handing his phone to the detective, then proceeds to partially cover his mouth with his hand, keeping it there for the next couple minutes. Michael is also covering his genitals here. This is a common barrier used by men when they feel threatened or stressed.
Wait the fuck up. Did you just tell me covering my balls means
Yes,
I'm
it's a
threatened?
body language thing y'all do. Y'all don't realize you do it.
Bro, sometimes my balls just be itching and I gotta subtly scratch them shits.
It's not about scratching them. It's about something else.
You know what? Fair enough, because I felt the need to scratch my balls.
Why? Why you want scratching every time you touch your butt? I hate everything.
I felt the need.
You're a bad person.
Oh, what is going on with my... What the hell is going on with my avatar? Oh, nothing. Alright, okay, I was confused. I felt the need when I came down.
These gestures convey anxiety and uneasiness, not unusual for someone who's just lost their spouse. However, hiding the face is also typical of someone who might be trying to hide something else.
Your son has some drug issues or anything? Does your wife have any alcohol or drug issues?
No.
Is there anything that...
No. She's very controlling.
Michael's answer here is completely irrelevant to the question. Instead of simply responding with information about Hope's substance abuse, he goes into a rather sudden and impertinent spiel about how controlling she is. So far, Michael has taken almost every chance to speak negatively of his wife, even if it wasn't warranted.
That's such a big sign. When someone murders their spouse, they always go out of their way to make them look bad in some way, or to try to I guess justify the murder in their own way or whatever. And they always shit talk their spouse. Never fucking fails.
Is it always, or just like sometimes always?
Yeah, I will fucking leave this stream.
But I want you here.
Press play, you idea stealer. Probably just trying not to get sued.
You mean I'm trying not to get sued? What are you talking about? Why'd I be trying not to get sued? Not get sued by who? Alright, the conversation next.
Self-control or controlling on everybody?
Controlling on everybody.
Okay.
Which I'm used to it. They don't bother me.
Yeah, 25 years. You find your niche. I mean,
I've gotten used to it. I take medication. I do have anger issues, but I take medication for it.
Come on, bruh. My man just snitching on himself at this point. Man goes, I have a controlling wife, I have anger issues, and I take medication.
Yeah, he's been very forthcoming. Medication's probably just like, oh, I killed her because.
I'm not sure what happened. I think my stream refreshed. Give me a second. My stream was being weird. Hold on. Yeah, no, that's fine. Let me refresh the page real quick. Okay, there we go. We're playing now. How far were you into the video?
But what are you doing?
I had to refresh the page. Everything started being weird for me for some reason. Are we here? That's his name, so we're about like right here.
Notes.
Nope, actually about right here.
Hiding the face.
There we go. Alright, so we're closer to where we were before. I'm not sure what happened there. Stream was decided they wanted to be weird. And just go, nah, fam, we don't like that you're streaming, G. We don't like that you're streaming, G. But I'm streaming anyway. Alright, okay, here we go.
This is also typical of someone who might be trying to hide something else.
Your son has some drug issues or anything? Does your wife have any alcohol or drug issues? Is there anything that...
No. She's very controlling.
Michael's answer here is completely irrelevant to the question. Instead of simply responding with information about Hope's substance abuse, he goes into a rather sudden and impertinent spiel about how controlling she is. So far, Michael has taken almost every chance to speak negatively of his wife, even if it wasn't warranted.
As far
She's
as
very clean.
self-control or controlling on everybody?
Controlling on everybody.
Okay. Okay.
Wish I had
Which
hand
I'm used
tracking.
to it. They don't bother me.
See when I scratch my face.
25 years. You find your niche. I mean,
I've gotten used to it. I take medication. I do have anger issues, but I take medication for it. But I've never done anything.
Michael continues to divulge information that wasn't asked for.
Yeah,
The fact that
man.
he has
Should ask for a
anger
lawyer,
issues,
man.
which he takes medication for, clues detectives in on Michael's capacity to become violent. He then feels it necessary to include that he's never done anything violent to his wife. What Michael is doing here is oversharing or volunteering unnecessary and excessive amounts of information. Oversharing is, more often than not, a nervous attempt to convince others that one is being open and honest. However, as you can see here, it often has the opposite effect. It's entirely possible that Michael could be oversharing to alleviate anxiety, as some people tend to do.
Okay. So nothing controlled substance, no Xanax or anything like that. Okay. Now, and granted, it's what all families do as well, especially if you're arguing over a kid and stuff.
I want to hurt him. I hate
Whoa.
to say this and have it on recording, but I do. I want to hurt him.
Yo.
That's why he had go.
Michael doesn't even let
Bruh.
the detective finish his question before he goes off on another tangent. This time, he derails the conversation to the topic of his son, John. Admitting to something less egregious in order to appear completely transparent is a common tactic used to gain the trust of others.
Would she confide in him or your
Yes.
daughter? Or
Him.
okay.
Me and my daughter are real close. Her and John are real close. She'll do anything for me, which that's what makes me mad.
Michael clearly possesses.
Like, bruh, he just keep admitting that the fact that he has anger issues, man. It is just consistent. Holy shit, we have 5 people on the stream, dude. How's it going? Oni, look at you being right and shit. I'm sorry. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die here. This is my deathbed. Oni, are you still there?
Still fucking here, you piece of shit.
Hello. Yeah. Well, hello, 5 people on the stream. This is the case of Michael Parks. Just so you do know. But like, yeah, nah, this dude just keep admitting this shit. Like, dude's like, hey, yo, I got anger issues. I take medication. I want to hurt my son. I would never hurt my wife though. Like, I feel like if you'd hurt your son, you'd hurt your wife. Personally, I don't think there's really a difference between you really giving a fuck. But if you decide that you want to give one, I doubt you're drawing the line at just your son. But that's just me.
Possesses a considerable level of bitterness toward his wife concerning how much she dotes on their son. Not only that, but up to this point, Michael has centered the entire interrogation around how toxic he believes his wife and son are, painting John as the problem and his wife as an out-of-control enabler. If he did have something to do with what happened to Hope, he's just established a clear motive for himself.
When she left, you started getting in the car, right? Did you happen to see the driver at all? Couldn't tell, male, female, anything?
Frankly, Michael seems much more concerned about their intermarital issues than he does about the fact that his wife might have been found dead just that morning.
Has she ever been known to kind of step out?
I mean, I don't think he has context of her being dead yet.
Nobody from her past that she could run to.
We used to live in Illinois. Me and my daughter talked about that. I said, if anything, it's my daughter. I haven't told her yet.
Well, and we're still, I mean, they're still doing some stuff somewhere else. So that's why we're talking to you to get information. And I actually don't even know what all the officers told you. I'm just trying to get
He just
overall picture.
told me that the tattoos that I described to him, which I do have pictures of them.
You know what?
The tattoos matched.
Okay, you do have a couple cases.
You said what?
You have a couple cases. That might be interesting later.
Sure. We got extra time on the stream. You ain't got to go to work immediately. You can
I
add
don't
them
know,
in.
in an hour. I do work from home today, thank God. Hallelujah.
I can't be having you doing your job on my stream. Anyway, like again, this man's oversharing is wild. Like I don't think I've ever lied and like overshared this much, bro.
Because he's like getting it off his chest, partially.
Cause like if I killed my wife, right, which I wouldn't.
You would, everybody. You heard him. Yes, my love. Hold on.
The long pause meant nothing. It definitely wasn't a tell that there was potential depending on what she does if I'd kill her or not. But if I would like ever kill my wife, truthfully, like I don't think that like I could overshit his. Like bro, just mention his tattoos. I'd be like, all right, okay, and his tattoo, yeah, her tattoos. Uh, the tattoos I told her about, and then continue the story. Like this dude's like, picture of the tattoos, and let me pull them up. Gives me more time to think.
The description.
You said earlier you were gonna give her till Friday. What made you decide to go ahead and call today?
My emotions. I'm very worried. Very worried about her. I miss her.
In addition to stuttering throughout his answer, Michael appears to break eye contact with the detective.
Fucking breaking eye contact. It was the very straight face. Homie just look. I'm very worried about her. And just moved on, bruh. Like he didn't care. Dude, it was the way homie was like, I'm very worried about her. Like, bro, his name is very. Like, dude didn't even start crying like that, bro. He was just like, I'm very worried about her.
I was watching Bose the other day, and she was covering a case of where a son kills his mom, and like when they told him like, "Hey, your mom's dead," he didn't like. He was like, "Oh no!" Like that was his reaction.
Homie just said, "Oh no."
I was like, "Oh no!" It was like from what I remember from his reaction, it was literally like, "Oh no!"
It couldn't have been like that, bro. It could not have
Oh
been. I
god.
refuse.
Oh god.
Oh
Maybe that's
god,
just
my
how.
avatar is crying again.
Yes, weep, you whore.
Hold on. How do I stop him from crying?
Yes. Thank you, sweetheart. Did you do all your homework? Oh yeah, you're good. Did you work on your project? Is your project done? Your project done? Did she do it? Did she do it? Hold on.
Why is he off the screen like that? Oh, I know why. Hold on, give me a second. Had to fix the little Mirage boy. Alright, there we go. Alright, but like, Jesus Christ. Dude had no care in the world for this lady.
Detective for a moment and looks directly at the camera. He seems uncertain in what he's saying.
We may have found her. So we're still looking into that.
Before now, Michael has been informed that the tattoos found on the headless woman matched those of his wife. However, hearing the news again begets a distressed reaction, which is expected. He covers his mouth with his hand and looks away from the detective. He also uncrosses his leg, a shift referred to as an anchor point movement. When someone is stressed, you'll commonly see shifts in their anchor points.
Yeah.
In the case of a person who's sitting down, like Michael, their anchor points are their legs, buttocks, and back. Though his physical reaction is appropriate, it seems oddly void of the usual overwhelming anger or sadness that you might see from someone in Michael's position.
What made you think that something had happened to her?
I think it's just stress. I didn't think anything happened to her. Just worried. I wanted to know where she was.
This question is at first met with silence from Michael.
Good admission.
It requires him to go into detail about how he feels about his wife's disappearance. He seems uncomfortable and exasperated, but he proceeds to mumble an answer from behind his hand.
he's going to go over a couple papers with you as far as consent and just consent to search your house and the car, because there's some things we need to find out about her. Because, like I said, I don't know her, and I don't know you. Because we need to find out how she got
search her car.
Yeah, but I'll go ahead and let him fill that paperwork out. I'll step outside and I'll try to get some more information.
Michael's body language is very important here. At the mention of needing to search their home and car, Michael begins to noticeably fidget. He rubs his face and his leg begins to shake, though he seems to
man,
catch
that
it
boy
and get
finna
himself back
break.
under control.
He
Michael is then left alone in the interrogation room for the next few minutes. He changes positions and fidgets quite frequently. At one point, he even puts his head in his hands. These gestures signify stress and uneasiness.
What we'd like to do is be able to get consent, and we'd like to be able to get that from you. Is that something you'd be willing to do?
I can bring you the car right now if you want.
Normally, a search warrant is required to search someone's property. It's common knowledge that in order to obtain a search warrant, police must have probable cause, or specific facts that would lead a person to believe that evidence of a crime is located on someone's property. However, it's a lesser-known fact that police can simply ask an individual for permission to search their property. The owner's written consent is just as valid as a search warrant, and officers will often try to garner consent to search from the suspect first.
I don't think that it's lesser known. I just think niggas just be saying no, and then they gotta go get a warrant. I really don't think that's. I don't think that people don't know that police can just ask you to search your car. Like, I feel like people know that they can do that. But if you say no, they probably don't know that they need a warrant.
No, people do know, but what cops like to do is when you tell them no and you make them go get a warrant, they will purposely rip up your car seats. They'll be really destructive to your property, knowing that they don't have to pay for it, and they'll basically like make you pay for saying no to them. That's why a lot of people either concede to the one, concede
And
to
guess
it, or
what?
like this.
I'm gonna put a bomb in my car. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous ass comment.
So no.
If I ever did a crime, there will not be a bomb in my car. There might be a secret bomb.
This is why you're gonna get shot.
Joe, what? Did you just say that to a black man in America?
If you ever do a crime, let me finish.
This is like you just said that shit to a black man in America.
Especially in time-sensitive cases,
Oh
as it saves them a lot of precious time and resources.
I'm going to go over this with you, okay, sir? Are you able to read and write and understand the English language? Okay. So,
Wait, no, stop. That's my question. What do they do if he was just to say, no, I can't read, write, or understand English?
They would go through all the measures to do so. Like they would bring in a lawyer, they would bring in an interpreter, they would re-explain it. You can pretty like it's that they would do whatever. Or like
I think I'd be like, no, and then just be
or
like,
I've seen cops do this one personally. They're like, well, we don't care, and they'll arrest you anyway.
well, guess what? Their body cams are off, so we don't have evidence.
That hurts because it's true.
Yeah, I said it because it's true.
Note how his hands are positioned. When a person feels threatened or stressed, they'll sometimes subconsciously take up a position that protects or covers their vital body.
But listen, I'm gonna stop this man here because I'm tired of him calling me out for random shit. Like, at this point, like, I just look at all the shit that I do in life, and I'm like, bro, was I stressed at that moment, or like, was I really like itching? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's getting that wild out here. I'm learning a whole lot of stuff about body language now. The fuck? I'm in love with your body. Something just smacked the fuck out of me, bro.
Body parts. Given the circumstances, he has plenty of reason to be anxious that could have nothing to do with guilt. He might simply be displeased with the idea of strangers rummaging through and taking things that belong to his possibly deceased wife.
See?
would you like a bottle of water or anything? Okay.
Also, Michael's shakes are likely spurred on by intense levels of anxiety and shock that he's experiencing. Shaking is a common physical reaction to bad news. During this break in the interview, CPD officers made a beeline for Michael's residence to execute their search. They scanned the exterior of the property before thoroughly searching the inside of the Parks home for any clues as to where Hope might have gone on the night that she disappeared. What they would find in and around the Parks property would only raise more questions about Hope's disappearance. Questions that detectives hope Michael can answer for them.
You mean to tell me he gave consent to search? Not only did he give consent to search, he didn't clean up his mess. That's what gets me about murderers, bro. Their hubris is ridiculous, bro.
You know about the one guy who pushed his way down the stairs and his defense was it wasn't me, it wasn't Al.
No, we're not doing
Scott Peterson.
But not. No. No.
Was it Scott Peterson or was that the guy who killed his wife and threw her in a river and while he had a girlfriend inside? And like he was at her funeral talking to the girlfriend like he was celebrating 4th of July. Is that guy?
Bro, I don't know,
Yeah.
but I mean, I guess those are other things that we will add to our murder stream list.
Following the break, detectives bring Michael back into the interrogation room in hopes that he may shed some light on their unexpected findings.
Do you know of anybody that
who would want to harm Hope? Yeah, okay. Obvious question to ask him.
What?
You said she wasn't close to anybody else. I mean,
you know what's crazy? I never seen any of these dudes just lie and be like, yeah. Just blame another random ass motherfucker.
Oh, I've seen that happen. Well, mostly women, like that one lady who, that one lady, I forgot her name. She faked her Popinski, something Popinski. She faked her own kidnapping, right? And she said, "Oh, it was these two Mexican ladies."
You're talking about murder, not kidnapping. I don't give a fuck about no kidnapping.
Oh, I mean, I'm pretty sure it has been.
She knows how to piss people off.
She knows how to piss people off, or you know how to piss people off?
No, she knows how.
It's chilling that Michael can describe his wife in such a shocking and insensitive way right after she's been found so devastatingly mangled.
Listen, I ain't gonna lie. That Chevrolet had a dead giveaway that he killed that woman.
And discarded. Perhaps
that Chevrolet had a cold giveaway that he killed that woman.
Perhaps detectives are getting a peek into Michael's true feelings toward his wife.
Part of what we were looking for, and we found some blood at your house.
He did that shit.
Any reason why there would be blood at the house?
The question of the blood is sprung on Michael quite suddenly.
Wait till we get satanic
that they'll catch him off guard in a lie. This is called a bait question. The detective will carefully observe Michael's behavioral responses to this question.
Me? I cut myself. My finger. I smashed my finger.
There was some blood located in the garage.
That would be when I smashed my finger. I was doing the transmission. And you say you saw the motor and stuff in there, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
See the truck? It's a badass truck.
The remark about
what?
His truck seems completely inappropriate given.
Nigga, what? Your wife is dead and your only response, y'all see that truck? So, yeah. Y'all see that truck? It's a badass truck. Fuck, wrong emote. Y'all see that truck? It's a badass truck. Yes, sir. Y'all know the kid. The kid got a crown on him. That truck is my crown.
The circumstances. However, it's not uncommon for someone who's experiencing high levels of uneasiness to make out-of-place comments in a subconscious attempt to escape the situation.
So this is kind of where you need to kind of step up to the plate and tell us what happened. It was at your house. Did something happen to her?
Not with me.
There's nobody else it could have been.
I don't know what to tell you.
Michael simply shrugs off the detective's theory that he somehow took part in his wife's murder. A person in his position would typically react with some measure of shock or outrage at such an accusation. Michael, on the other hand, doesn't even seem interested in what they found inside his home or what the findings could possibly mean.
Saying I did something?
Yeah. And we're just trying to figure out, I mean, obviously, you're not a bad person. You were You've got 2 kids with her. You've lived a long life with her.
This is a strategically placed pacifier since, if Michael becomes too upset, he might close himself off or request a lawyer. This would immediately end the interview. It's in the detective's best interest to keep Michael open and willing to answer questions.
I didn't do anything. I swear to God, I did not do anything.
Swearing to God serves a similar function as a qualifier here. It's used as an attempt to add credibility to a statement that's otherwise hard to believe. This is called bolstering.
Well, part of it is, like I said, we went through the whole house. We found everything.
The detective is intentionally being vague about what investigators found at Michael's home in order to gauge Michael's reaction before the big reveal.
Dude, I love when they do that, bro. I love when they just sit there and go, we found everything. No context. All right, what you find there, buddy? Would you like to enlighten me on what you found that's so incriminating? Nobody ever responds with that. They just kind of go, what's everything? Like, the snarkiness that I would have, like, yo, you killed your own wife and we found everything. The fuck you found? Huh? Well, go ahead. Enlighten me about what you found that I did to my own wife.
What's everything?
Her. The rest of her.
Okay.
So
What?
her head. You know, we found everything.
This is a critical moment in the interrogation, but caught under the microscope of what should be a bone-chilling reveal, Michael's response is rather dull. There's no immediate reaction, and the reaction he does give seems to be one of exasperation rather than shock or concern. He exhales deeply, leans back, and, most notably, he covers his face once again, a move we've come to recognize as a possible attempt to hide something that the face might give away. Hope's head is perhaps the most incriminating thing that officers found inside the home. However, that's not
crazy.
all they found. An exterior search of the property yielded several blood smears and stains on the gravel in front of the garage door, in the grass next to their back patio,
Bruh.
on the wood floor of the patio itself, as well as
Bruh.
on the ramp that leads up to the patio.
Yo!
As well as bloody footprints were found.
Wait, but see,
Like, bruh, ain't no way.
no way.
This man, oh my God, how do you all could be committing crimes and not cleaning up everything, bro? That, on the patio, on the deck, found the bullet casings. They found literally I thought when he said everything, homie was lying like he ain't find shit. No, he this the first time I ever heard one of these cops be like, oh, I found everything. I found everything. And they meant that shit too. They found the head, the bullet casings, all the blood.
Hey,
Bro, what the fuck you mean, TJ? Don't say that.
Spots of blood were visible on the steps leading down into the foreboding cellar. Continuing down the stairs, it became apparent that there were drag marks in the shallow layer of dirt that covered the concrete basement floor. Large bloody zip ties and torn pieces of plastic were also found in several locations around the basement. Down there among the dust and discarded equipment, officers made the most unsettling discovery of the investigation: Hope's severed head. It had been wrapped in plastic shopping bags, placed in a shallow hole in the floor, and covered in dirt and debris, hidden by a pile of flex ducts that had been arranged on top of the grave. Circumstantial evidence makes it apparent to everyone present that Michael had something to do with his wife's murder. However, there's not yet any physical proof that he is the one that hurt Hope.
So, and obviously you're not a bad person. You provided for your family. You've done. So what happened? What snapped?
Here, the detective is suggesting a lighter version of events, that Michael simply snapped under the pressure of his controlling wife. This version paints him as a generally good person, maybe even as a victim himself. However, if Michael were to go along with this reasoning, he'd still be admitting to killing his wife.
I know what you're thinking, but no. Your wife. It wasn't me. No. No.
Your mind keeps reconnecting. Jesus Christ.
Before Michael denies involvement this time, we catch a brief moment of hesitation, as if he's thinking about something before he seems to snap back. He then makes several sudden movements.
I'm not.
He
Wait,
shifts
what?
his legs, buttocks, and back. All three anchor points that we discussed earlier. Michael's denial is rather weak, using one-word answers and looking away. An innocent person would be forceful and adamant with their denial when being accused of murdering
we
their
gonna go
wife.
back just a little
He's
bit.
likely
because my
reflecting on
stream
his
disconnected.
decisions up
We gonna
until his
go about
denial
right
is
here.
rather weak, using one word.
There we go.
Before Michael denies involvement this time, we catch a brief moment of hesitation, as if he's thinking about something before he seems to snap back. He then makes several sudden movements. He shifts his legs, buttocks, and back. All three anchor points that we discussed earlier. Michael's denial is rather weak, using one-word answers and looking away. An innocent person would be forceful and adamant with their denial when being accused of murdering their wife. He's likely reflecting on his decisions up until this point and weighing his options.
Like that, like the thing that like really confuses me, right? About these dudes that go out and like just murder their wives. So for whatever reason, whether their wives are controlling, they're sick and tired of their life, sick and tired of dealing with their wife, whatever reason that it may be, they always like they don't clean up their mess for one. Like if y'all were in here beforehand, y'all like this dude, bullet casings, blood, everything,
Is a smart
everything.
person commit murder like this? No, he's not smart. He's angry. There's a like for whatever reason. It's not. This is not something an intelligent person would do. This is something a person flying off the fucking handle, not in the best mental state, would fucking do. So
No, facts. Like I know what you're saying, but like again, like it boils down to like at the end of the day, whether they do it and then they're like, well, I'm gonna get away with it, and like then you end up here. You give them permission to search your house. Ow! I hit my elbow. Fuck. Like you give them permission to like literally search your house, and it's like why would you do that?
it probably was like at some point he was like, I fess up. I'm gonna just cope to it, and then he was like, probably like, okay, nah, I can't do this, and then he starts denying. Or like, oh, he probably planned on blaming it on his son all along. So it's like, oh, if she's in the house, that means my son must have do it, him or one of his druggy friends, because like that's why he brought the son up in the first place. So I mean, he probably thought he could pin it on his son that he obviously fucking hates.
Bro, he probably could have. Listen, I believe one, he should have never brought the head back to the crib. That was stupid. That was like, who does that? Who goes, I'm gonna bring a dead person's head back to my crib?
He hated his fucking wife.
You know what I
He hated
realized?
that bitch. He hated that bitch.
You know what I realized whenever I watched you crying? I realized this very quickly. I'm not like ragging on dude for murdering his wife. I'm ragging on them for being stupid and trying to get away with murder.
Don't get me wrong. I clocked that you're fucking the real killer of our friend group. You know, like at least I'm just like, oh, his mental state. Yeah. You're like, man, you should have burned the bones and salted the water.
Dude, I realized like
yeah,
like,
you're not a good person, buddy. You need to be better.
no.
You call me a murderer. Just because I know how to get away with a murder doesn't mean I murder. You, on the other hand, are like, man, these niggas need to do better when they kill their wives. That's more concerning than one of the shit I say.
No, please. It doesn't need to be.
No, please, it doesn't need to be. It is, though.
I'm like, please stop.
I won't.
It's not
Never.
they don't do it on purpose. Oh my god, dude! Okay. Let's bring in the empathy, the empatheticness. That's what we're gonna bring in here.
Empathy, the him of the victim that you're just
The victim.
Okay, there you go. Now we're back. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
I was wondering when you'd remember she existed.
What's my disappointed Mirage face? So I was one of those.
Don't worry, I'm already disappointed in making
Nope.
the face.
Where's my disappointed Mirage face? And pulled out a fucking trophy.
Wow.
Oh.
Serial killer that sleeps like a fucking serial killer. I could be wrong. Cocker just have a very well aligned back. You, on the other
Bro,
hand,
I'm
serial
not
killer.
a killer.
The killer, and you don't even
I'm
have to
not.
put.
Also, I realized when I look to the left, Mirage just dozes the fuck off. Like I go to look at my stream, and Obi just dozes off.
He does. He's not dozing off. He's trying to
He's judging me.
dissociate. He's trying to dissociate from the fact that you're a future murderer. You know
I
what I'm
would
saying?
never kill anyone
I would
besides you.
never get caught for. You couldn't kill me if you
Okay,
tried.
first of all, that's not.
That's actually laughable. You
All
trying
right,
to.
whatever. But
When
we're
they first night you
going
talk
back.
to is your daughter, and I've had to spend time
I
talking
feel
to my
so
daughter.
bad.
We'll have a seat, sir.
At this point, I've been like, "Am I in custody?" No, shut your ass up. Then.
The detective instructs
I'm
Michael
sorry.
to
Wait,
sit
no.
back down to
Keep this
reassert
man
his
there.
authority and for safety reasons, as he wants to be able to see him. Michael's resolve is visibly wearing down under the pressure. Pacing is notoriously a nervous act, an effort to release nervous energy and ease mounting tension.
Something happened to her that night, and something happened to her at your house. You were the only one there at your house that night.
I guess this is the part where I need a lawyer. Because you're not listening to me.
To invoke one's right to an attorney,
Okay.
the suspect should unequivocally declare that they want to speak to an attorney. However, if the suspect gives a more ambiguous remark about obtaining counsel, most courts require the interrogator to inquire further to clarify their desire. Michael has not yet stated clearly that he wants legal representation.
He technically did
I
not.
guess this is the part where I need a lawyer.
Therefore, detectives can legally continue to question him, but
Yo.
ideally should have clarified if he was requesting counsel or not before continuing. Otherwise, they risk the rest of his statements being inadmissible.
I'll answer your questions. I'm just saying, I didn't do this.
Okay.
And you can ask me this 100 times, and I'm still going to tell you, I did not do this.
You're the only one at the house.
And so this dude asked for a lawyer, and then goes, "I'll answer your questions." Like you. Well, I guess technically, you ambiguously asked for a lawyer, and then goes, "I will answer your questions." The intelligence of these murderers is so lacking. But I guess that is what they deserve for the heinous crimes that they commit, that they think their hubris will let them get away with. Like, at the end of the day, like, I don't think that any of these people, regardless of how smart they think they are truly intelligent. Like, you prey on victims that you see as weak. Like, he preyed on his wife, who obviously was weaker than him. She looked like to be a smaller woman.
It looked to be a crime of passion, TJ, but like I feel you, only a dumb person would fly off the handle that hard.
Like, I did. It's just shameful.
Let me see.
You're the only one who can know what happened to your wife. Okay? You didn't mean to do this to her.
Michael's body language indicates that he's shut down. The protective position of his arms across his body is a self-soothing behavior that indicates that he's closing himself off from the situation, likely due to sheer discomfort and stress.
So we're trying to ask you, how did she lose parts of her body in your house?
That really is a good question.
No
Like,
clue.
why did you?
Do you have a clue?
No, I do not.
Yeah. There's nowhere else for us to look. There's nowhere else for us to go. There's nobody else to talk to about this. But
All right, I want a lawyer.
And just like that, the interview is over. This time, Michael has clearly communicated his desire to speak to a lawyer. The detectives are no longer allowed to ask him any more questions.
Say something.
No, it's back laughter.
Over the next 10 minutes, Michael attempts to make conversation with the detective who's no longer inclined to speak with him, since the detective can't question him any further. After the detective refuses to allow Michael another smoke break, Michael gets up and begins to anxiously pace the room once more. When he sits back down, he sits on the side of the couch that's the farthest from the detective. This clearly communicates his desire to escape the situation as soon as possible. Finally, the silence is broken by a police officer who has come to put Michael in handcuffs. His hopes of removing himself from the situation are dashed.
By the way, the other reason why I like the interrogations rather than just like the crime itself, because unfortunately for me, I think I'm more inclined to understand their mental state.
I doubt it. I fucking doubt that. But you can get
Like,
that.
I'm out here like, yo, you're a fucking idiot. like, but why did you do it? Like, what's broken in there, huh? Should I be on a therapist?
See,
Nah,
that
they ain't
sounds
for me. I gotta deal with other niggas' emotions like that
no.
on a
Listen,
personal level all the time.
no. For one, it's you would actually get more for a true time documentary. You get more because you understand like, oh, this is how they grew up. This is their abuse. These are their set of mental circumstances and whatever that they're dealing with. This is the history of their relationship with the victim. Like, this just gives you an interrogation. You don't get everything in the interrogation, but you get everything with your time. A documentary.
Man, I know that. But maybe I should be a therapist.
No, you shouldn't.
You guys got this all wrong. Can't talk to you anymore, but
Michael makes one last plea of innocence, but detectives are no longer feeding into it. He's escorted to a holding cell by a pair of armed police officers. However, this isn't the last that detectives will hear from Michael.
Oh, he gonna come out
Over
and
the
snitch
next
on
few
himself, ain't
days,
he?
officers
That seems about
continue
right,
to
man.
investigate the park's
That seems
home
about
and
right. He gonna snitch on
cars,
himself.
follow up on potential leads, and speak to the couple's friends and family members. Detectives have lost hope of getting any valuable information out of Michael. That is until 4 days later, when he unexpectedly requests to speak to detectives again without a lawyer present.
Yo, what?
Wow.
sure you remember me from the other day. Okay.
This interview takes place the following Monday.
It was Tuesday.
Wait, hold on.
Is my guy confessing?
Let me talk. He probably confessing, but let me talk about the room that he's currently in. Things that I've learned.
Okay.
All right, so things that I've learned. The reason why they sit him in a room like this, for one, with all the walls blank, is because he has no distractions. He can only get straight to the point, unlike the other room that he was in. Nothing else to look with. And there's literally no gap in between him or any of the detectives. There's no really breaking barrier besides himself. Like, yeah, there's a table, but like he can only do so much with the table because both detectives are right in front of him. All his body language is fully shown, which by the way, I still find it dumb. Okay, not dumb. It can be useful. But the idea that you're using body language sometimes, trying to use it all the time for like incriminating processes.
You can't use it all the time because
Fun fact, the FBI does try to use it a majority of the time, but they go by rules of threes, which I don't find accurate because a lot of people could just have like really nervous tics or whatever.
Yeah. But my whole thing is you can only use body line when you have a baseline for someone. If you don't have a baseline for someone's behavior, then you really can't use fucking body language. Cause like that's where the like to me that's like that's the official ruling. But like to me, if you have a baseline for someone's behavior, then you can infer body language. If I
I
don't have a
mean,
baseline for someone's behavior, yeah, there are general things that just human beings as a species do to indicate nervousness and everything like that. But I don't think you can like he's this because of this, that, and third. Like like some people, not like they're not taking it to the extreme, but some people take it to the extreme. Some people are like, "Oh, you're a liar because your J's are crooked" or some shit like that.
your J's are crooked.
Yeah.
Listen,
Oh, you tell the truth. You must be real honest because when you write your T's, they're very straight up and down, like shit like that. Like you know what I
bro,
mean?
whoever said that to you at any point in your life, because I feel like that's going off personal experience, they're dumb. We can move along. like, but like watching these has literally just made me sit there and go, man, like if I committed a crime, how likely off body language alone would I be the criminal? Like, I've just been sitting here like, man, I do some really odd shit with my hands. Like my casual resting position is arms folded. Am I a criminal now? Like
I knew you were a criminal with your dirty arms resting position.
Bro, you know what? Like, listen, the other day on stream, I was like, I'm gonna go buy a gun. Like now, I'm like, maybe I shouldn't.
You really did. You really did. You really did say that. You say that to me all the time.
Like, I'm like, I'm gonna go buy a gun. Cause like, we'll watch the video. Like, if you have enough time as it is, we'll watch the video that I watched about a kid with mental health issues that his mom knew about that he tried to kill her at 11. And at 18, he went, take me to the gun store, and she did. On the way there, they saw a sign that said, stop suicide. And he was like, that's your sign. And then she was like, she laughed at it and was like, that's your sign not to kill yourself, because I'm going to have to take that gun away from you. And you still took him there, let him buy a gun with no bullets?
Or did he kill her?
He attempted to, no, he shot up a FedEx.
Motherfucker.
As a young child, listen.
Stop. Yes, Maya? Yes, hold on.
I'm going to hit play. We can continue this conversation later. Probably towards the end of the stream.
I was home by 4:15. Kids came over. Like I said, that was not a lie. We were arguing, like I said, over my son. I was on the back porch after everybody left. I was going to shoot a groundhog. I had groundhogs in the backyard. I knew it. My neighbor does. He never came back. I went to discharge the gun. I shot 3 rounds into the tree. I went in the house. I was going to clean the gun. I sat at the kitchen table. It went off. There was still 1 round in it. She hit the floor. She was fixing dinner. I panicked. I just flat out panicked. I didn't know what to do.
In the state of Indiana, accidentally killed.
Nah, fam. That don't make sense, homie. I'm gonna need him to really get into more detail of why he decided to chop off her head and like basically mutilate her body on a bridge off of an accidental shooting. Like, that's wild, fam. Now, there was a dude that accidentally shot like his best friend, and he didn't report it for a day. And like he took him in, and I think I'm not sure if they lessened the charge or not. I think it was still murder, but like I don't think they gave him life because he was like, "Listen, I shot him. I was afraid," and he basically turned himself in. He was like, "Hey, I shot my friend yesterday. I didn't tell y'all yesterday because I was afraid, and I've been running around trying to figure it out or whatever." But this dude's excuse is I accidentally shot her, so I panicked and mutilated her body. Fam. How do you get there? From 1 to a like, bro, you skyrocketed. That won't even 1 to 100.
You forgot you have you forgot you have viewers. Oh no, there's only 3 people in here, and I'm one of them. So
that hurts.
I'm sorry. Don't play Doom. Someone came in here a month ago and said don't play Doom. That's what they suggested to you.
Anyway, bro, it's not what we're talking around.
I'm gonna say hello. Is anyone here in here?
You're weird. Anyway, like this dude is wild, bro. Literally from 0 to 100, bro. 0. Hello, Oni. How you doing? I'm here. I'm the streamer.
I'm not talking about your raggedy ass. I'm trying to engage with your audience. Okay,
I'm trying to get you. That's not the point. We're talking about this true crime, bro. Get back on topic. Listen. Like, if my audience wants to have any questions, they can ask any questions. Like, I'm fine with that. Or if they just
to the chat.
I do pay attention to the chat. We're literally watching the video. I can look at it every 5 seconds. I'm listening. But my point being, before you interrupted me, is like, dude goes from 0 to 100 just from like, hey, I accidentally shot my wife. She dropped dead.
If you have mental health issues to have a gun, so you're telling me the mother of the child who shot up the FedEx bought a gun for her mentally.
No, he bought a gun himself. Can we talk about that later? Can we keep on topic for this? Can we keep on topic of this?
But how is he able to buy a gun, TJ?
How was he able to buy a gun? Okay, I'll give you a very quick explanation. He was able to buy a gun for one reason. All right, and here's the reason. The reason was because apparently when you go to, like the place they do a 72-hour hold on people for mental health, they only had him in there for 2 hours. She then called the mother, and on a recorded phone call, she was like, hey, so basically, like, we didn't see anything wrong, but if you really want to classify him, we'll give him retention. And retentions apparently don't show up on medical records. The only way to get a retention is to literally call the courthouse and get them to tell you that this person is a dangerous person that should not have a gun.
And they didn't think to call the...
Listen.
That's not a part of the...
Listen. It does not show on any records. It's not a criminal record. It's not anything. The chick who's literally said that she could put it in, she was like, I wouldn't even be able to see it unless I called the courthouse.
Oh, we gotta fix that.
And that's what I was saying on stream. I'm like, bro, that should not be a thing.
You know how many violent people get 72-hour holds but never go to jail?
But you know what's crazy? He didn't even get a 72-hour hold. You want to know how long he was on hold for? 2 hours.
2 hours.
2 hours. And you want to know what was wrong with him? He had OCD. He had ADD. He had the aggressive disorder. I forget what it's called. It's the behavioral one. He had like 13 different mental illnesses, and basically she was like, she didn't see anything wrong, and then she was like, he said there was nothing wrong for him, and so she just let him fucking loose.
He attempted to kill you at 11.
Listen, and you know what's crazy? I literally tried. You know what? I literally tried to give that mother the benefit of the doubt, because she was like, his dad killed himself, and like he heard them arguing, and he said, "I'm gonna kill myself," and she said, "Go ahead and do it." And I was like, first of all, you're like, that shouldn't happen in front of your child. And I'm like, maybe you didn't know that your child would become a monster. But then like they started talking about the signs, and I'm like, he tried to kill you when you was 11. You should have had that boy locked up for life. I wouldn't be me.
Not for life, but you should have definitely had him in therapy.
She had him in therapy. She actually had him in therapy. And like that's what I was amending her. Because I was like, okay, you had him in therapy. And then it got to the point where she was 18 and she let that nigga buy a gun. And I was like, whoa, ma'am.
It's not even that she let him buy a gun. It's that he was able to buy a gun.
She let him. It doesn't matter. She let him buy a gun.
What was his reason for shooting him at FedEx?
Okay, I'll be real with you. I didn't finish the video, but just know he had an obsession with My Little Pony.
Furries.
We will watch it. We will watch that interrogation.
No, that was true mental
doesn't
illness.
make a
The
person
furry.
guilty of murder. To be considered a murder, the prosecution must prove that the killing was intentional. Therefore, if detectives accept Michael's version of events, then the most Michael can be charged with in the state of Indiana would be reckless homicide. Even then, in order to win a reckless homicide charge, the prosecution would have to prove that Michael was acting recklessly, and that his recklessness somehow led to Hope's death.
And her beheading.
Okay, the stream has no context, bro. I'm eating, so that's why my mouth keeps opening.
What?
Everything else is just kind of.
I looked over, my avatar just had his tongue
If
out.
Hope's death was an honest accident, it doesn't make logical sense that he would try to cover it up. Typically, when someone has accidentally hurt another, especially someone they love, their first move would be to call for help or to take some action to try to save their life. Michael, on the other hand, didn't even try to correct his supposed mistake. To make matters worse for detectives, Michael's story not only features unlikely details, but also missing details or blurs that detectives have to uncover. His recount is seeming more unreliable as it unfolds.
What did you do after that?
I sat there and I cried. I thought about everything that was going on with fighting, with John, with the gun. Nobody was going to believe me.
Michael has gotten to what is supposedly a very emotional and traumatic moment in his story. Therefore, it's odd that he recounts it with little emotion. His lack of emotional reaction over the course of the interviews is noteworthy.
I didn't know what to do. I'm sorry I lied.
No, that's fine. Now here's the chance for you to tell us what happened. So she's on the floor. You're upset, obviously. What did you do at that point?
I wrapped her in a tarp, took her down to the basement. I cleaned everything up.
By telling detectives how he moved the body and cleaned the scene, Michael might have just unknowingly admitted to tampering. Michael covers his face entirely with his hand, and his voice breaks as if he's crying. It doesn't genuine emotion, though. No sniffles, tears, or heavy breathing. If this is an attempt to feign sadness, it's a rather lackluster one. It's more likely that this performance is an excuse to hide his face, which Michael has proven to do when he's lying.
I know about
Good catch.
what people tell me, so I'm just regurgitating information as far as.
It's the only gun I've ever fired.
Okay. The closer you are to something or somebody, you get more residue, and the further away, the less residue you get when you fire the gun. So she seemed to have some residue around the entry wound. So that would indicate that the gun would be closer, 4 or 5 feet.
This single piece of evidence puts a rather large hole in Michael's story. If Michael can't bridge this gap between his story and the evidence, it would be nearly impossible for Michael's attorneys to prove that the shooting was accidental.
And for me to be able to help, I gotta know your side.
I don't know how close she was standing. I know that she was getting ready to fix dinner. That's all I know. And I sat down. I had the gun in my hand. That's when it went off. I'm telling you, I did not do it deliberately.
Michael likely knows that he's in a deep hole right now, since his assertion that he didn't deliberately shoot his wife isn't said with much conviction. On the contrary, it seems there are notes of desperation in his voice. He needs detectives to believe his story, yet he's likely very aware that his defense of "I don't know" isn't helping his case at all.
The doctor and the gun shop, he actually put in his report that it was a contact wound, which means the barrel was close to the skin when it went off.
Then maybe she was closer than what I thought.
Now the detectives are back on the
Where did he
topic of the
shoot her?
gunshot wound. Michael has wrapped his arms tightly around him.
He shot her in the torso. His original story was like, "Oh, I had my gun and it was sitting, like I was cleaning off my gun and it accidentally discharged and it shot her and killed her."
You
And
see
then
her gun with bullets in the chamber?
he said there was one bullet in there apparently, and
Why
he
would
set
you
it down.
see her gun with a bullet in the
He
chamber?
wasn't cleaning it. He was about to clean it, and when he went to go start cleaning it, it discharged. Apparently, according motherfucker, let me finish.
All right.
Then homie goes, it shot her or whatever, and then the detective goes, "Well, you know, the closer that you are when you shoot somebody is the more residue. The farther you are is the less residue of gunpowder." And he goes, "She had residue around the bullet, around the entry wound." Like,
He walked up to her and shot her.
yes, bro, he walked up to her and gunned her down. That's crazy, man.
That is wild. Is there only one gun he shot?
I mean, I guess. I don't know.
Himself.
He
This
said,
is a
"Hey,
protective
your
position
diaphragm
that may
said
be
bye."
Michael's attempt at self-soothing.
Wow.
It's clear
That's
that
not
Michael is
okay.
uncomfortable with this subject, very possibly because he doesn't have an answer for it.
So if you're at the table and she's at an angle, could I get some more?
It seems that Michael might be asking for some water to create a break in the conversation, perhaps to buy himself time to think of a sufficient answer to the detective's questions.
There's going to be two schools of thought on this. One, somehow you tragically shot her with the muzzle of the gun touching the back of her head. Or two...
My bad, it was in the head?
Yo!
My nigga, that was your excuse. That was your lie. That's what you went with. My man went, my gun accidentally discharged and shot her in the...
God!
That's...
My God!
No, bruh.
My testosterone, latent friend.
No.
The fuck?
No.
Oh wow! You need to get your man. Get your that's. You
No.
need to get your people. Get your partner.
No, that's
together.
crazy,
My
bruh.
guy said,
My
no,
man goes, "I accidentally shot her in the head."
Shot her,
and she was saying
the
muzzle was right, like 4 to 5 feet away from you. You shot her in the back of the head.
Did she say he had burn wounds around the state? Go back a bit.
No, she had gun residue around it.
Gun residue. Oh.
Yeah, like that's how they knew how close she was. Like how close she had to be. Like this dude, bruh.
Yo,
my man is wild.
He
my
said,
bro,
I'm blowing the
my man is wild. What's this? Nope, my buddy.
Jesus. Yo, TJ, I don't know how this is your fault.
Did you just blame me for something?
You need to fix it. Yo, he double tapped his
what?
wife.
He killed his woman. Well, not even his woman. I doubt she wanted to even be there anymore. I feel like this dude had to be abusive. No secondary questions. He 100% had to be abusive. And she was just like, "I can't get out, bro." She was just probably in the house just cooking dinner. And he walked up behind her ass and said, "Fuck this shit," and boomed her ass.
Maybe she was probably gonna leave him, and he was like, "No, you're not." And oh my god.
Nah, bro. Like that's what happened with the other documentary I was watching, bro. Like, she finally left him out of an abusive relationship, and he basically just walked them up behind her house and all black and killed their ass.
You know when you like that's the thing. You know how like people are like if a woman is in an abusive relationship, like assholes will be like, well you should just left. You should just left. When you
Yes,
first
that
leave that
nigga's manipulative.
relationship,
It is manipulative, and yes, you are in 100% danger all of the time
no,
now.
it says so when you leave, when you first leave, you're in even more danger than you were when you were like living under that person. Because like now, like abusers often blame their victims, right? So like they're like, oh, look what you did to me. You left me, so now I gotta make you pay. And so like a lot of times, a lot of these women, what they do is that's how they get murdered. Like that's how the relationship ends up with murder is because they like a lot of women when they leave, they don't know like oh, there's organizations that are set up so when you leave, an abuser will protect you from them. They don't know about that. They're like, I'll go to my mom's house. Which is like I'll go to another place where I feel safe, but that's often a place where your abuser knows where you're going, and so pretty much like you're going where they know you are, doing a pattern of behavior they know you're doing, and they just pick you off. So yeah, it's pretty bad.
I don't know, but that shit's
Leave your
wild.
abusers. Just go to a hotel. So your mom. Go somewhere they don't expect you to be.
I don't even
Is
think a
what
hotel's a good idea, bro. I'd sleep in a police station for like the next like month. I ain't
the
even gonna
police are not
hold
gonna
you.
let you sleep in a police station, and depending
Guess
on
what?
your
You know what? You
race
know
and
what? Let me tell you
background, that's
something.
a
Let me tell
bad
you something. No,
idea.
no, no. Stop. Yes, they will. You wanna know why? I'm gonna do exactly
Okay.
what the homeless people be doing. Just committing random ass, basic ass crimes. Just get the fuck
Oh
in
my
the police
god.
station.
Just, just
By the
throw
way,
a
that
water
shouldn't have to
bottle
be a
at a
thing
police
for
officer.
homeless. By the way, they should actually be
Oh, it
homeless.
shouldn't. It shouldn't.
But that's not the topic of conversation. We'll talk about the homeless another day.
Boy, howdy. But yeah, no, it's really sad. So that's why I was like, maybe she was like, I'm leaving. He was like, no, you're not. Or he overheard her talking about leaving.
Like it was either that or maybe like
Oh
instead of
wait,
like
no, it
just
was about the son. It was about the
yeah, they were
son.
arguing about the son because he
Yeah,
didn't
they
want
were
the son
arguing
in
about
that.
the son.
He didn't want the son in the house because he was apparently doing drugs, and then he was like, "Yeah, it's either you or me," which probably wasn't even the case because he was lying about the story before. He said there was an argument, but like there more than likely was an argument about the son. But like there would be no reason to kill her. Like there was some controlling aspect
Whoa,
going
whoa,
on
whoa,
that he couldn't
whoa.
have.
Oh my god. Yo, he said it. He said, and I told her it's him or me. Did he say that or some shit like
Yes, he
that?
said that in the beginning, bro.
And what if she said, okay, well, I choose my son?
She
And that's
probably
what.
he said what he said in the beginning was it's either him or me, and then he would like she was like whatever, and they kicked him out, and he went to go stay somewhere else, but she kept wanting them to come back. One, first of all, like you kicked your son out because he bought drugs in the house. You didn't have a conversation. You were probably being way too controlling. Like, hey, like instead of being like, hey, listen, bro, you don't need to be going down this route. This ain't good for you. You were like, I'm kicking your ass out. You were that father, and then your wife chose her child over you being an abusive cunt, and you got mad and just killed her. They may go into further detail about why he did it, so we'll keep going.
Agreement. There was an argument and a snap.
There was no
bad judgment. No argument after everybody left.
No argument.
Were you still just upset from the argument earlier? It's just people on the outside looking in.
I don't care what anybody else thinks. The whole thing was shooting her. If she was where she was standing, I don't know. If she was right there, I don't know. I did not stick the gun to the back of her head and pull the trigger. I did not do that.
And all I'm telling you is the
But the evidence says it
And she
is.
was closer than what I thought. That's
a lot closer.
That's all I can say.
Can we talk about how dude literally chose to come back to the interrogation to say this? Like truly, like he shouldn't have did that, bro. Like first,
Can we talk about this? Can we talk about this is the only time he showed any kind of passion or emotion in this whole
that
situation?
is also true. Like this is the moment where he's like, "Listen, I didn't shoot her. You have to believe me." Like they were talking about it earlier, the desperation that he has in this moment to prove his point. Like it was probably either one, his lawyer was like, "Listen, all evidence points towards you. This is gonna be difficult as hell." And he was like, "Listen, you gotta like get your story right. We gotta get a story, and this is the story that they chose." Which I doubt because the lawyer couldn't have been done enough to be like, "Listen, that bullet residue's on the back of her head. We gotta go with an accident." Unless you really got unless you got an appointed lawyer from the jail themselves, bro.
Bruh. By the way, let me tell you something. So my friend caught in charge. Um, he didn't realize this until like a couple weeks ago. Well, he found out. My friend got in charge, right? And his mom was supposed to get him a lawyer, and she never did. He ended up with a public defender, but the public defender was able to get him off because the charges were bogus. So the mom told his aunt, who like is like his favorite aunt about it, right? And his aunt is like, "Oh my god!" Before she could even ask, the aunt was like, "Here's a bunch of money. Go get him a lawyer. I
Yeah,
don't
you already
care
told me
what
the
it
story. You already told me
costs."
the story.
Yeah,
It was yeah.
he no. Did I tell you about that? Just my nigga, she kept that
You were
money for
literally on the
herself.
phone with that conversation with me.
Was you? Whoa! I thought I muted.
No.
Oh no.
Yeah, I had the whole conversation. I
Oh
barely remember
no. You
anything of it.
were you gonna indicate the fact that? Oh boy.
I didn't want to say anything. I felt like I was interrupting, so I just kind of turned you down, and the pieces that I did hear,
So
I
you
heard.
just let me. I didn't realize I wasn't mute. Oh,
Yeah, no,
cause
I
I
heard
was
that whole
using my
conversation.
mouth.
Anyway,
Her death.
wait, did he press?
The
What?
mental capacity
Oh,
of you at the time? Were you
I'm not
so
paying attention.
enraged from an earlier argument that she mouthed off something
Sorry about that. I had to get up.
and you don't know what you did?
The detective is offering Michael a way out by suggesting that his actions were simply triggered by something that his wife might have said. This shifts some of the blame onto his wife, which may make it easier for Michael to admit his part in what happened.
Kind of a Tasmanian devil kind of event after she's on the ground. You lost it. And it's okay to tell me that because that shows emotion.
And before he came in, that was the one thing that I was trying to figure out what happened. The hamburger, if she's down here.
I think I'm the one that knocked it off the stove.
Can you tell us what's going on when that hamburger gets knocked off?
I can't believe you didn't like their
Yeah, I
stuff
think I
at
called
all.
myself an idiot.
Bro, wait, what?
That's it.
You do.
Wait a
recalling
minute.
what
Hold on, bro. Wait, what?
Hold on.
That don't make no sense. Like, bro, first of all, why the detectives worry about this damn hamburger? Like,
I'm
that's
sorry,
what we really need to start. Why the hell did these detectives worry about this damn hamburger?
I'm sorry, what hamburger?
They literally was like, we were trying to figure out what happened with the hamburger on the ground. Like, nigga, fuck the hamburger. This nigga just shot his wife in the back of the head, close range, and you heard about the damn hamburger that got knocked off the stove. What fucking evidence the hamburger gonna give you? I mean, besides him being a dickhead and recalling specific words, like, that obviously tells you that he remembers exactly what happens, but he's withholding information. Like, okay, maybe the hamburger was a good play. Man, maybe the hamburger was a good play.
What? What made you change your mind so quick?
Yeah, maybe the hamburger was a good play. Maybe the hamburger was a good play. Because it's basically, maybe changed my mind. Because basically now he's admitting that he recalls like a majority of the situation. Because like in that moment, like you just shot your wife. Why are you recalling what the hell you said about a damn hamburger? Personally. It's like he recalls the scenario that's going on. So he has a memory of what has happened. And he's obviously withholding information. So, you know, maybe they are. Maybe. Maybe the hamburger was a good play now. Maybe the hamburger was a good play. I'll get you.
Specific words he used at the time.
Next time I'll question the murder about a
to draw
hamburger.
attention away from what actually
I want to be a
caused
detective,
the
but you got to be a
hamburger
police
to be
person,
knocked
don't you?
off the
I don't feel like
stove,
doing all that.
such as a
I'm
fight
thinking
or
about going to get
struggle.
my master's in
Ever
forensic
been a
psychology.
problem with that rifle's trigger?
Damn, you're right. I'd have to go to college.
Yeah, I would. I would have to go back to get a master's.
It's not worth it for me.
College.
A
lot of debt.
The fact that Michael had only
You
been
worry
in
about the
possession of
debt.
the
I'm worried
rifle
about
for
the
such a
commitment.
short period of time could be
I'm
used as
full of the
evidence
commitment. I'm worried
against him
about
in
the debt.
court. The prosecution could make the case that it was reckless of Michael to be wielding a loaded firearm that he wasn't familiar with indoors, especially next to a family member. The detective begins questioning Michael about the details related to dismembering his wife.
I mean, she's got, none of us are young anymore, so your skin doesn't stay like it should. So each drag, did like just the muscle and the skin go with it?
I don't even remember doing
I
it.
don't remember that part. Yep. And that's the brain again, trying to protect you from typically the goriest, most traumatic parts
Another benefit of Michael's selective memory defense is that he doesn't have to disclose the gory details of what it was like to cut off his wife's head. He could be under the impression that giving those details would only serve to make him appear more like a cold-blooded killer.
Because he is?
That the gunshot happened the way you're presenting it. So.
But he doesn't want to look like
I
it.
said, I don't remember exactly how it happened. And I'm telling you, I didn't do it on purpose.
Didn't kill her on purpose or didn't shoot her on purpose?
I didn't shoot her on purpose.
The detective's question implies that Michael might have intended to shoot Hope without intending to actually kill her. However, under Indiana law, this is actually somewhat of a false dichotomy. Murder in Indiana is classified as any killing done purposefully or knowingly. Here, knowingly means taking action without the specific intent to kill a person, but nonetheless with knowledge that death is substantially certain to occur. Since the evidence from Hope's autopsy proves that Michael shot his wife at point-blank range, even if he didn't exactly intend to kill her, Michael could still be convicted of murder simply because he was knowledgeable that such an action would almost certainly result in her death.
It just happened.
So, in your opinion, would you call that just recklessness? It was just, because if you've got it up in the air, nobody's going to say, well, you couldn't have shot her if it was laying on the table facing down the hallway.
Reckless, yes.
Unbeknownst to him, under Indiana law, Michael has just admitted to reckless homicide.
Oh my
The
God.
conversation we were having at the time was over John. With the insurance, the car insurance. Because she lied to me over the car insurance. She told me that she was going to cancel the insurance.
This detail makes the circumstances surrounding Hope's death much different. He's admitted that he and his wife actually were arguing at the time he was in the kitchen with a gun, whereafter she turned around and walked away.
Right after he said, not too long ago, right after he said that no, there was no argument, before she got shot, he lied. Lying ass nigga. It's crazy, bro. Disappointment, bro. Truly, like, killer's brains interest me. I need to know where the hubris comes from.
Hey, this version of events shows an obvious motive and opportunity for Michael to shoot her in the back of the head. It makes you wonder what else Michael has lied about thus far.
Are you a fist pounding kind of guy when you're mad? You're like, damn it, woman, just do what I'm asking you to do. And the gun was in your hand, unfortunately, at that time. Squeeze reflex?
Yes. I don't remember everything. But what you said makes sense. Like I said, it was not intentional.
Michael seems to finally be resigning himself to some explanation of how he shot Hope, probably after realizing that detectives weren't going to back down until his story matched the evidence.
I just want to know why. Because that's the same thing your daughter wants to know. Same thing your daughter wants to know. When your son wisens up, it's the same thing he's going to want to know.
I know why it happened. I can never tell him. I can't do that to him. Because that's the reason why I pulled the trigger. Not intentionally.
Again, Michael cites his son
Nigga!
for his strike.
Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. Homie goes, I could never tell my son why. Because that's the reason why I pulled the trigger. And it just wants to slide it. Not intentionally, of course. Like, you are a fucking idiot. I'm so glad that you're dumb. You deserve to be in jail. You probably would have attempted to kill so many more that people would never have known about. Like, you, sir, are a fucking idiot. Who goes, yeah, my son's the reason why I pulled the trigger. Not intentionally, of course. Like, I don't, dude, that's the most incriminating shit possible. And it's fucking recorded, bro. Was that on a camera frame? Like, it's oh, dude, shame, bro. Oh my God. Oh, like, why? Why is that what you decide to say there, bro? Like, why is that what you really decide to say in that moment? Is I can't, bro. Their brains make no sense. It's not 1 + 1 for
This
me.
is the first time he specifically said that John is the reason that he killed his wife. He quickly tries to backtrack, though the statement implies that Michael is probably more aware of the reason behind Hope's death than what he's letting on. He may have slipped up due to stress and fatigue from the long interrogation. After 4 long hours, the interrogation is now over. Michael is
You know what happens
escorted
in
from
an
the
uncomfortable chair
interrogation
for 4
room
hours.
without further incident. Following his interview, Michael was moved to Montgomery County Jail, where he sat for almost 2 years. He was scheduled to stand trial in front of a jury on May 9th, 2022.
Oh, this was during COVID.
That is, until investigators made a single haunting find that would spell doom for Michael's
What
case.
they find?
It was discovered that prior to Michael murdering his wife, he'd been doing online research on the effectiveness of bottle silencers. Bottle silencers are makeshift gun silencers constructed simply from plastic bottles. Not only that, but he'd also looked into whether pillows could be used to muffle gunfire. This discovery proved that the murder of 44-year-old Hope Parks was indeed premeditated, and under Indiana state law, crushed all possibility of Michael receiving anything less than a murder charge. On May 6, 2022,
That's
just
my
3
birthday.
days before he was scheduled to stand
When I turned
trial,
21.
Michael changed his plea from not guilty to guilty and accepted a negotiated plea deal. On May 9th, Michael Parks was found guilty of the murder of his wife, Hope Parks. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison without the possibility of parole. We reached out to Michael through email to see if he would be willing to share his side of the story and answer some of our questions about the case. At first, we didn't hear back, but when Michael finally responded, he stated that he would only participate in a discussion if we met his list of demands, including $300 to be put into his commissary account and for a fan and a television, specifically 36 inches or more, to be shipped to his facility. We did not agree to any of these terms and are still waiting to hear back if Michael will speak with us. Michael is set to be released in 2070 when he is 94 years old.
Dude, oh my God. Fuck, 2070. God damn. The thought that we're only 50 years away from 2070, son. 47 years. Jesus shit. But good, bro. 94. You probably ain't even gonna make it to 94 for real, for real. A lot of people, they don't really make it in their prison like that. They really don't. They rarely do, personally. Not personally. What the fuck? They really do make it to the end of their sentence, which is crazy. He's probably not gonna be killed because he didn't murder a child. I know there was a dude I watched. I didn't watch anything. I heard about a dude who killed a child and 2 others. He probably gonna get murdered in prison personally. He probably will. Again, not personally. Why I keep saying personally? But he'll probably get murdered in prison. Because he killed a child. Which, again, I'm not condoning the violence, but I wouldn't be the one to stop it. Like, some of these people are wild, man. Like, this dude flat out kills his wife with a gunshot to the back of the head. Then during the interview admits that, basically said, the reason why I shot her was because of my son and that argument we had, and then goes not intentionally. Basically, like this whole time, this entire interrogation, this dude has been doing nothing but snitching on himself and telling people what he's doing and why he's doing it. And again, man, it's something that, like, these people and their hubris, like, I guess it gets over and above them to the point where they're like, I'll never be caught, whatever. But then, like, at the end of the day, like, you always get caught. There's, like, what? Maybe, like, 2, like, there's plenty of unsolved murders that either the police decided not to care about or dive into. But then there's the ones that police know about, and, like, there's rarely few that they're like, we truly don't know who the fuck that motherfucker is. Which is crazy to me. But, like, this dude really thought that he could get away with it with doing the dumbest stuff of all, personally. Like, you can't go into there with your defense being originally, like, I didn't do anything. And then you switch up to, like, yeah, I did it, but I did it from a distance by accident because my gun accidentally discharged. When you know that it was close to her head. Like, you shot somebody without knowing nothing about guns and how guns work. and just doing it. And they searching bottle silences. Like, I don't like these people don't realize that like that's why I'm like intrigued by the murderer's mind because like they show the intelligence of knowing what they're doing, but then they don't show the intelligence of being able to clear up their tracks, and it's always because it's either like a crime that like they initially like they wanted they premeditated this, not knowing what they were actually gonna do. They're like, okay, we're gonna do this, but how are we gonna resolve the issue at the end of the day of that I did this? What were you saying? Hello? You said something and muted again. We'll take it as you meant to mute. But like that's like one of the things that like really confuses me about their minds. And like, you know what? It's interesting. Am I gonna go into therapy or psychology? No. Because I'd have to go back to college. But I would really like to know more about some of their minds. Is this why doctors back then were actually like dissecting people's brains? They really thought it would tell them more about the person. I'd be curious. What do we? Give me a second. We're gonna put on this one real quick. Where's he at? Oh, he's there you go. Is this dude copy? Pause. Alright, this is the dude I was talking to you about. We're gonna watch this from the beginning. Because I didn't get all the way through it yesterday. Because somebody decided to snitch on me. And I guess we could say
TJ, you
rightfully
there?
so. Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Hold on 1 second. Gotta clock in work.
You clocking to work. I'm still gonna be streaming this, so if you ever want to unmute and have a conversation, you can.
Yeah, if it's slow, I can still talk to you. I'm still watching the documentary and stuff.
Alright, so this is the one about the kid that I was talking about earlier, right? I didn't finish this one on stream because Kai decided to snitch.
My man Kai gets promoted again.
Yo, he's dead. Like, bro. Okay, listen. I'll tell you what happened, bro. He called the chat because like he was Hold on, my brother's calling me. Now this nigga want to call me, bro?
Who?
My brother.
Oh, we're playing games with him. Stop your damn stream. If I can get my daughter to play too, oh, we're winning. She don't ever want to play with me, but she'll play with her dad. I guess I'm not cool enough. Also, I hate the type of those type of games. Oh, hey, chat.
go first? I am just now waking up.
Oh, no problem. I was just like, hey, do you want to go first? Or do you want me?
All right, hello.
Oh shit, I forgot I was in a call with you.
All right, hold on. We getting back to the stream. Give me a second. I gotta swap modes. Jesus Christ.
Is your brother okay?
Yeah, my brother was fine. He clogged the toilet with eggshells. One, his excuse was I was
What?
breaking the.
What?
His excuse was that I was breaking the eggs over the trash can in the kitchen, and one may have accidentally slipped out and fell in the toilet in the bathroom.
One.
That was his excuse. That
One.
no,
One.
it was filled with multiple eggshells, but that was his excuse. So I basically had to have a conversation with him, like, bro, listen, whether you want to say it's an accident or not, obviously that makes no sense. But I'm gonna let you sit here and try to stick with your story, but I'm gonna tell you that you're wrong. And how you could have an eggshell slip out of your hand and end up in a toilet. Uh
I'm sorry. I just thought of those TikToks where it's like the person, like you ask the person to do something they don't want to do, and they just do a dramatic fall all the way back from like work to their bed. And I just imagine
yeah,
them
and
doing that.
that's pretty much what that conversation was. And then my mom ain't helping, just yelling. I'm like, bro, can y'all calm down? Because like nobody in this house reacts well to yelling. None of us do. So like, why y'all yelling?
Ooh,
Why is
look
the
at
first?
you being the
Why is the
mastermind.
first thing that y'all start with is yelling? Like y'all could do better. Like if you don't like being yelled at, why is the first option that you go to is yelling? That's dumb. Anyway, enough about me and back to true crime. Listen, I can tell you more about the story
TJ, when
off
you
stream.
say things that make sense, just chef's kiss.
Anybody experiencing flu like
I want you to know I'm gonna ruin that in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, zombies, babies. Up. Just remember that. Never mind. You're so stupid.
There's gunshots everywhere. Okay, what is the address?
Oh, pause.
The address is
Bye,
8951.
Pause, pause, pause. So again, watching Bose. Freaking. There is a woman who was married to a judge, and he beat her up in front of their kids. He hit her so hard that the blood splatter went back on his shirt. I don't know if you realize to break someone's shit open that hard, it's like crazy. Uh,
Gotta have boxer hands. Like my doctor told me I did when I broke my hand. He was like, "Listen, you would have punched somebody, you would have killed him." And I was like, "No, I would have fought him. What are you talking about?"
listen, he hit her so he beat her so hard the blood like he had blood splatter on his body. Anyways, she I think he either threw her out of the movie car or she tucked and rolled out of the car, but her kids were in the car, so then she started chasing the car, and he tried to hit her with the car, and then I think he did hit her. And like there's like an innocent bystander a bystander picked her up, and then she was calling the police and trying to get her kids back. It was crazy. We gotta watch that one too.
You could have just said that, and we could have got back to the on-topic situation of the My Little Pony killer.
Oh, My Little Pony, you deserve to die. I mean, go to jail for life.
Whoa.
Just for being a brony, for being a furry, go to jail. You know the deal.
I don't know if I got shot. Can we go out down here? Can we run on way to the end and go out?
Don't go outside. Stay where you're safe.
8951 Maribel Road.
I want you to stay with me, okay? Don't hang up, okay?
No, said I can tell this is a black woman.
When a young boy's mother notices his odd behaviors, intensifying
Oh, I hate
year
that.
by year,
By the way, you didn't restart
she
the stream.
begins to worry about him.
What do you mean I haven't
It
restarted?
began
The
as a
stream just
child.
started.
Look at you.
Young Brandon Hole insisted
Oh,
on
maybe I need to refresh. Oh, I need to refresh. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm like, the stream is active.
It's how you can tell it's a black woman.
Could you not hear her voice? Listen, with my job, I hear a lot of white women and black women. I'm telling you right now, I know the difference.
I like how you've been working at this job like 6 months. And
3 months. 3 months since
3
February.
months, and you're already traumatized by rude white women, and it's trauma. I need you to understand when you talk about it, your voice shakes a little bit, like you're you're traumatized.
Bro, you find it funny. That's crazy.
You're traumatized by Karens. Oh, this is hilarious.
Some don't even be Karens for real. I just be like, I don't like you.
Oh, okay, excuse me. You're traumatized by stupid white women who don't know how to work their computer. Oh my god, I think it's the vocal fry. I think you just don't like women who do vocal fry.
The hell is that?
Oh my god.
Yep, nope, stop. I wanted to punch the shit out you.
Yep.
Like, I
yep.
literally almost swung in your
I was
direction.
like, I figured that was it.
I was like, yeah,
So-
yeah, you deserve to
so
die.
it-
That's not the topic of the conversation. We're talking about Brandon, the My Little Pony killer. Get back on topic, damn it.
Wearing 3 pairs of shorts at a time.
By the way, when I originally watched that shit, I was like, listen, that's the weirdest shit ever. You should have jailed them immediately. And then, like, I started thinking about it, and I was like, man, I mean, 3 pairs of shorts ain't that bad. 3 pairs of shorts ain't that bad. That's just like a weird, like, little thing. It's like an OCD thing.
I mean, you should have jailed him immediately, but he should have never got a gun.
No, listen.
Years later, when he developed
continue
an
and see how
unusual
dumb this mother
obsession that
gets.
soon went off the rails. This was the bedroom of that same boy.
Oh.
Only now he was well into his
Oh.
teenage years, and his true
Yeah, he
love
was an
was
18.
Oh.
He was 18.
colorful posters hanging on these
Oh.
walls. The cartoon
Ah.
ponies you see are the central characters on a children's animated television series, My Little
No.
Pony. Most people would do anything for the love of their life, but few knew just how far
The way he
Brandon
had that lane, he was
going
obviously
for his.
smashing that thing
I
back.
don't
And the
feel
ones that
safe
did
for
know would soon
Applejack.
wonder how they
Yeah, I know
didn't
who that
see the
is.
horrific outcome staring them right in the face.
Where is this hospital?
Hello?
Hi, can I speak with Brandon, please?
Oh, yeah, this is Brandon.
Brandon Hole was no stranger to tragedy. In this phone call with police, you'll quickly learn how his demons began to develop at such an early age. His mother, Sheila, estimates he was only 4 years old as she describes the dramatic incident you're about to hear.
I mean, he'd, like, be real depressed one day and be like, you know, I ought to just do what my dad did.
How did his dad kill himself?
So...
Let's start here, because this is what I talked about on stream
Yo,
yesterday. Let's start. No,
himself?
stop. No. That's not the
Whoa.
point. That's not the point. Let's start here. How she acknowledges this kid's depression.
Yeah. So you
At
see the
first,
signs.
I was like, okay, at least you acknowledged it. You may have had this situation, but at least you acknowledged his depression.
Did he find him, or did he see that?
No, he was there when we got into a real bad argument, and his dad said that, you know, hey, whatever, if you leave with the kids, I'm going to myself, and I said, go ahead. He was, I think, 4 then.
It seemed this haunting memory would follow.
And then that's in homie's closet.
Oh.
Like his mother knew from the very beginning that he was a very troubled child. And
Why is
I
that
was
in his closet?
I don't know, but I was really like I was praising her in the beginning, like yeah, good on you. You notice that your child got problems. Now, did you take him to therapy?
You said she did take her to therapy, but why is that?
Yeah,
in his
let's
closet?
continue. Let's continue going.
Brandon everywhere he
This probably was
went
at the
for
time of
rest
the
his life.
some of the
Before
situation where they
long, Sheila
investigated
would
their
see
house.
his struggles start to manifest in unusual behaviors, including his insistence on wearing 3 pairs of shorts at a time, the way he would
Ooh.
rock back and forth as he watched television, and how
Ooh.
if his routine tasks were interrupted, the whole sequence would begin again. He was
Oh.
eventually diagnosed with
OCD.
obsessive-compulsive disorder. Sensing something was off,
There was more than
Sheila
that,
took
though.
her troubled son to Barrington Health Center in Indianapolis. But there she would learn there was more going on than she ever knew. The first visit in 2011
Was when he was
Brandon
9.
would prove to be his first of many. But with every visit, the outcomes grew worse and worse. And ultimately, it all culminated in some of the most terrorizing moments ever caught on camera. Less than a year after being diagnosed with a bevy of disorders, including disruptive behavior disorder, anxiety, obsessive-compulsive disorder, and depression, Brandon's behaviors would soon...
Now, I want to know, because I haven't bought a gun, Oni. You've bought a gun, right?
Yep.
You've bought a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got you. That is incriminating, eventually. For something that you'll do online.
Mm,
But do they just
stop,
ask
full
you?
Stop. If I'm gonna kill somebody, and it's not me.
Yeah, I know. You're not gonna use a gun.
You
You're gonna
think
be.
I'm
You're gonna
stupid?
use something. Shut up. That's not the point. We're going back to the purpose. It was a joke. It was meant to be a joke that I had in passing. Okay, we're gonna continue.
Offended.
Be offended. I don't give a fuck.
You know what?
Dude, when you buy a gun, since you bought a gun, and I talked about this yesterday, when you buy a gun, do they just ask you if you have these diseases, or do they actually run a check?
I checked. It doesn't take long. Depending on where you go and what they it doesn't take long. Like, I think I got my gun, and I got my gun fast as shit. I saw it everywhere. I got my gun fast as shit.
So they do a we'll say a quote unquote check, because like
By the way, fun fact about guns, I realized that I was a witness to several hundred crimes one time when I went to a gun show. Because in front of the gun show, people were set up in their cars and shit. Like you know how you do like at a flea market, and they had like tables with guns they were
Yeah,
selling.
you can purchase. Yeah, that's the way to
Every
get
no,
around.
listen, everywhere that's illegal. You're not supposed to sell the guns like that in front of the gun. In front of all those people were doing illegal shit. All that was illegal.
Do they actually? When did they make that illegal? Because to my
You're only allowed
knowledge,
to sell guns inside of the gun show that require a background check. Apparently, that's the law. But when I went to the gun show, the couple times I went to a gun show, fucking there were people outside of the gun show, like a fucking flea market in the parking lot, selling guns.
yeah, because to my knowledge, when I actually did research on this in college, when I was a coon, I just like to add that,
Oh my gosh.
2019, I was real coonish. It's been 3 years. 4 years. I grew.
The growth is immaculate.
But like, yeah, I went to go do an argument like for like gun control or whatever, and I went to argue against it. And then I remember researching it. They were like, "Yeah, you can illegally buy guns at a gun show," and I was like, "What the fuck?"
I was like,
"Well, damn, now I can't use this fucking source, you cunt. How dare you make me wrong?"
I was proven wrong in an argument about how easy it is to get guns. They're like, no, they're not allowed to do that. All those gun interactions you saw, all that was illegal. I was like, I witnessed a crime. I witnessed a crime. I witnessed.
You're a witness to a crime, and you didn't tell
It
anybody.
was overwhelming because it was like everybody was so It's like if you're selling drugs unless it's weed is not a casual endeavor. These motherfuckers were selling drugs. I mean, selling guns like it was just like, hey, it's California on a Tuesday. I don't know. That shit was wild to me.
That's what I'm saying. You're doing this stream. Like, I talk about how like America is literally failing in the three most major killers of the world: economics, mental health.
Education.
I mean, I guess education, just mental health. I classified medical and like anything, economics, medicine, and then gun control. The three major failures. You can count education in there as well, but truly, like, those are what kill the most Americans.
I mean, honestly, what kills most of Americans is that politicians rather gangbang than do their fucking jobs. So there's also that.
Like, but again, it counts as America as a whole of why things are failing.
True. Like, oh my god, I was talking to someone from New Zealand, and I was like, "We're not from New Zealand. They just live there now," and just they're like, "Hey, yeah, our government, like we have more than two-party systems, and our government officials work together."
I mean,
you want to leave America yet? And I was like, I've been wanting to leave this piece of shit. What the fuck you mean? We trying to prove a point?
I ain't moving now, so I ain't moving where it's hot as hell. But anyway,
just because you can afford to move to fucking paradise doesn't mean all of us can get a fucking what the fuck did I do?
Become much more aggressive. Thanks to his ever-increasing temper, his mother took him back for another visit 1 year later. As it turned out, his mother's fears were no exaggeration, and the medical records are damning evidence that prove it. From excessive lying
during this, they literally talk about all of his issues, like the extreme anger, extreme rage, breaking furniture, damaging furniture, hitting people.
Okay, did she get the gun for him, or did he?
No, he walked it. She sat outside from the way you know what? Just keep listening.
Respectful behavior. Brandon's temper was now only part of a growing list of concerns. But for Brandon, it was just the beginning. It's May of 2013. Brandon is 11. A police officer was dispatched to the home Sheila and Brandon shared with Sheila's boyfriend, Keith Larson. According to Keith, he and Brandon were engaged in a water fight, and when Keith sprayed him with the garden hose, Brandon flew into an unexpected rage. He'd locked himself in the bathroom where he proceeded to destroy items inside. Sheila alleged that she picked the lock, after which Brandon left the bathroom and Sheila became his target. That's when Brandon snapped. He punched and slapped Sheila in the face multiple times, kicked her in the legs, and bit her on the forearm. She followed as he ran for the kitchen and grabbed 2 table knives out of a drawer. Then, in a mad scramble, charged at his own mother. He trapped her in the family room and wouldn't allow her to leave. It seemed like something unthinkable was about to happen.
9-year-old trapped you in a family room.
But just when she thought there was no escape, police
my black ass brother would have murdered me here.
And the madness for now.
One, it was an 11-year-old.
My mom would have clotheslined the fuck out of me.
You listen. You think you listen. Let me tell you something. These 11-year-olds are starting to get strong, man. I don't know what's going on. With
Okay, let me put it this way.
my brother could fight me, and I'm like, listen here, sir. I'm gonna need you to tone it down, cause listen, you keep trying to fight me, I'm just gonna shoot you.
I come from a I told you how the adults in my family were.
Yeah,
You
y'all
really
bully other
think
children, but
we don't
like
bully
no.
them. We make them strong. Stop saying that shit on street. We make them strong. Okay, we have. Fuck you. My childhood was fine. Anyway.
Yeah. My man just let out a whole lot of trauma on the street. But like the problem being is like no, like I mean, like yeah, your mama would have clotheslined you or whatever, but like you still had a knife.
What a running
I need
start.
you to realize like black families have a lot of trauma.
Honey, my mom was from Lake Charles, Louisiana. You think
it don't matter? There's a lot of trauma going down her entire lineage. We really don't even need to talk about it. We just know it's there. So like literally the spanking of your kids, literally traumatizing. Let's like literally continue.
Are you slavery? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So point being is that it's different for a black family where like as a black child, you know like one or two things gonna happen if you take a swing at your mama. Either one, you'll be able to swing and you'll live.
In my heart.
Either one, you'll take the swing and maybe you'll live at the end of the day.
Maybe.
Or two, you'll take the swing and like your mother actually feels bad for you and you'll get away with it. Those things, like as a kid,
what?
no,
When does
stop.
That part
Listen. As a kid, you are very easily able to pick up what you are able and not able to get away with, and you start always taking chips at the wall until either you break it or you finally like, listen, I'm gonna leave it alone because I'm gonna get crushed, or you keep chipping until you crush whoever's behind it.
Fair enough.
So like a lot of these kids know when or how far they can take it. This kid obviously knew that his mother does not stop his anger fits, so he can do whatever he wants to do, and either she'll cower and hide, or he'll end up killing her. There's literally no other option for this kid. He knows what he can get away with here. And he's already made the decision at 11 to be like, listen, my mama ain't gonna do shit. I can literally threaten to stab her, and she won't do shit.
If I threaten to stab her, oh my God.
Again, the trauma in black families is entirely different.
I don't even think it's trauma. I think it's the expectations for children's behavior. Like, black families, you are supposed to be seen and not heard. And used for
which is also problematic and should not be a thing.
Listen, I believe there should be a compromise. I believe that I believe that children, I don't believe that we're 100% wrong in how we raise our children. Like with like that mentality, I feel like we should not do that to the extent where we make our children feel undervalued, feel like they don't matter. Because like a lot of times, what ends up happening is you make your child feel like they're a thing and not a person, which is like often what I felt like as a child. But if you can balance that, if you can fucking balance that, and be like, you are like what I'm going through with my daughter right now. You are important. You are a person. You are not the only person.
The problem with that being is that that's really hard to do for black families until you get therapy.
For any family, I haven't got therapy and I'm fine.
You're doing great. But you're also a therapist.
You.
You're also legally not a therapist, but you know what makes people tick, and you actually work with children a lot, so you know how these other black children feel. So you wish to never do that, and you understand the difference. For the regular average black family, who may have had a lot of people in their may not have had a lot of people in their family go to college to learn certain things and certain behaviors.
That's not the average black family anymore.
Okay,
I'm just
you
saying
say that's not the average black family. Okay, we'll say it's not average, but for the people that may have that, coming from a lower income status, a mental state where listen, you have to always do better. I'm not saying that's the wrong mental state because it's actually correct. I remember when I was before I was like, listen, that's dumb. I don't have to be 10 times. But truly now it's fucking changing, but slow as fuck. But I said that state that time is slowly changing. It's changing, but it's slow as hell. It's slowly going to listen, we're starting our own black businesses. So now you ain't gotta work 10 times as hard. You gotta work hard to get where you need to go to be inside of be a part of these own businesses. You can start your own businesses. But like, yeah,
no,
that's
I
only been a
okay.
more recent thing. But like for like again, the expectation of like a black child is entirely different from like the rest of the
Not
world.
really recent. It's just now they don't burn down our businesses anymore. Like back in the
That
day, you
that's
would.
still that's still fairly recent, man.
You know what? When a motherfucker's right, a motherfucker's right.
My point being is like the expectation for a black child in the black family is entirely different than anyone else.
Oh
There's
yeah.
literally no comparison. Like it's either like again what you said, like you be seen not heard, which is again problematic in a sense. You can say that
Which
you
is
can try to balance
funny.
it.
It's just funny because as much as like immigrants try to separate themselves from blackness, like our cultures are very similar when you adjust for economic situations. God damn, you gotta be 10 times better than everyone else. Oh, guys.
But yeah,
Yeah, real talk.
now you just start a business and then you kind of just rock with it.
I mean, if it's successful, hopefully it's
More
successful.
than likely it'll be
Which I
successful.
want to start making soap, but I'm too lazy to have a social media presence.
Yeah. See, listen, I'm in the middle of doing that right now. All right, anyway,
You want to be my
we'll
social
continue.
media manager?
No, I already have to
Sheila
manage my
only
own.
sustained a small wound
God
to her
damn
right
it.
forearm, but her fears about her son's behavior leading up to this point had been all but confirmed. The incident ended in Brandon
Yeah, you
receiving
got him a
several
gun.
months of probation. After that incident with his mother, everything continued in the same direction, and every year, Brandon would ascend another step on that stairway to madness. He quit school in 2014 and never got beyond the 6th grade level. He stayed home, his depression ever present, and isolated from the world, worsening his condition.
There are one or two things that this mother did. She either
The
was
fact
like,
that you let him stop socializing with other people and stay home because he didn't like school is
but you
wild
have
to
to
me.
realize this is 6th grade. So what is 6th grade? How old are you in
That
sixth
is
grade? Like
what
12, 13?
fifth grade is the first level of middle school. My daughter's 11. Sixth grade is 11.
So this was, I guess, slightly after him attending the stab. You have to realize that like this is fairly recent to him just trying to stab her. So more than like one or two. Wait, no, he said when he was 14. He completely stopped at 14. He never got past the 6th grade level education. So he probably
Maybe
was repeating.
he got
He was
held
probably
back a
repeating the
couple
same
times.
grade. But like the point being is like like you have to. I don't want to sympathize with this mother because eventually down the line she's stupid. But you also have to understand, like, at this moment in time, she's in 100% fear of her life constantly. Like, you are now living in a house with a child that you know has the capacity and thought process to murder you.
You know what I
He
think?
will do such.
You know what I honestly think? This is fucked up. I honestly think that like she was hoping that he kill himself.
I don't know why you think that. I don't think so
Because
because it seems like she cares because like she tried for what it seems like later down the line you'll hear it later on like she tries to have conversations with him but like it doesn't seem like he picks up on the convos like he's not very well socialized because one you probably don't take him into social situations a lot. His only
I feel
social
like he doesn't
situation
have
is
the
school.
mental capacity for social situations.
I
But
don't
I feel
think
like
he doesn't because he does because he gets a job. He just decides that he
mean
doesn't want to do it
shit.
anymore.
Yeah, no, I feel like he doesn't have the like he has a like I feel like he oh god you don't call it Asperger's anymore. I feel like he's highly functioning autistic. I hate that. I hate that that fake
Not the
ass
point.
term
On
is now a real
task.
term because one dude was an asshole. Anyways, I gotta blow my nose. Hold on one second.
Blow your nose, woman.
Okay. I feel like he did not have the like social like I feel like mentally he didn't pick up on social cues. He obviously had issues with morality going on with him. I feel like I don't know, man.
So hold on, or you
I,
don't know.
it's a little bit I don't know. Okay, I just feel like he. I feel like with him it's like you should not have taken him out of school. You should not have given him the option to isolate.
Again, I don't think that she felt she had the option in the scenario because now he's 14. Obviously, you see that dumbbell on that thing. He been lifting. He don't look big. He looks scrawny still, but he been trying to lift some. So like obviously like she's an older woman, more than likely afraid for her life at any point in time that he's gonna take that dumbbell and take it to her skull. So like she's like, listen, he don't want to listen. He has a lot of anger issues. Like, and that's what I feel like the problem was. Like, I feel like she wasn't stern enough when she was younger. She didn't take she didn't take notice of this as early as she should have. And especially the scenario with his father killing himself and him knowing exactly why. Well, he will definitely hold some resentment to listening towards his mother because he knows that his father killed himself in relation to the conversation that they had, where she was basically like, "Hey, yo, I don't care if you do it anyway. Go ahead, do it."
That bleeds into my point of why I think that she was hoping that he would follow in his father's footsteps and kill himself. And I say that because I think to myself about like medical nurses that murder people, right? They do it, they do certain things or give their patients things or do things to their patients that they know will ultimately hurt their patient or whatever because they feel like they're being benevolent. I feel like maybe she thought, okay, my son is manic. He makes me live in constant fear. He's afraid of me. I'm afraid of him. He's probably afraid of himself, depending on how he reacts to these situations. Maybe if I get him a gun, he'll put us all out of our misery by doing the quote right thing. And she's not gonna say that, but I believe in the beginning of this video they referenced something to a sign. You said something about there was a suicide sign, and they both joked about it.
Okay, we'll get to that point. It's not too much longer away.
It seemed to
Okay,
manifest
I
in
just
his
say I
chilling
think
search history. You've already learned about his obsession with My Little Pony, but while left alone, Brandon had been researching something far more sinister. In 2015, Brandon was assessed by the Riley Children's Foundation. His search history included an obsessive interest in mass shootings. He told the assessor that, quote, "I feel bad for the victims, the families." When asked if he could put himself in the shoes of the perpetrators, he denied it, saying, "I don't want to waste my time doing something like that. It's a hassle," and that he wouldn't want to cause families any trauma. Chillingly, the assessor concluded that Brandon seemed to empathize with the victims, despite the fact
so
that he
he knew to
also admitted
lie.
to sharing
Okay,
memes and jokes about
that's
them with
that's
his
scary.
friends.
Yeah, so like, yeah, that's what I was listening to yesterday. I was like, no. So he knows to say like they like from that scenario. One, he
That
doesn't
makes him way
empathize.
more dangerous.
He literally
Yeah.
just said, "Hey, it's just a hassle. Like I do it. I just don't feel like it. It's too much work."
He didn't say no. I can't. I do. I would have.
He said it's a hassle, and then he goes
That's
on to say, "I feel bad for the victims because like he realized like what I previously just said makes me seem like a psychopath."
Yeah.
So like I have to understand it like I could never do it. It's a hassle, but I also empathize with the victims. But then I also like organizing the content. I'm assuming this kid's on Live Leak. I'm assuming like he likes Live Leak content, which is basically just watching people just get murdered in horrific ways.
Snuff films. They're basically stuff.
Yeah, snuff films. He likes
so
because like that's what he says. That's what he says later. Like it's either later on. It was in the previous screenshot where he talks about like he likes like finding the things that seem rare, like the rare finds, which is basically those snuff pictures and films.
I think that the moment you found out he was a furry, it should have been a humane double tap.
Wow, old Yeller.
Yes, you want to be a dog?
Go ahead,
Let's
sniff
treat
the
you like
roses.
a dog. Look
Then
at the sunset, Georgie.
10-year-old Brandon made the decision to follow through with something he'd planned to do for quite some time. It was March 2nd, 2020.
Also, what kid
And
has
like,
a duffel?
well, drive me to the gun store and
Here
I'll
we
just
go.
look around. On the way to the gun store, we saw.
On the way to the gun store, we thought. That's a hell of a sentence, lady.
This man. Oh, wait, I think I did the crime one. Fuck, I did the crime one. Hold on. Wait, which one's the angry one? 7. There we go. All right, back to my point, right? This chick knows all of his mental health issues. She is his mother. She knows all of his mental health issues. If you want to go ahead and say that she wanted him to end himself, sure. If that's what we want to sit here and believe, we can go ahead. We can go ahead and believe it.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, you now know that this kid is obsessed with mass shootings. He's obsessed with snuff films and pictures. He's attempted to kill you on at least one occasion that you talked about and that you called the police on.
Was he hiding the stuff film?
I think later on, like doing the commentary slightly after this, they'll go into like how he didn't want anybody to go on his computer or whatever, and that's what he found out the other information.
Whoa! And the fact that It's fine. This is just okay.
The
This
fact
is
that he
not
had the
safe.
privacy to do such. My point being is that like this mother knows all of this kid's mental issues, and even if she wanted him to like to just end it all, what she should have did since the beginning is on that
Is
day
the moment she found out he was a brony, she just put a
stop
little brony.
saying
What?
that. That is not
What?
the point.
That is
Okay?
the
The
entire
point
point.
being is
Lies
that
does not
once she
save that
found
girl.
out that this kid was in the mass murders and all these other things, she should have
And
tried
My
harder
Little
to get
Pony,
either get him more help,
or
to either get him
yeah,
put away.
little rat poison in it, and say he did it himself.
That
That's
is
what he did.
murder, and she obviously would not get away with it.
It's not murder. You're a hero. Okay,
Stop. Listen.
if
You gonna get
motherfuckers
me
want to
canceled
defend the
before I
cop,
even start, bro. You gonna get me canceled.
okay, fine. I'll say what I gotta say off screen. I respect you now because I'm not mad.
But here, let's go
But
back to the situation where she talks about the
yeah,
thing. All right, here we go.
Around. On the way to the gun store, we saw a sticker that said hashtag stop life. And he's like, there's your sign. And I was like, okay, well, if you buy a gun, there's your sign. You know, I got to take that away from you. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, and he did buy it without bullets.
The store was out of ammunition that day.
see,
She let him buy a gun.
Go back to the conversation.
Did you miss the convo?
Go back to it.
What about the convo?
I want to hear it again to make sure I had it correctly.
Lord. What the fuck was that?
He blowing my nose.
Yo, sound like a goddamn whale. Scared the shit out of me.
Like, well,
It's like, bro, who just moved the couch?
On the way to the gun store, we saw a sticker that said hashtag stop life. And he's like, there's your sign. And I was like, okay, well, if you buy a gun, there's your sign. You know, I got to take that away from you. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, and he did buy it without bullets.
The store was out of ammunition that day. That night, Sheila and her daughter devised a plan. The situation was far too perilous, and they couldn't just sit back and watch to see what became of it. They had to act. If not, Sheila feared, perhaps Brandon would follow through and take his own life, just as his father had done several years prior. Or something much, much worse.
See, and I knew you were wrong. Because she obviously sent him to the facility because she was afraid that he would actually take his own life. Because, like, you have to also think, like, yeah, her child is a literal menace to society.
You literally let him get a gun. Literally.
But not just a menace to society. This is the only thing that she has left.
She has a daughter. She said she has to plan with her daughter.
Well, I doubt that her daughter lives with her.
I doubt she wants her son to live with her. Left. Huh. Wow. Wow. You do this thing where you say something really kind of profound and then you immediately fuck it up. And I just wanted to let you know that's a talent I didn't know existed. Thank you for letting me know. So talented.
The following morning, they traveled to the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department and filed a case report telling of his troubled past and how he planned to point his shotgun at police, thereby ensuring his death. Later that same day, on March 3rd, several officers telling of his troubled past and how he planned to point his shotgun gun at police, thereby ensuring his death. Later that same day, on March 3rd, several officers and members of the Indianapolis Mobile Crisis Assistance Team, or MCAT, responded to Sheila's home. Upon entering, Brandon was placed in handcuffs, with the police report stating that Brandon had become quite anxious, and his main focus was ensuring that no one looked at his computer. What police would find on that computer would leave Sheila utterly shocked, with the search revealing extremist websites in his history. At this time, Brandon's gun was confiscated under Indiana's red flag law. When Brandon was taken to Eskenazi Hospital for further assessment, she hoped he'd be put on a 72-hour hold. But instead, somehow, he was in and out in under 2 hours.
That's the
To
police's
Sheila's utter
fault.
surprise, an
That's
emergency
the
medicine
hospital's
doctor
fault.
determined there was no diagnosis, and
That's the
Brandon
hospital's fault.
denied having any issue.
Sure.
All right, we're taking a quick break. I gotta do something really quickly, so we're just gonna take like a quick break, and I'm gonna just pause the stream, and I'll be right back. All right. Oh, do you hear me as well?
Yeah, I got you guys.
All right, I'm gonna mute the stream.
the stream or
No,
start it over.
we're back. We're finishing this last video, bro.
And
Listen.
I've had so many freaking cases come in. I'm still entering cases, and like none of these hospitals are picking up.
Well, listen. You were muted in the meantime. You're fine. You're not going to jail for leaking medical information. But if anybody needs a toilet put on, at me, bro. But I will charge exorbitant prices
You put a toilet on that fast?
Yes.
Oh, what makes you? So for the you're gonna get mad at me for asking this. Your stream for the Spelljammer thing.
All right, well, I'm in the stream. All right, again, sorry about that stream. Again, if any of y'all niggas need a toilet put on, hit me. One, I'm charging for distance. And two, I'm charging for the amount of effort I just put in. But I tell you what, your toilet will be on in at least 25 minutes. I charge for speed too. All right, anyway. Whew. Where we at? This is about what?
Are we still doing Spelljammer?
Bro, ask Lloyd that question. All right, so we were at Brandon's being Brandon was supposed to be on a 72-hour hold, but only got 2 hours due to the incompetence of the medical professional.
My guy said, "Fuck you and the fuck this."
All right, let's go.
There's no record that indicates
So you-
normal psychological
you have a phone
assessment
call?
was ever conducted on
No, I was
Brandon
making
during
sure I
this
wasn't
visit.
on the phone.
Despite Sheila's cries
All
for
right,
help.
I am muting to
A
take
few
a call
days after
now.
the visit
So
was
All right, well, I'll be
conducted,
talking, so-
a detective contacted Sheila concerning his confiscated
know
shotgun.
that when I come in, I'm coming in hot.
Oh boy.
What happened with Brandon?
Oh boy.
My role
Oh
in this is
boy.
simply just to see if we're going to file a retention case. If they file
Wait,
a
my mouth's
retention
not
case,
working
he
no
would
more.
also be deemed to be a dangerous person, which only
Ah.
means that he wouldn't be able to purchase a firearm. This isn't a criminal record, and it's not. You can't even see it. Like if somebody were to search for criminal cases and stuff, these cases don't go into there because they're just civil. Once they get filed, like if I needed to check on one, I can't even do it. I have to send an email to the prosecutor's office and ask them to look because they're the only ones that can access it. So to see like what the status of it is.
Then, when the FBI visited with Sheila the following month, they would unknowingly add fuel to the fire. An agent, along with another officer, visited Sheila's home and asked to meet with Brandon. When the agent asked Brandon what he planned to do with his life, Brandon replied that perhaps he could join the FBI. In response, the agent made it clear that wouldn't be an option for him. Perhaps this was the straw that broke the camel's back. It would be exactly 1 year to this very day that Brandon would unleash the inner demons he'd been harboring since early childhood. At the conclusion of the meeting, all intelligence that had been gathered on Brandon revealed the last thing Sheila or any mother would ever want to hear about their own son. Brandon had all the makings of a mass shooter. Some of the red flags that the FBI may have recognized in Brandon were that he was a loner with feelings of rejection from society, as well as feeling like he was being treated unfairly, and his belief that he was a victim. Other red flags that Brandon showed were his symptoms of depression, homicidal thoughts, violent fantasies, and anger problems. In conjunction with the other warning signs were his traits of narcissism, and most concerning of all, his fixation on past school shootings and mass murderers. Despite the exchange with the FBI agent, Brandon, for a time, seemed to be on the up and up. He found a job in 2020, and he seemed to enjoy working at the local FedEx SmartPost facility. Maybe this was the new beginning Sheila had hoped for after all those arduous years. Maybe Brandon was finally improving. But it wasn't the case, and in fact, he was only just ascending into peak madness. In the months before he would do the unthinkable, Brandon quit showing up for work. It seemed he couldn't bring himself to get out of bed. By October, his stint at the FedEx facility had officially come to an end. It was mid-March of 2021, and Brandon had moved back to his mother's home.
Bro, this...
And Sheila had to fight the system in order to get her son in front.
Okay, this wasn't even that long ago, bro. Like, this was what, 2021? That's not even that long ago, dude. That's what's crazy to me. That means if this was 2021, he's 18. We know he was an 11 in like, was it 2012, 2011, something like that. He's around my age, bruh. Maybe 2-3 years younger than me, something like that. And he did this crazy stuff, bro. That's wild to me.
In front of a mental health professional before he was finally assessed.
Hold on, wait. Did they say she had to fight to get him there? Hold on. Once again, Sheila. Hold on. Okay, let's go. Hold on. Let's
Move back to his mother's home. Once again, Sheila had to fight the system in order to get her son in front of a mental health professional.
So she had. Okay. Listen. I don't like this woman at all. Like in the slightest. I do not like this woman. Okay, I do not. 100% do not like this woman. But the fact that she even had to fight the system. The fact that she even had to fight the system to get her son in front of a medical professional after everything that he was diagnosed with is literally criminally insane. Like that, like healthcare in America is shit. If you have to fight to get somebody who's mentally ill and could probably kill people to be assessed by a medical professional, you have to fight to get a murderer, a potential murderer assessed. That's wild. That shouldn't even be a thought. They're just like, all right, listen, due to his past, he has very violent behavior. Yeah, we need to assess this kid, or he's gonna kill people. But like, nah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Why you keep trying to fight to give him assessed? Do you not like your child or like all this other bull? Like, that's ridiculous, bruh. Kids out here murdering people, and you just like, nah, they don't need to be assessed. They're fine. Only in America. Mostly in America. I won't say only in America. It's probably in other places. Majority in America.
Before he was finally assessed.
It's only in America.
Multiple
Well, then only in America.
A variety of Brandon's conditions, amongst them
Yes, hello. My name is
generalized
Jasmine
anxiety
with Georgia.
disorder,
I beg.
recurrent
I'm not a
major
patient
depressive disorder. Meanwhile, even while he was in therapy, this is an actual list of the items he was purchasing. As he was making these purchases, he attended another session with a social worker.
Hold on, what are his purchases? So, shipping insurance, BCM Gunfighter Mod 3, so vertical grip, 2 vertical grips, rear receiver, I have no paraclick adapter, I have no clue what that is. Listen, I don't know a lot of these. Rail sling attachment, a sling, angled grip, gun cleaner, Real Avid Gun Boss. Homie bought an AR. Wait, is it? Okay, hold on. Let's verify that a Real Avid Gun Boss is an AR-15. Wait, what? What's that about? Wait, where am I located right now? What's my... Oh. My VPN is on. You know what? Good, because that literally showed an IP address. Thank God that literally wasn't mine. Alright, listen, we can't search. Well, actually, no, I'll search on my other monitor. Don't worry about it. So, Real Avid Gun Boss. So it's a gun. Okay, so that's the website. Real Avid Gun Boss is the website, but it looks like he purchased an AR-15. Okay, he could have purchased one of many items. It could have been an AR-15 cleaner, the way that website works. It's a really odd website. So it looks like he bought an AR-15. I can't tell if it's a cleaner kit or whatever. But hey, he was able to purchase this online.
The point of no return. The following day, he attended a session with a different social worker, stating.
Okay, so he did buy the AR-15.
And no.
I'm sorry. Is that a My Little Pony sticker on your AR-15, bro? Listen, you're taking it too far. That's taking it too far. That's ridiculous.
Lives of others, including his own flesh and blood. 2 weeks later, in what would be his final counseling session, he stated the same thing again. But what he added this time was chilling.
So this kid states that he has no care for human life, if I'm correct. Let's go back. He had no care for the lives of others. And they did not put this kid away. They did not put this 18-year-old away anywhere. They went, nope, We're not gonna do it. We're not gonna do it. We ain't gonna put him away. There's no need to put this kid away who literally just stated to us, a medical professional, who literally just said to me, I have no care for the lives of others. And then in your very next session, he says to you, I am a danger to society. And what do you do? What do you... Bro, what the fuck? Bro, let me be angry, nigga. What the fuck? Oh, wait, what happened? God damn it. Hold on. It's being weird. Hold on. VTuber, be angry, bro. Hold on. Bro, it won't let me be angry anymore, man. Oh. That is... Oh, there we go. Hold on. I'm angry now. Hold on. Wait, where was the spot that we were at? Okay. So, okay, my VTuber's angry now. Thank God. I finally got there. I don't know what was going on. My nunlock was off. That is not the point. The point being is he says all this. He says all this, and they just go, nah, it's fine. Let him out. He can still be out in the real world. No, he needs to be locked up in any mental institution that you can find. He does not need to be around others. He never needs to be, and he never should have been around anyone else beside himself and the padded walls of his mentally insane cell. Shit got me hot, bro.
Chilling. Brandon claimed he was a danger to society, and that society should fear him. And he was right.
Marion County.
Bruh! He says all this in your meeting and you don't call the police? Fucking ridiculous, mate. It's fucking wild. God, dude, it's disappointing, bro.
911.
There's been a shooting. Okay. Multiple shots.
How many shots were fired?
A lot.
It started the night Brandon...
Also, that's a dumb fucking question for police to ask. How many shots were fired? Nigga, does it fucking matter? We're being shot at.
Smart Post facility sometime around 11 p.m. on April 15th, 2021. That particular evening was nothing out of the ordinary. Sheila returned home from work with dinner for Brandon and found him to be in a pleasant mood. After he ate, he took a relaxing bath. Then they both went to bed. Or so Sheila thought. Once inside the FedEx Smart Post facility, Brandon makes his way through, savagely opening fire on everyone in his path. Then he moves through the lobby, assassinating employees at random as they attempt to run for their lives. Soon after, he returns to the parking lot and immediately opens fire on those unfortunate enough to be in close proximity. 911 calls flood local dispatchers as Brandon continues his murderous undertaking.
I think there's possibly multiple shooters. I hear them outside. I'm in the control room. There's 3 of us in here. Sorry.
Okay, so what I need for you guys to do, like I said, stay down, make sure your door is locked. Put something against that door if you can to keep yourself safe, okay?
This operator got the right idea. He ain't go, how many shooters? No. Make sure you are safe. Put something in front of that door. He ain't start out with, how many shots were fired? How many shots? You think there's multiple shooters? How many shooters would you assume that there are? Like, I think there's a lot of them, or just maybe a few. Dumbass fucking questions, bitch.
Okay, they're on the way.
In a matter of minutes, the premises transformed into a nightmare.
There's somebody out in the parking lot with a rifle shooting. We got the guy in here. We got him in here. He's been shot.
Okay.
He's in our shack with us.
Hey, stay on the line for me. Let me get medics on the phone. I'm not going to hang up, okay? Stay with me.
There is at least one person down. Send an ambulance or 2, please.
Yeah, we have the ambulance and the officers en route.
But they have an AR-15. I'm not sure how many other guns they have, but I know they at least have 1 assault rifle.
They're still shooting.
Okay, stay on the line. They're already on the way to you, okay? But stay on the line with me. Keep yourself safe. I need you to let me know anything that happens, okay?
Well, no, I just hear a lot of gunshots and a lot of people around.
Okay, hold on. Stay on the line.
The emergency calls continue to pour in as the casualties are mounting. Dispatchers frantically assist callers as the horror continues to unfold.
We have shots fired. We need police. They're still shooting as we speak. He's already shot about 5 people. The shooters in the building.
You said there were 5 people shot there? Or he got...
The first officers are arriving at the scene. Dispatchers and responding officers communicate in real time. However, in the midst of the chaos, details are not yet clear.
Have we confirmed whether we have 1 or 2 shooters?
Reports are saying 2 shooters. Okay, is it 1 person, 2 person?
Can't tell if just multiple rifle shots, but it sounds like the same report, so I'm assuming 1.
Okay, are they inside or outside?
Last they were outside.
Okay.
I'm getting information that he was still inside the building from somebody pulling off the lot.
Footage reveals that after carrying out his plan, Brandon returned to an earlier location in the FedEx facility. Without so much as a shred of hesitation, he then proceeded to end one more life, his own. Employees on site continue to place calls, begging and pleading for help in this surreal nightmare that has been sprung upon them without warning. As far as they are aware, the shooter is still preying on victims.
Is there someplace you can get safe? I want you to stay safe, okay?
I don't know because I still hear gunshots.
Okay.
And they're inside the building.
Is there someplace you can hide? Is there a desk, something you can get under?
I'm at door 235. There is a trailer on this door. Get under. Slide under there.
Someplace where you can stay safe, okay? Really well, okay? Stay with me, okay?
As Natasha and another employee remain hidden, well over 100 officers are dispatched to the scene.
2 more down, car and parking lot, white Toyota Camry.
Another one down by Silver Explorer, front row. Control, advise Eskenazi will have multiple patients. Advise them to be ready.
I'm outside the lobby. I had to get all the people out. He couldn't get through the turnstiles, but he was sticking the gun through. So when he went out to the parking lot, I rushed everybody back through our second set of turnstiles and sent them in their trucks.
Is there a certain entrance number or door that we can note here in the run so they know where to get to you? And how many people are with you?
I can get the cops through. Uh-oh, somebody's at the door out there. Is that a police officer or is it him again? It's a police officer. It's a police officer.
Judy encounters the officers as they make their way through the building to secure the scene. Dispatchers check in with callers who have remained on the lines.
The officers know where you are, okay? I've put that in there, okay? Do you want to stay on the line with me until you get
please
there?
Don't leave me.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm not going to leave you. I will not leave you then, okay? I'm going to stay with you then, okay? You're fine, okay? That's perfectly fine.
After more than 30 minutes with the dispatcher, Natasha's wait is over.
Help! 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 I'm under.
Allegedly, because of the facility's policy that employees couldn't carry cell phones in certain areas, some workers may not have been able to phone for help or contact friends and family during the shooting. The killing spree had come.
That is dumb. I just want you to know that is stupid. For a job to be like, you cannot carry your cell phone in a certain area is one, ridiculous. That should never be a policy, because if any emergency goes down, how are people to know to help you? What are you to do if something like this happens and then you cannot call for help because you have a no cell phone zone? That should literally not be a thing. The same way that I think that in schools, you should always be able to have your cell phone on you regardless of the situation. Because if something like this happens, what am I to do? Just sit there and just die because you think I shouldn't have had a cell phone in a certain zone? Like, if you want to be like, hey, don't use your cell phone in this area. If we catch you, we will reprimand you. That is another conversation. But for you to be like entirely, nope, no cell phones in here. If we catch you with a cell phone in here, you'll be fired. Have all these other things happen. That is stupid. That is ridiculous. And that should not be a thing. I don't care if you're in a factory or whatever. That opinion is dumb. Because in this situation, obviously, there were some people who weren't able to call for help. And if he was able to get in there, everybody in there would have been gunned down. Nobody would have known besides hearing the shots. Police officers wouldn't have found out till late where other people were. If the killer could have been hiding in that room, they would have been able to find out all the information if they could have had cell phones in this room. So that's stupid. That's a dumb policy, and no job should ever have that bullshit.
Come to an end, but the aftermath of the attack is difficult to fathom.
He shot so many people. Oh my God, he got Uncle, and Uncle's only been here a week. They're dead out here.
8
That's
innocent
fucking
unwitting
sad, bro.
victims' lives ended abruptly. Soon, Brandon is located by officers as they confirm that he is now deceased. It was then that Brandon's disturbing motive was revealed. Brandon was heartbroken over a My Little Pony character. In his final Facebook post on April 15th, 2021, he wrote, "I hope that I can be with Applejack in the afterlife. My life has no meaning without her. If there's no afterlife and she isn't real, then my life never mattered anyway."
But I kind of just need to talk
That's fucking dumb.
to you about what happened that day and how you're feeling about whether you'd want it back or if you.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, but I don't want it back at all. It's fine.
What would be your goal for us to do?
Whoa, what? Ain't no fucking way. Earlier, they had the conversation about registering him as a retention, as a danger to society, so he can never have a gun. It's not that he went to sneak and bought a gun. His mother never fucking registered him, so he has the option to get that first gun back, ends up buying an AR. This is no longer what I believe to just be a murderous child. This is 100% that mother's fault. She's 100% at fault for this. They are both accountable for this action. Personally, I think she should also be jailed for life. She should take whatever sentence he would have got for herself, for her inactiveness in this scenario, as well as the other therapist that decided to do the exact same shit. No, I cannot hear you. Wait, oh my bad. I forgot I have you muted because you were on a call and you didn't mute.
Motherfucker. First you steal my ideas, then you have the audacity to mute me on your stream.
Ma'am, would you like to get in jail for would you like to be in jail for leaking medical information?
I muted myself, you fucking fool.
I didn't know. I had you muted because you didn't initially mute. I was able to hear the first beginning of your call. You know your call spiel? Hi, my name is with the Georgia Eye Bank. Yeah, you want to talk about that?
Oops.
Yeah. Be glad you're not in jail right now. Like this fucking dumbass mother and that damn first therapist and the second therapist and the detective. Everybody that worked with this nigga should be in jail.
Okay.
There's not a single person here that is not guilty in this scenario.
Okay.
They had literally every sign that this kid was going to go on a rampage at some point. They were told at a very young age that he has all the signs of a mass shooter, word for word, bar for bar. And they went, nah, we're going to take him to buy a gun when he's 18. And then they went, all right, I want him put away for 72 hours. All right, and then they said, hey, guess what? We could register him so it is illegal for him to own a firearm. But how unfortunate, nobody will be able to see that information unless you literally call the courthouse itself. But he'll still be registered and not be able to have a gun, and it'll be a fucking felony.
What did the mom think the gun was for?
I don't know. I
it's
don't
like
care.
so...
He got a job. He got his first job. He worked at FedEx for a while. Then apparently he bought an AR from a website. A lot of other purchases that came through for stock attachments, sling attachments, ammo, clean the gun, do this, that, and the third. He bought all that shit. He got fired. He stopped wanting to work at FedEx, which apparently may have been around the time that he thought that he could never be with Applejack. Bitch, it's a fucking horse. Like, who the fuck? What do you think you're gonna do with a fucking horse, nigga? You're weird. You're corny. You're ass. You're trash.
Back to my theory of humanely double tapping furries. Are you on board? Did we get a recruit for the cause?
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't even think that even if he wasn't a furry, that this wouldn't have fucking happened. I think if he literally had a regular girlfriend that broke up with him, he would have not only killed her, but still killed the niggas at FedEx.
Oh, for sure. He was gonna be a killer no matter what.
And nobody did shit.
You're not wrong. This is all factual and true, yes.
Everybody that ever worked with this kid is at fault, especially this dumbass detective right now that's asking, hey, would you like your fucking gun back, you mentally ill son of a bitch?
I'm sorry.
No, he said he didn't want it. You want to probably know why?
Because he's on a
Fucking later bought an AR. Did it fucking matter if he had a pistol? A shotgun? I don't think the shotgun would fucking need it. When you got more rounds than that some bitch, I don't think you need a shotgun.
Some bitch. Oh, you country as fuck. Oh, I forget sometimes.
I'ma punch the fuck out of you.
Wow, violence.
And then this pussy ass nigga fucking kills himself?
Yeah, that is
over a horse?
Over a horse.
We won't even say over a bitch.
Oh, I have so much true crime to show you.
Like, nigga. That why's my kid? Stop fucking crying, you pussy. Fucking get rid of that fucking. I accidentally hit the 4 key. Then Mirage started fucking crying. Like, this shit is dumb. It's dumb. None of it. When he was 11, he should have been put away for life. End of the conversation. At 11, he should have never made it outside into the outside world past 11. And if you want to give him the 14, go ahead, sure. Maybe let it play out a little bit. At 14, when he started being super into mass shooting and shit after all his prior mental illnesses, pat itself for the rest of his life.
The moment you're into My Little Pony past 12, he made double tap.
Pat itself for the rest of. Stop with the furry shit. That's not the problem. Even if he wasn't a fucking furry, he would have ended up. He would have found some other shit. It would have been a fucking predator or something. Some weird fuck. It doesn't matter. Okay. This nigga should have been locked up since he was 11. If you want to give him 14 just to see if it plays out, maybe he gets better. Fuck it. Give him 14.
TJ, if this is entry level true crime. If you're about to be mad about the system failing people like them because it slipped in the crime jail, I don't think we should get into serial killers.
This isn't.
Yeah, the world is a horrible place. I live in the darkness, TJ. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to bring you here. Go back into the light, my son. Go watch video game videos.
With the gun.
Just destroy it. Or,
okay.
Well, yeah. I'd say that. Because I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about getting my life back on track. I don't have any mental health issues that I'm aware of. I don't think I do.
Who the fuck lied to this dumbass child? It had to be his mama. It 100% had to be his mama that told him there's nothing wrong with you. There's no way. He got diagnosed with all this shit. His mama did not let him know. At least one. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's lying or not. Because truthfully, I believe the mother is ignorant and dumb enough to not even tell him any of this. Just be like, hey, take your medication. Which I don't even think she probably enforced if they did give the medication. Even if she pushed for medication. You know, at this point, I don't even think the medical system would have been good enough to give him the fucking medication. But that's not the point. The point here, babe, is not only did you let him buy a gun at 18.
Yes, we agreed together.
You then did not monitor his behavior. Try to get him put away for even longer. Any of that. Try to tell anybody anything. You let him basically lose all of his life because he wanted to stay home from school. You wanted to keep failing the 6th grade. You did nothing for that. Later on, he gets a gun. And it gets taken away because you were afraid of him having a gun. Probably because at some point during that time period, the only reason why you were afraid is because at some point he probably threatened you. That probably was your reasoning of why you wanted him to put it away. Because after he got the gun, he probably threatened you. You probably said some shit. He couldn't do this. He couldn't do that. And then he said, guess what? I'll shoot your ass. And you know what you said? You said, all right, we gonna make up a random lie saying he pointed a shotgun at police and then put him in jail for 72 hours. That didn't happen like you wanted it to. Because the medical professional at the facility was ignorant and stupid. She had no clue what she was doing. She probably wasn't even licensed to do the job. She just got the job off of some dumb fuckery luck or just off being just a general fucking idiot and had somebody in the system already that gave them a recommendation.
Maybe.
And let this kid loose. I don't even want to say you let this kid through the cracks because regardless of what cracks were filled up, he would have turned out to be a murderer anyway.
Yep.
But you didn't try to prevent this regardless. You didn't let him slip through the cracks. You let him create a goddamn hole in the fucking floor. It's fucking dumb.
I wouldn't say depressed, but my feelings for the reason why I got a gun is because I wanted to show my best friend who's really into hunting and stuff. Mainly, and also for like the fun of shooting it.
I mean, if you're getting it back on.
Hello?
What?
Do you get why I'm angry all the time?
I understand the radicalness. I get it now.
Do you understand why I'm so far left?
I understand the indoctrination.
Get radical, baby.
Go ahead and indoctrinate your child. I think it's a good idea.
He doesn't have the goal. He doesn't like burning stuff.
We'll turn it into Martin Luther, but a smart one.
I don't know what it's off. Track of it, or if it's just that you didn't get your high school diploma.
I mean, off track. I mean, it's that. I mean, I'd say that. I mean, do you think this like not doing anything with your life is on track? I mean, I don't think.
Well, no, but I also think that could make me sad and depressed if I felt like a failure or whatever. But apparently, that's not what you're feeling. So
I just signed up for GED. I'm gonna get.
First of all, he just signed up for GED. You know damn well he didn't get past 6th grade from that comment because that's not even a fucking sentence. At least not a correct one grammatically. And this dumbass detective goes, I would feel depressed, but apparently that's not how you're feeling. Do you really think this murderous child that was actually diagnosed with depression clinically, as well as all those other behavioral disorder diseases, well, behavioral disorders, not diseases, but behavioral disorders, really isn't fucking depressed? You really think they aren't depressed? You fucking raw again. I will fucking, you know what?
I'm going to counseling or therapy or.
You know what? This is my new favorite thing: watching True Crime with TJ. You know what? You're forgiven. I didn't know I needed this until now.
Concluded Brandon's purpose was to demonstrate his
Oh
masculinity
God, I
and
didn't know I
capability
needed it.
while fulfilling a final desire to experience killing people. It was a moment in time that further reinforced the importance of not only recognizing red flags, but acting upon them too. Those 8 lives that were lost that day ranged in age from 19 years to 74 years, and include Matthew Alexander, Samaria Blackwell, Emerjit Johal, Jasvinder Kaur, Jaswinder Singh, Emerjit Sekhan,
That sounds like a lot of brown black people.
Brandon.
2 of them are white from what I'm looking at. Potentially 3. Carly Smith, she looks like maybe mixed, ambiguous. Everyone else looks of Middle Eastern heritage. And apparently Josh Winder literally just started working a fucking week ago.
Ow.
Nigga was there for a week and got gunned down. He looked like he at least in his fucking 70s, bruh. Maybe 80s. Everybody else here look pretty young. We probably got 19. Samaria or Callie's either 19 or 20 something. Matthew definitely in his 20s, probably 25. Everyone else up here is maybe mid 40s to 60s. Apparently one of these motherfuckers is 94. It has to be Josh Winder. Why the fuck was a 94-year-old working in a FedEx? I probably would.
Capitalism. No, capitalism. So just because you're like on Medicaid doesn't mean, or what is Social Security?
You know what's crazy? You mentioned Social Security. I'm sorry, I have to fucking cut you off right now.
Okie dokie.
So Social Security. My mom has been constantly telling me, hey, yo, you better find a really good fucking job, like real fast. It's in about 10 years, they're getting rid of the majority of Social Security. The majority of the money that is going into Social Security, apparently they're getting rid of it.
And doing what with it?
Don't ask me. My mother hasn't told me. I probably should look into it at some point.
Welcome to the left. Oh.
Fuck the left, nigga. I'm in the goddamn wall.
Right. What we're going to do is we're going to skip leftistness. We're going to skip progressiveness because that's stupid. We're going to go all the way to the far left. I'm going to give you a book called A Certain Couple Manifestos to Read. And welcome to the team, comrade. Yeah, we're going to burn this shit down.
True crime is how I got indoctrinated. I can never believe that I'm going to fucking say that. But apparently I'm getting indoctrinated from fucking true crime.
I've been trying for a year, but look, all it took for you is to literally see how the system is set up to fail.
Ben's mother.
The fact that it took police long enough to get there, that he had the opportunity to kill himself, is fucking ridiculous.
See, this is
He
just for, like,
deserved at least 900 bullet holes.
So since you're into true crime, do you count like? Never mind. This is gonna be fun. I didn't know I needed this until this moment.
Wants her
I
son
just
to
want to
know
thank
that
you
when
for
she
this.
cries these days, it's not for him. It's for the victims. If she
Wait,
could
Wait,
talk
who
to him
the
fucking
fuck?
today, she'd
Wait, who the
say
fuck is crying?
him. Wants her
The
son to
mom.
know that when she cries these
Bitch,
days,
fuck you. Fuck
Oh.
you. All the way. All the way to
Right.
Sunday. Fuck Sunday.
All
We
the-
creating a new damn day called Fuck You Day, bitch. Because you are the
Okay.
reason this shit happened.
Okay.
You are literally the fucking reason. You are the failure in this child's life.
Oh, my ears just bleeding.
Not only you, everyone else this child has ever interacted with has failed him.
Yeah. That happens.
Fuck him. You didn't not failed him. Fuck him. Has failed every last one of these victims.
Yeah, that's 100% true. Yes, it is.
Because that's what y'all did. That kid would have ended up the way he was anyway. Y'all did nothing to stop him. Y'all failed the victims. Y'all didn't fail that fucking kid. Fuck him.
Okay.
it's not for him. It's for the
Stupid
victims.
ass bitch. Bill Sheila, fuck
If
you.
she could talk to him today, she'd say, I grieve those
Oh,
people
I just
more
looked at
than
the
I
victim.
ever will
Oh,
you.
damn.
Shut the fuck up. Fuck off. Fuck off. All right.
You know what's funny? You know when we're just playing video games and I'm not listening to music, I'm listening to true crime, and seeing someone like get this incensed about it, I'm just like, yeah, don't worry, you'll be numb soon. I go to sleep to these horror stories. There might be something wrong with me.
I'm gonna be fucking numb. I ain't gonna be fucking numb.
It's okay,
Be
bro.
fucking pissed off, bro.
Yes,
Jesus
be
fuck.
angry.
Jesus.
We're gonna need that, so lead it by all means. Um. Anyway, my dear sweet boy.
Okay, we're fine.
Ooh, so,
We're fine.
Okay,
We're not fine. We're fine in just a little bit. Nah. What the fuck? We're not.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. We
We're not
shouldn't be
okay.
fine.
We're not okay.
It's definitely not okay.
We're
So
not okay.
like,
We're
yeah, it's
we're
all bad. Jasmine doesn't seem so crazy now, does she? Huh? Does she? Sounds like a little radical ass makes sense now, don't I?
I understand.
Don't
I
I?
understand.
I'm sorry. You deserve better. Oh boy. Yeah, not so crazy now. Not so crazy now, am I, Mr. TJ? But yeah,
You're not safe.
I'm very safe.
No.
I have all the knives
You have all the knives.
and the guns. Also, you don't have.
I'm not gonna kill you. That's not. Oh. I'm not a murderer. I'm gonna put sand in your fucking gas tank. That's what I'm gonna fucking do.
Yo, you messed up my baby. I'm gonna mess up your life.
Put fucking sand in
your life, son. You touch my baby,
that's,
I touch
that,
the kid.
That's
bad. You know
listen, bro. I. Whatever. You want to do another one?
Are you ready to do
Fuck, bro, we're already 3 hours and 48 minutes into this fucking stream. Listen, I ain't got shit else to do the rest of the fucking night. I literally have nothing to do the rest of the fucking night, personally.
Well, that's not okay. I think serial killings will make you feel better. You're not used to regular crime. This is regular. This happens all the time.
No, we continue. We continue.
Okay.
Alright, let's look at another system where a 15-year-old is allowed to be a mass fucking killer so I can be disappointed in their entire family.
I was gonna say Carla Hamoka if you want to go to an extreme. Is that her fucking name? I don't remember. There's so many.
I don't know. Who is this? Who is this kid?
The following footage reveals.
So I don't show Nicholas Browning. Who the fuck is this?
Do you
that
want
sounds familiar.
Recent shit? Do you want child murders?
Damn it! I realize I can't fucking Google shit.
I can give you a whole documentary of just child murders if that's what you're into. That's not fucked up.
That's really weird to say out loud.
It really was. Like, if you want,
why does Nicholas Browning seem familiar?
I don't know.
That name seems familiar.
Oh my gosh.
Apparently, he has life imprisonment, but eligible for parole in 2031. Yeah, go ahead and let a fucking motherfucker that killed 4 people, aka his entire fucking family, his father, his mother, and both of his brothers. Yep.
Oh, do you want Family Annihilators? Oh shit, that's a
No,
whole.
no, I do not.
Oh,
But what I
okay.
really want to talk about is how he's eligible for parole. For what fucking reason is he being able to get out in the streets? He obviously killed his family with no remorse. So why the fuck do you think he won't kill people who do not care?
Is that the one who, like, every day in prison, he's like, I'm not gonna get into heaven unless I kill my grandma? Is that the guy you're talking about?
I don't know. Quadruple homicide of his entire family, for 4 counts of first-degree murder, and he is eligible for parole.
You know, we should
Tell me one nigga that has at least 1 count is eligible for parole.
We should do
And by nigga, I mean actual black person.
Oh no! Let me tell you something. If a black person was on that shit that a first kid was on, yeah, no, that's just what it. That wouldn't. That just simply would not do in the system that we have, and we know that already. So.
Oh my god. Anybody above the age of 45 shouldn't be in any system personally. That's just my opinion. Oh yeah, dude, I never got to finish watching this. A 13-year-old that killed his grandma for $155.
Bro, that's so. What? Who did his grandma piss off enough to get a hit on her? Second, was it at least like a gangster grandma? Oh, I thought someone.
A 13-year-old killed his grandma for $155.
So the way my mind did it is like someone put a hit on their grandma. Someone put a hit on his grandma and he took the hit. Oh, you know what my favorite true crime stories are?
A father who went on a 30-year killing spree. Jesus.
What serial killer is that?
I don't know. Carl Carlson. Yeah, he seems like a murder with a fucking name like that.
Oh yeah, he killed 2 families.
Just 2?
If I'm thinking of the right person, he killed his family, got away with it, left, and like started a whole new identity.
I can't fucking.
And then he got another family, and then killed them too. And then he got caught. He did something stupid and got caught, I think. Yeah.
How many people did he kill?
Like 8, probably.
Yeah, no, I'll be watching this one. I just saw a quick clip of a quick statement of what he did in 2008.
My butt's smoking, man. Well, my kids, I threw Levi out of the house by his hair. The girls went out the window. My eyes were burnt shut. It felt like somebody hit me in the face with 5 baseball bats at the same time. I could be sitting 2 feet from you, and you're not there. You're not there. You are not there. And it was pink elephants flying. You are not able to tell the truth right now. I need to put on a show to make it so nobody knows it happened. Showtime.
911, what's location of your emergency?
Yes, I live at 885 Yale Farm Road.
Okay.
I think I need an ambulance.
Okay, what's going on?
The truck fell on my stepson.
The truck fell on
Oh, I know this dude!
Just got home, and I don't think he's alive.
You don't think he's alive?
No, 885.
Okay, he's pinned underneath.
So what?
The truck?
Yeah, my husband's lifting up the truck. Honestly, I don't think he's alive.
Okay, how old is your son?
22.
And did your husband get the truck off of him?
He was jacking it up when I was just out there.
Okay, are you with your son right now?
He's not alive.
Is he breathing?
No.
He is not breathing. Okay.
No.
Okay, we're going to start CPR, okay?
Yeah, Carl, they want to start CPR. Do you know CPR? His chest is crushed.
His chest is crushed?
No. He's probably been under here for hours. Oh my God.
All right, what is your first name?
Cindy.
Cindy?
Cindy.
Okay, and your last name is Carlson?
Carlson. Oh my God. This is awful.
The 911 call you just heard was placed after Levi Carlson's stepmother discovered his lifeless body in the barn. He'd been performing repairs under his dad's old truck when it suddenly collapsed, effectively crushing every last remnant of life right out of him. 4 years later, in the interrogation room, years of unbelievable secrets would be revealed, exposing a story so shocking, you'll have to see it to believe it. What investigators would soon uncover was more twisted than they ever could have imagined, reaching much further than the tragic accident in his garage. The majority of the following interrogation footage has never been seen before. Carl Carlson had joined the Air Force and was stationed at the Grand Forks Air Force Base, located in North Dakota during the early 80s. Over the years, he headed a variety of failed business endeavors, including raising horses and a gourmet duck breeding venture. According to his older brother, Carl was never skilled when it came to money management. Of course, this claim will take on a whole new meaning later. In 1983, he married Christina Alexander, and together the couple had 3 children, 2 daughters, and 1 son, Levi. That marriage ended in disaster. Carl would marry again in 1993, this time to a woman named Cindy Best. The two met at a line dancing event in Seneca Falls, and they fell in love after Carl told her the tragic tale of his life. More on that later. However, it was the collapse of this second marriage that would eventually lead to Carl's arrest in 2012, 4 years after Levi's death in 2008. Carl was intercepted by Lieutenant John Clear and Detective Thomas Crowley outside a local restaurant in the town of Ovid, New York, where they asked him to accompany them to the sheriff's office to answer some questions, and Carl agreed. Upon arrival just a few minutes later, Carl was led to an interrogation room where the questioning would commence. As the following interrogation unfolds, the story only gets crazier with each new revelation. The detective starts by directing Carl to sit in the chair that's furthest from the door so he feels trapped in the room and ill at ease. The room is intentionally bland with nothing in it but chairs and a table. This is done to reduce distractions and make it feel like an unfamiliar and uncomfortable environment to add to the suspect's stress. The suspect then relies on the interrogators to ease the stress or amp it up as they need to in order to get the truth out of them. If you're a frequent viewer, you may have noticed that the arrangement of suspects and interrogators in the rooms is not always the same. Different interrogators use different strategies depending on their own training, the rooms, the suspects themselves, or if they have safety concerns. However, the way they stage the room and where they have the suspects sit is almost always intentional, for one purpose or another.
Your daughter's a police officer, right? Yeah. So you know about your Miranda rights? Oh, yeah.
The detective mentions they know his daughter is a police officer to put on record the fact that he's likely familiar with Miranda rights and police procedure, or at least more so than the average person may be. Then he proceeds to read Carl his Miranda warnings. In the years following Levi's death, Cindy, Levi's stepmother, started to become suspicious that perhaps his death wasn't an accident, but something far more sinister. In fact, Cindy was so concerned that she began having panic attacks. She knew she had to devise a plan to uncover the truth. It was while watching a true crime show that she had an idea. She decided to secretly record Carl and see if she could get him to confess. First, she told Carl they should separate for a while, and she moved out. Then she told him that the only way she'd get back together with him is if he was honest with her about everything that happened throughout their marriage. Carl agreed, not knowing that Cindy was recording, but her plan would go terribly wrong. The pair met at a restaurant, and to Cindy's shock, Carl confirmed her suspicions and confessed to Levi's murder. However, after she took her recording to the sheriff's office, she realized Carl's voice couldn't be heard on the tape. Still, her suspicion led investigators to reassess the case. They asked her to record him again, this time wearing a wire. Cindy agreed, though she worried that she'd already blown her chance and that Carl may have been tipped off. Not only was she concerned that he wouldn't confess again, but that he might even try to kill her.
That is a very valid feeling. Like that. How do I say this? The fact that she even had the gall to confront him the first time is 100%. What's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word. I'm looking for a specific word. Can't think of it. But it's surprising that she even had the idea to confront him the first time and try to record him confessing because she felt suspicious. Like that right there shows how much she cared about her son. So she was even more. she cared about her sons to the point where she was like, listen, I'm even willing to put your father in the point of like, I think he may have did it, because like it doesn't seem right that he was just jacking it up, and all of a sudden my son's chest is caved in via a tractor or a truck or whatever it was. So like I commend her for that. That was the word I was looking for earlier. Jesus. But yeah, no, I actually commend her for that. It's surprising. I'm actually glad she did that. But it sounds like she may have met an unfortunate doom.
Regardless, the pair met again at a restaurant, and Cindy's worst fears were confirmed. Carl changed his story.
You're sorry about it, right? Every minute. Okay, Carl, and I asked you if you pushed the truck, and you said yes.
I didn't push the truck, I said. I said I had nothing to do with it, but I said I took advantage of the situation once it happened.
In a transcript of the conversation, Carl says that while Levi was working on the truck, he went into the barn and inched it up, and then it slid. She slid back and zoom.
I took advantage of the situation once it happened.
It was never planned from day one to go that way, from the time we did the insurance. Most chillingly, Carl said of his son, if it did happen, he's done things in life. Now Carl sits in the interrogation room, and in 3 seconds, he'll begin to describe the disturbing events of that day, and things will quickly escalate as the interrogation continues.
Okay, you guys don't know what happened that day.
Tell us about it.
The day that my son died.
Yeah.
Her and I, we had a funeral to go to. Left at 11:30, 11:45, somewhere like that. It was on the other side of Seneca Lake. Son was there.
Notice the way Carl says son was there. It's as if he's checking an item off a list. It seems very distant and highly impersonal. He didn't say my son, nor did he show any emotion or sadness at mentioning Levi.
He didn't even say Levi's name.
We were working on the truck.
This man could have been an acrobat.
Transmission lines, brake lines, the whole 9 yards. You know, talked to him, said goodbye. He was going to work on his truck later in the afternoon because he had to change something. I can't remember what it was. So then we left, come back a little after 4, and went out there and found it.
Carl's story sounds very rehearsed. This may be because he's recited it numerous times to police before, or because he has a timeline of events or an alibi that he's created and is sticking to. The casual and emotionless way Carl discusses how he found his son dead is disturbing and a major red flag of guilt. No matter how many times a parent says those words, one would expect it to bring up emotions or sadness.
Did you say anything before you left?
Just see you later and thanks, or what, you know, I mean, just...
So you had gone out to the car with your wife, and then you went into the barn?
Yep, because I forgot to give him the money.
Did you give him the money?
Yep, $50 bill.
Carl would pay Levi with Mountain Dew and whatever cash he had on him whenever he would work on the truck.
Bruh.
And then what happened? What else happened?
And then I left. Because he was in front of the bumper.
Was the radio on at that time?
Yep.
Okay, what was it playing?
I don't know.
Okay, and then what happens?
And then I left.
You left with Cindy to go where?
To her aunt, I believe it was, to the reception, just a short time. Then we got back at it was after 4. I went out in the garage, and because we were surprised he was still there. If the truck is this way, he was laying this way.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went in, yelled, banging on the door, and told her to call ambulance, and started jacking it up, and she come out. You know, there's no doubt about, I mean, the only jack that was there was the big railroad jack, which is my father's. And it was an old one that they used to use way back when, I guess, what we were told, is it lifted up the old railroad irons. They come in, tried doing CPR, and he was already gone. And they said he had died right around 1 or 2 o'clock. It's right on the death certificate and all that stuff. And I asked him, I said, you know, and it's a question you hate to ask, but it's like...
Well, let me tell you, let me stop you right there.
The detective's trying to get him to stop denying the actual time of death of his son, which is at a time that likely exculpates him. This is a step of the Reed technique. Letting the suspect deny their guilt will increase their confidence, so the interrogator tries to interrupt all denials.
What we know to be true is you pushed that car over.
I did not.
Well, the only thing that remains to be found out is what the reasons were.
Here, the detective uses the first step of the Reed technique called positive confrontation. The interrogator presents the facts of the case and informs the suspect of the evidence against them, implying in a confident manner that the suspect is involved in the crime. The suspect's stress level increases, and the interrogator may move around the room, invading the suspect's personal space to increase the discomfort.
No,
Here's the thing. You confessed to your wife.
I lied to my wife.
If that were the case, why would he confess to a murder he allegedly didn't commit? It makes no logical sense.
Yeah, nobody would sit out here and be like, I killed my own son for insurance money. Does that make you happy now? You're glad that I told you that I killed my son? Like, that's, bro, like, who lies about something like that? That's ridiculous to lie about, bro. You're just a pathological liar and manipulator, bro.
You have her wired? And be honest with me.
Yes, we do.
I thought you did.
It's all recorded.
It seems Carl has quite a hole to dig himself out of at this point.
You made difficult decisions, and the fact of the matter is you did what most people would want to do, but don't have a
I don't
chance to do
understand
it.
what you mean by that.
What I mean by that is exactly what you told your wife. Your son, unfortunately, was flawed, like everybody else. And just like you told your wife on multiple times that you did what you had to do, you took an opportunity to benefit your family.
The detective is trying to align himself with Carl and normalize what he did to his son as a way to make Carl feel more comfortable and, therefore, more likely to talk.
You cannot now take those words back. You can't do that. Well, it doesn't benefit your family. It's completely against your character, and it doesn't help you any. You were at your finest moment when you were making decisions to benefit your family.
He's developing a theme, which is another step in the Reed method. The proposed theme is that Carl killed his son to benefit his family, and that he confessed because he's a good person.
They call that murder.
I never called that murder.
I do.
That's what you're nervous about now.
No,
You're afraid that you did the right thing, and now you're sitting here saying, "Oh my God, I'm trying to help my family, and now I'm in trouble."
Okay. What do you call it?
We want to find out what's in your heart, so we know what to call it.
I would call that murder.
Why don't you talk to us about what really happened? And then we'll tell you what to call it.
I would call that murder.
The theme is not one Carl is latching onto, as he knows that in society, it's not morally justifiable or legal to kill for money, even if it helps your family out. Many psychopaths understand what society deems acceptable. They just don't follow those rules.
You don't kill your son. You don't kill anybody for money.
Listen, who said anything about money? What are you talking about?
Both detectives feign surprise when Carl mentions money as the possible motive, stating that they never said anything about money. The money Carl is referring to is Levi's life insurance policy, a hefty sum of $707,000.
God damn! Where the fuck you get that life insurance from, nigga? I'm sorry.
No,
Wait.
That's not unreasonable.
Does that seem regular? I thought life insurance was like 20 bands.
Life insurance is a lot of money depending on the amount of money. These seems like middle class people, so yeah, their shit's gonna be wild.
Yo, I thought my entire life that that's not the point. I'm sorry that we're talking about life insurance about this man's death. It is very unfortunate. But like my entire life, I thought life insurance would have been like an extreme case would be like 100 bands.
For poor people, it's like 100 bands. You know what your funeral costs?
Dude, yeah, it's like
look up how much
40,000.
Look how much your funeral costs.
How much does a funeral cost?
I'm getting so many sepsis cases tonight. This is fucking ridiculous.
Median burial cost is 7,800 here. Mother says we'll do a full funeral, so like a reception, everything. That's median burial. It's roughly $10,000 to bury someone. A casket is the most expensive part. The casket can be as high as 10 bands, so we'll say 7,000. The average funeral cost is around $12,000.
Around $12,000, and then you have the closing of a person's affairs after the funeral cost.
Any debt that they have.
All that shit. So after that, usually, like I would say, a typical life insurance policy would be $100,000, but I would Google that instead. That's just what I got going with my job.
Median life And okay, not expectancy. I know in America it's maybe like 70. Uh,
Which is crazy because we're a first world country. We don't give a fuck about the citizens.
median life insurance rate of $26 a month. Average amount of
You know
life
what?
insurance.
Sometimes I wish that I could get on the internet and have like a platform, but then I'm just like, then I would have to talk to niggas,
A
and that
hundred
just
thousand
feels
whole life
deflating.
insurance policy will cost you $100 to $1,000 monthly, depending on various factors.
But how much is the total in the worth of the policy?
Uh, Average annual term life insurance rates for a 30-year policy are 250,000, 276,000.
But yeah, it's like about 200,000. I thought it was less than that, about 200,000, right?
That's wild.
So, so that's for median. You know, most Americans are not that well off, so they look like a middle class family. So like that makes sense for them.
Well, my mama gotta go. That's a joke.
You're a horrible fucking person. I'm telling your mom.
Dude, I would never. As much as that woman pisses me off, I love her.
You love her. You love your money. You love your money. I'm going to help. Yep.
Fuck hell.
Yeah.
Your ass is going to y'all. Your ass going further than Sam went. You going past Satan's box.
For one, you don't know the location of that box. That
You know
cage
damn well
could
that
be
location ain't gonna
anywhere,
be at the fucking top
and you're
right.
being rude, huh?
Imagine they put the location of Satan's box at just the top of hell, just casually like you'll be alright.
Yeah, just right up against the surface. Just
Oh my
so just in
god, what
case
the
we make.
fuck?
I'm sorry, I don't know what that laugh was, and I'm ashamed of
No, not
myself.
you. I want food, and I'm looking at the fucking.
Dirty food water. Ew,
I'm
gross.
looking at the order price, and a $5 meal has made it to $13.
Oh boy, you know what? I'm starting to think paying for those little subscripty boys with DoorDash and shit might be worth it.
Bro, a $5 just turned into $13. Whatever. We'll get back to this shit.
And nobody thinks because of what happened to Levi that you're any less of a person. I actually think in my heart that I
Fuck what he said. I think you're a piece of shit human being. I just want you to know that.
have children. And it must have been the most difficult thing in the world. But you were able to do it. And I'm not saying it's right. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying that you made a difficult decision, and now you have to live with that decision.
Instead of saying he murdered his son, the detective is portraying it as a difficult decision Carl made to try to get him to start talking about it.
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you what we know to be true that came out of your own words. You pushed the car over on your son. You said it. We've heard it. It's a matter of evidence, along with several other things that will prove the same thing. Do not make yourself look like a monster. You did what was in your heart, and now you're trying to pull back because you're now for the first time in your life you're worried about you. Before you worried about your family.
No,
now you're
I've
actually
always
worried
been
about
worried
yourself.
about me.
Is that right?
I've always been worried about me is the exact thought process of a psychopath. They worry about their own needs above all else. Me
he just
first, me
admitted it.
second, and me last. Psychopaths view people as a means to get what they want. Levi was a means for Carl to get money, nothing more.
You're worried about you now when you should be worried about your family.
Well, the only one in my family right now is me.
The detective knows Carl only worries about himself, and this is all just a ploy to get him to discuss committing the murder.
Now, you said something about money. I don't believe that. I don't believe that you did anything for money. I don't believe that for 1 second, because there's no amount of money that can make that worthwhile.
Mm-hmm.
But you brought up money. Did you do anything like this for money?
No.
Okay, then.
Notice how Carl shifts after the detective brings up money. Pay attention to Carl's movements each time money is mentioned.
You know what? I want a lawyer or something, I guess, because I don't understand what...
You want a lawyer? Something you guessed. Do you want a lawyer, nigga?
And I'm trying to tell you, but you're just saying I'm lying. So it's like, I'm sorry.
By law, he must now stop questioning Carl. The detective sits back.
Wait a minute, nigga. Hold on. Last motherfucker you said that said, I want a lawyer, I guess. That's technically not a confirmation that they want a lawyer. Keep fucking pressing his ass.
No, you fucking psychopath. That's how they get. Because you know what that law exists? It says police like to force confessions. The fuck is wrong with you?
Listen. I understand,
No,
but
bad TJ,
for this
bad.
man specifically, I think it's warranted.
No, it's because you know I don't get that he's a piece of shit, and you forget we have hindsight, which is that we know for a fact this motherfucker did this shit. But like, bruh, now if that's a teenager that asked for a lawyer and he didn't do the shit, he's gonna get intimidated into confessing to a crime he didn't do.
You know what? You were right.
Which,
I am
which
being
as a
very
black man, you
unreasonable.
should be
You are
super.
right. I am being very unreasonable. Listen,
Got a
listen.
little
I
carried
just
away because you love justice. I understand.
hold on. First of all, don't say I love justice. That's not like a fucking shitty ass song right there. I love
Nigga,
justice.
you don't love
I love
justice, nigga?
justice. I love justice.
You don't love justice. You
That
like
sounds like some shit
injustice.
I could actually bop though, for real, for real.
You're, I mean, shit.
I'm watching a murder. We're talking about a song called "I Love Justice." What the fuck are we doing?
Legally, no.
I'm gonna get AI to generate a song called "I Love Justice."
No longer interrogate him
You're a
without an
problem.
attorney.
You're a problem with
without
bad
Carl
person.
re-waiving his
I'm doing
Miranda
that shit right now.
rights.
She took my
Alright.
son.
I got a call.
You asked for the term. So we're not going to ask any more questions. It was
You said I guess.
I guess, what do you mean?
You said you said I need to talk to a lawyer. I guess.
However, the lieutenant points out the technicality that Carl only stated, "I guess."
See, a nigga was right.
In regards to wanting a lawyer.
You know what? I want a lawyer or something, I guess.
Do you want to continue to talk to us before we continue to listen?
Because we can end this now. If that's,
I know.
we'll just go on with what we know.
You know, I mean, no, I don't want. I did not have anything to do in Levi's death. Nothing.
You have to let us know, yes or no. Do you want an attorney right now, and you want us to stop and just go with what we know?
He presses Carl for a yes or no answer regarding whether he wants an attorney, but his tone and the way he phrases it is somewhat questionable. It may have pressured Carl to feel like he had to say no to needing an attorney. It's also possible that Carl feels that asking for an attorney could make him appear guilty, while staying to talk to detectives could be his best option to prove his innocence. There's always a power differential in interrogations, with the detectives having the upper hand and authority, as well as the comfort of having gone through this many times before.
Or do you want to continue to talk to us and try and work this out? It's up to you. You have to give us a solid a clue. It's called a clear declaration, my friend.
The lieutenant tries to get Carl to re-waive his rights by calling him my friend, touching his arm to appear like his ally, and making it seem like him talking is to his benefit. However, it almost never is.
We know a lot of what happened, but only you, Carl, knows what's in your head.
Oh, I know. I know what's in my head and in my heart.
He gets closer to Carl and stands over him in order to apply more pressure as he invades Carl's personal space.
Don't lie to us.
Well,
We knew that you were in the Air Force.
Yeah.
And we know that
What does that have to do with it?
Because I respect you for that. Are you proud of the time you spent?
Oh, I am. I loved it.
You should be.
First of all, no statement that I gotta make right here. First of all, bitch, if you talking about the Air Force to me, like, nigga, I don't give a fuck if you respect me, bitch. Like, you trying to get me booked for a crime. You think I give a damn if you respect me, nigga?
And I know that like anybody that does military training, you probably were trained to make life and death decisions.
Right.
I think you just made one when it came to Levi. I think there was a problem, and you did what you were trained, what you were programmed to do.
No, I don't. I don't agree with that.
While the lieutenant is well aware that this is much different, he's trying to normalize what Carl did to make it easier for him to confess.
You do not want a lawyer right now?
Not right at this minute, no.
Okay.
Carl re-waives his Miranda rights, and therefore, the detectives can begin questioning him again. They want to lock him into a confession so there's no chance a jury could find reasonable doubt. There's little evidence stronger than a taped confession by the suspect.
Something's wrong. She's setting me up. She's just setting me up. I mean, how else can you describe it? You know, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to, and I...
Carl, that's never happened.
Well...
We're adults and we're professionals, and what you're doing now is you're trying to backtrack.
He likely believes that the strongest evidence the police have against him is that he confessed to his wife, so he's trying to undo that confession. The detectives immediately shoot down his story that he was set up and refuse to let him use that theory.
It's not just your own words. We have corroborated that with physical evidence. So it's when you're telling us I didn't do it, it's like you telling us that there's not a 500-pound gorilla here. If there was a 500-pound gorilla sitting right here, it would be the same thing as you saying he's not here.
You know, you weren't there.
Well, tell us what happened.
I spoiled my son,
Okay,
Levi, terribly.
I believe that. How was his life? I mean, Levi.
The detective asked Carl about Levi to try to get an idea of how Carl felt about him and get him to explain how he was a drain on him and the family. Then he can tie that back into why Carl wanted him dead. Levi and Carl were known to have a strained relationship. In fact, by 16, Levi moved out of Carl's house. He was married at 18 to Cassie Hone, and the couple had 2 daughters. After 5 years of marriage, they were divorced, but Levi was said to love being a father.
The fact that, dude, he was a father, bro. You killed your son and was a father. Y'all had so many arguments. He left your crib at 16. Let me tell you something. You know how determined you got to be to leave a motherfucking house at 16? I don't care if this is 08 or not. You know how determined you got to be to make enough money to leave that crib at 16? That's crazy. I ain't got that type of determination. That's what I'm still in my
I have a bunch of friends who had, I hate to say it, they had bad parents in general. Like bad, not even like, oh, they're from a single mom. Just like bad mom, bad dad, bad everything, real selfish parents. And it was like 4 friends, and they freaking got a 2-bedroom apartment and made it work. 4 people, 2-bedroom apartment.
Yeah.
Like a bed in the living room, 2 beds in the living room, and a person in each bedroom. And they were paying like $800 a month between 4 people. They did it.
The hell just happened? What the fuck going on?
Okay, never mind.
My bad. I hear you, but my VTuber started
My
being
friends
weird.
did it. And you're like, okay, family.
You said I said what?
And okay.
I said
breathe.
nothing. What the hell?
Donation.
Yo, please. Dude, what is going on, bro?
What happened?
My VTuber's being weird, bro. He wants to act all up and shit. Alright, there we go. You gotta sort it out.
He was seeing his kids more. He was paying child support. He was doing the whole 9 yards.
What was he paying child support for? He said he was with his kid. What the fuck?
Boy, can I keep it a bug with you? If my baby daddy fucking was around,
Whatever you're
I would
saying,
take
you're
him
saying
off
it on
child
stream.
support.
Could continue.
No, I'm just saying if he could physically be there more, I would take him off child support so fast.
Fires, and Carl begins telling them how before he died.
Like I need help, and if you're not gonna help me, it's not gonna. He just can't help me. He lives in Bumblefuck, Georgia.
Bumblefuck.
Bumblefuck, Georgia.
If you guys have ever been to Bumblefuck,
no, let me tell you something about Georgia. Like, if you drive like 30 minutes outside of the city, you're in Bumblefuck. If you drive an hour outside of the city, you're in super Bumblefuck. He lives an hour from me. He lives in Bumblefuck.
So he's in
super Bumblefuck.
So he's super Bumblefuck.
He's in super Bumblefuck. What?
You're fucking dumb.
Bruh. The clan still meets where he lives. Well, no, they also meet in Atlanta. Let me chill out. They also meet here. Hello?
Yeah, I heard you. I heard what you just said. With your lips. With them two dumpers on your lips.
You said what?
Doing great and had finally turned his life
that's
around.
In Vegas?
This makes the theory less plausible for the detectives by what Carl is saying.
So far away?
They will have to come back to this topic to discredit him.
Come back to me.
You know what a lot of people think?
Hold on, that sound far away. Hold on, let me touch my phone.
Oh no, you're not that loud for me. Okay, say something now.
Yeah, yo.
Oh, there you are. Now okay, sorry, I didn't have my turned up all the way.
That you took that insurance policy out and that you did this for the money. I don't believe that.
No.
Well, I could never hurt my daughter.
From the motive that he did this for the money.
That's freaking crazy.
Everyone in the room
$3 billion and she also gets revived.
This is just a tactic to have Carl confess with an alternative.
$3 billion and she will also be revived. You do it.
I can do it. I can't do it.
You do it.
I can't. It's the hurting her part is I can't do.
Yeah, she'll be revived.
My daughter made me so mad this morning. I almost
whatever you're saying it on stream.
Yeah, I wanted to drive my car off the road. I said what I said,
Yo,
but
nigga, whoa!
no, I was
Hold on.
mad.
You got an insurance policy?
The way I was fussing. You think I was, bro? I'm when I don't when I'm me being frustrated is worse than me being angry because I hate not knowing the solution to the problem. When I'm angry, I know what to do. I'm just mad about it. When I'm frustrated, I don't know what to do, and I'm pulling my hair out. And that's how I felt this morning. I was like, man, I should just run out the ditch. I'm a bad mom, but I calmed down. Whenever something isn't perfect, I just think I'm a bad mom. I have a lot of guilt about that. Oh, hey, stream. Okay, so, hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
Yo, don't let nothing ever happen to your child, bro. This is on the internet.
No, no, I wouldn't. But my whole thing is like, I could never
You're the
hurt
first
her.
fucking suspect. I want you to know that.
Whatever, that's fine. I'm the mom, but I get that. I could never freaking hurt my daughter. Like it's the fact of physically causing your child pain. Like I don't understand how you could like I don't understand parents that spank their kids. Like I get being mad at a kid. I don't understand how you physically do it. I know someone who isn't my kid, I'll kick you like a football. Or like my actual
Nigga,
baby that came
what?
from my body. Or my nieces. Oh God, I just realized I have my nieces and nephews can get over on me too. Oh God. Okay.
Yo.
Okay. But if you're not blood related to me, yeah,
Then,
no,
bruh.
no, that's not true. Cause
You just,
if you're not in my
just.
family, if you're a
Ooh.
stranger, I don't care about strangers. Yeah, I'm like, no, they can get over on
All
me
right,
too.
so you don't care about others. You sound like Brandon.
If you're not cute, there you go.
Nigga, what?
I'm trying to think. Like my whole life,
You,
I'm like,
the
man.
hole you're digging is jail time.
What I'm saying is, I know how you.
Your ass is going to jail.
I don't understand how you can hurt a child.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yo, you could have said that. Oh, I should
I was like,
clip
maybe
this.
you're not related to me. Shut up. Anyways, you're deleting this later.
It's on YouTube permanently. You want to be the stream to YouTube.
Believe me, I went through the same thing when my wife died.
When did you wed?
1990.
Make a
Bro,
mental
he
note
killed
of
his
this.
wife, no
We'll
doubt.
return to the subject shortly. He moves his hand to rub his upper chest and shoulder area, and he keeps it there for around 4 minutes, which could possibly
Weird.
be a
That
self-soothing
makes me feel
behavior.
uncomfortable.
It can also be an indicator that Carl's body heat is increasing from stress. This is where the phrase "hot under the collar" comes from.
I ain't never heard hot under the collar before. Some old people shit.
I don't want that.
To me, I think you did it out of a father's love.
The detective is now using the alternative theory technique, where he offers two motives. One being that he did it for the insurance money, and the other that he did it out of love, to try to get Carl to latch onto the less morally despicable explanation.
And there's no way a man can do it for the money.
No, there's no way.
No, let's stop, bro. I have a very valid question. How the fuck do you kill somebody out of love?
Bruh. Oh no. Okay, so fun fact there. If you
Crimes of passion.
No, not even kind of angel of death.
The fuck?
I'm doing it. Angels of death. They think they're killing out of love and compassion. You know what angels of death are, right?
We're hitting play.
Doctors and nurses, they kill their patients. There.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh, there's no way. There's no way. Sorry.
Well, then you have to be honest with us and tell us.
I am.
You didn't do it for the money.
I did not do it for the money, and I did not do it.
An innocent person would not say they didn't commit murder for money. They would flat
Oh,
out say they
TJ,
never
promise you
committed
have watched
murder,
a documentary
period.
with
This
me about
demonstrates that Carl may have not only
nurse
slipped
serial
and then tried to
killer.
correct himself,
If it is in
but he
video
may also be
format
trying
that's
to
not
convince
actually
himself
formatted
that
like
he
a
didn't kill his
documentary
son
and more
for
formatted
money.
like this,
It's
I'll be
possible
more
that in the
inclined.
privacy of his own thoughts,
If it's
Carl
not
has made
documented
up
like
some
this,
other reason or
If it's more documented like this, I will be more inclined. If it's just a regular ass fuck shit ass documentary, I probably don't want to watch it.
why you already call them? You don't even watch documentaries enough to call them regular fuck shitty. Shit, I hate you.
explanation for killing Levi that is easier for him to
I hate that about myself. I'm muting.
Carl, I think deep down, you knew this day was coming.
First of all, the fact that this nigga keep touching homie me, I get that he invading his personal space, but if you keep touching my name like this, I'm gonna smack the fuck out
Oh
The
yeah,
lieutenant again
but if
touches
you move
Carl
their
using the
hand, then technically you assaulted a police officer, and now they can arrest you.
I'm gonna look at you like, hey yo, get my lawyer, cause you touch me again, I'm gonna need one.
No, I'm gonna say very inappropriate things, like I mean, you take me to dinner first. I'm gonna make you feel uncomfortable back. But if your cop touches you and you move their hand, they say this is what they do. Oh, you're assaulting me. You assaulted a police officer. You're resisting. You're resisting me. Like, which is to me always problematic. So I'm like, so you can't resist a police officer. If a police officer attempts to rape you and you say no and they get mad and stop, they can be like, oh well, I was trying to arrest her and she was resisting.
Pretty much, pretty much.
So it's just
That one police officer that just raped a bunch of black women, like from police stops.
yeah, yeah.
And only one literally came out, and then after that one came out, everybody was like, "Fuck that nigga."
Right, because everybody's like, because no one. That's something. Like, if you're poor, you especially feel powerless against the police, and if you're poor and a woman, you especially feel powerful. And if you're poor and a black woman, you feel like, well, no one's gonna believe me, or they're gonna blame me for what happened. And
I'm
so,
telling
yeah,
you what. Let me tell you something very important. I listen. I don't even want to have an encounter with the police. But if I ever have one, I want it to be recorded to a point where they fuck up and I can get paid like $30 billion.
no, you don't
But
want
for
that
that, I would have to survive.
you would have to survive the actual initial stop, and you would have to survive after the stop. Because you forget, police are like gangs, so you would have to survive the stop, and then the harassment that will come after.
Right.
But you never leave your fucking house. But nope, they would have your address, so they could literally come to your neighborhood and wait for you to step outside.
Hey, listen, they can do that. Let me tell you something. After I
And
get
a lot of
paid,
people,
listen, after I get paid, I'm fucking leaving city, state, country.
yeah, you're not gonna get paid for years and years and years. And a lot of
Hey,
people
that's
who
fine.
report, a lot of people who report the police or try to go to war with the law kind of thing, like I fought the law and whatever, like the police will harass you until you quit, like until you stop it. You're not like that's why a lot of people are afraid, cause like bro, they have like the time. They're literally waiting for you to fuck up, and the moment you fuck up or step in a line, you're going. Just I want you to think about this. Look up how many Black Lives Matter activists and shit like that, former leaders when the movement first started. Look how many of them are dead right now.
Oh, every last one of them.
Now, I want you to
Every
think.
last one of the original founders of Black Lives Matter is dead due to suspicious circumstances such as being found dead in a car, burned car, and then committed suicide. And one was hung.
I want you to think.
I know.
Okay.
I know
Well,
what you're getting at.
Yeah. Did you scooch a little further to the left, comrade? Can I call you comrade?
No, that's weird. Call me TJ.
No.
Or
Call
Daddy.
me admiral.
Nigga,
Call
what?
me commander. Call me the imperial leader of justice.
Listen, I'm not committing to your kink.
You didn't say it like that on stream.
ain't nobody actually knows your kink till you just did that shit.
What? I'm not talking about.
Yeah, I'm not committing to your kink.
Suspect's attention. This is done when the suspect is at the point of frustration and unsure of themselves. They may be looking for someone to help them escape the
That
situation.
was rude. What you just did was
In
rude.
this technique, the interrogator tries to capitalize on that insecurity by
I read that as
pretending to be the
cannibalized.
suspect's ally. The detective tries to appear even
got
more
problems.
sincere in their continued theme development and gets physically closer to the
I
suspect.
just realized most of
making
what
it
I've
harder for
eaten
the
today is
suspect to
tea.
detect.
Yeah, it counts.
I've been drinking a fuck ton of tea with brown sugar. My lord.
Sorry, I just lied to you. I said tea. I meant coffee.
That's even worse. Yo, I'm gonna tell my dad to check out my true crime stream. It's a woman.
Do it.
Patch from the situation.
Like, hey, yo, check me out. Check me out on Twitch.
He offers physical
Or
gestures
YouTube.
of
I'm live right now.
camaraderie and concern
Feel free to
by
join my
touching his
chat.
leg.
The younger she is, the better. You gotta make sure she knows what Twitch is.
You took the opportunity to do it was because he was a bird. What did you mean by that?
Bro, why do I always forget how to add? Here it is.
I don't know. You'll find
Not
out my
convert.
memory's not the greatest because of the medicine I'm on. So it's things don't. You know, I've been on a lot of drugs since 2001.
Carl is beginning to
Nigga,
build
what?
a possible defense. Apparently,
I ain't never heard of a motherfucker go. I've been on drugs since about 2001.
That is
Like
wild.
that shit.
That is wild. I don't
Yo, that's just crazy.
God.
I've been on drugs since
I've been
2001
riding
now.
hard since 2001.
I've been going
son.
crazy.
Going
I
crazy,
fucking hate
bro.
that shit, bro.
Oh wow.
Oh my god, who fucking
I don't know. I don't know what you want from me to. I
who
got
the
nothing
fuck
for
goes
that.
with that
He's like,
option?
I've been going crazy since 2000.
I've been on that hard. You had cocaine yet? I've been on that
Oh my.
good. Yeah.
I've been. Oh
Carl
boy.
can't clearly remember his conversation with Cindy. This excerpt leaves no question about Carl's intentions on that fateful day.
Jesus Christ. My nigga said I've been going. You wouldn't have got me to go in twice. Yo, he's been going
Whoa,
hard.
maybe homie won't lying. What the
like,
fuck? Hold on. Let's go back to his medications. Hold on. Impending sought opportunity. Methadone, fentanyl, and Vicodin. How are you alive? How are you living?
My nigga said I'd take the one that killed you and the one that heals you, baby.
Dude, like, this dude is like, listen, I'm only living because two of these balance each other out.
I think he's straight up lying. They need to test his blood. I'm like, okay.
Ain't no way you on fentanyl and Vicodin as well as methadone.
Give me blood. I'm
Fentanyl
there's
alone is
more?
crazy.
Stop. He said there's more.
Yeah, and the other crap I'm on.
You're not there. You are not there.
What do you mean by that?
You're not there.
You don't recognize if someone's there?
Oh, no. I'm looking through you. You're not
He
there.
says, no, nigga, I'm
The
flying. Nigga.
fucking hubris.
He
It
said,
will always annoy me. The hubris. These by the way, I love using big words only because it's Greek.
But you get mad at me
Because that's not a big word. That's like what 5 HUBRIS. That's 5 fucking letters. Your ass be out here like exorbitant, and I'll be like, okay, first of all, I know what exorbitant means.
Not a big word.
Okay, by the meaning of big word, it is a big word. It doesn't have a big meaning, but it is a big word.
I be trying to.
Nah. Go ahead and say one of the big words you be saying that I call big. Go ahead.
No big words, right? I'm just saying.
Go ahead. Say one of the largest words you know.
I don't know.
Vegas.
I literally can't think. Like, that's not how my mind works. I can't recall my fucking language like lexicon.
Nigga, you on fentanyl, motherfucker?
No,
you on fentanyl, methadone, and Vicodin?
Stop. Let me go through my whole lexicon real quick. No, nigga, it's weird.
Shut your ass up. You on fentanyl? That's what she on. She on that fitney.
No, you're fucking weird. I'll make sure my words don't have more than 2 syllables for you.
Good, please.
3 syllables.
Three's the max. Once you hit 4, like you're pushing it, bro.
I've never seen. But that's the thing. I ain't really saying big words. You just be like, yeah, here she go again with her big ass words. And I'm like, nigga, I said bicycle. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Bicycle, nigga. Hold on, wait a minute. Not bicycle. Bicycle?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you say bicycle or bicycle?
No, bicycle?
Did you mean to say bicycle? Because you said bicycle. And I'm like, is bicycle a fucking word? What the fuck is bicycle?
You know I have a speech impediment. And
Okay, that was the speech impediment kicking in.
Fuck you, you're a bad person. I hate you.
Yo, I literally, listen, that should go to tell you that I ain't read books as a kid. You said bicycle, and I was like, that actually is probably a fucking word. Like, is that sounds like that, like, off of context clues alone that I had none of, and just how the word sounds, I was like, that means something volatile, like.
Yeah, you're why I hated speech in college. You. Wait, did you mean to say it like this? Nigga, I got a speech impediment in the list. Leave me alone.
I want you to know, a majority of the time, I forget that you fucking have one. Shit, only when you remind me you have one do I be like, oh shit, that probably was a speech impediment kicking in.
You make fun of me for how I talk.
I do not. First of all, I don't make fun of you for how you talk. But even if I did, you would fucking deserve it. You want to know how long you went calling me a country motherfucker? You know how long you went for that? You know how long? It was months. And only occasionally through that time frame did I go, you know what? Fuck you. You got a lisp. Occasionally. I ain't even do it every damn time.
But here's my thing. You are indeed a country motherfucker. And when you
all right, and you do indeed have a lisp. Yeah, you see how that shit feel now, don't you? All right, now we going back to this goddamn show. It's fucking.
You're
Stuff
a
from all the
bad
dr-
person.
Fuck, I'm not. And I'm
You're a
clipping
bad
that shit. And I'm fucking clipping it,
It's
nigga.
it's not even funny. It's not even
It's
funny.
funny to me.
You're just me.
It's funny to me.
When I say your country, I'm being endearing. When you say have a list, you mean it like a slap in the face. You think I have a list is the same tone as you calling me a bitch. Is would you know that? Hello?
I heard you. I heard you. I was messing with my VTuber for a second. I had the wrong emotes. I was literally crying with a trophy in my hand.
drugs. He didn't know what he was doing. The detectives are fine with this tactic as they can always disprove this later. They already know the evidence speaks to a clear financial motive. The detective may have thought it could be easier for Carl to admit guilt if he could blame it on the medication. Notice Carl leans closer to the detective. This theme may be one he'll latch onto.
Is that what happened?
No, I don't. No,
Is that what we know the act occurred. We don't know what's going on in your head, and that's what today's about.
I don't know what was going on in my head back then.
No, I think we should talk about the insurance. I think we're at that point. We have to address that.
This is important as it's the motive they believe was behind the murder. They also change topics as they realize he isn't going to confess yet, so they're now going to confront him with the motive to try to sway him.
And were you the beneficiary of this policy?
Yes.
Carl was the beneficiary, which is rather unusual, given the fact that Levi had children and didn't seem to have a good relationship with Carl.
And what was the policy for? What was the amount?
$300,000.
Was there anything in addition that would subsidize that insurance policy? That would make it greater if certain circumstances occurred?
Oh, he had, there was, which I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
He had, there was accidental death, which we didn't even talk about that I know of. But
were you there when he signed that?
Yeah, I was in the room when he signed that.
Did you sign it as well? Because I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
Carl mentions that the policy was for $300,000. He may be trying to downplay the policy's value to the detectives. The base of the policy was actually $400,000. However, Carl had an accidental death rider on the policy as well. This means that if Levi died from accidental circumstances, he would receive an extra $300,000, totaling his life insurance benefit to $700,000. By bringing this up, the detective is revealing evidence that points to Carl planning the murder, showing premeditation.
And what were your plans with that money? What did you tell
Part
Levi?
of it?
Yeah.
Oh, Levi wanted, part of it goes to the girls.
Did he want you to have it?
I had total control because he did not, one thing, because...
Who spent that money?
My wife and I.
Okay. Did Levi's children spend that money?
No.
Is that who it was intended for?
Well, yeah, well,
it was intended for his children, right?
But we split.
And his what? The mother of his children, right?
Not for her.
Wasn't for her.
Levi, no.
To this day, does she know that there was a policy?
No.
Carl also saw to it that Levi's ex-wife Cassie was never aware of the policy. According to a statement she made on May 4th of 2012, 3.5 years after Levi's death, she described when she found out about the funds for the first time. I can't believe Carl had an insurance policy on Levi. I'm shocked and sick by this. I was always told there was no money, nothing.
Let's go through it right now.
No, before his
death, you and him go down and he becomes insured.
Right.
You're the beneficiary.
Right.
For what totals will be $700,000.
Yeah, which I only thought was $300 because I didn't know there was an accidental death. Why would he
do that?
I don't know.
And then he died in an accident.
You know, I don't know.
Yeah. Strange.
Now the detective is tying up all the details of the insurance to show how bad it looks.
The way this nigga goes, yeah, strange. Like, no way. Yeah, strange. Strange, huh? Pretty strange. It's pretty crazy. Somehow, right before his death, it's $300,000 policy with accidental adding another $300,000, and then he dies in an accident not too long after.
He's hoping that Carl will confess to one of the alternative theories they proposed earlier when he realizes how terrible this one appears.
I know you guys want me to just spill my guts saying, oh, I pushed it over, I killed him, and I can't say that because I didn't.
Although you have said that.
I played the game with her.
Okay, what's that game?
The game is like, I wanted, the game that I didn't understand what she was.
How did this game work out? You say it was a game. Tell me what's the game?
Carl refers to confessing to his wife about killing his son as a game, but he's unable to give a clear answer as to what he was hoping to achieve by allegedly lying to her.
What game were you playing?
And what about
the part where you were saying, is this a trap? What about that part?
Because I knew it was.
You know what they call that?
Yeah.
Consciousness of guilt.
What woman would have you admit to doing something like that and lay next to you at night? I said, I certainly wouldn't. I said, if you're going to do it once, you're going to do it twice.
So how did it break out from that point?
We put,
In the background of Carl's interrogation, a woman's voice can be heard.
Oh, so
this
what the
voice
fuck
is
am I
believed to belong to
fucking...
his wife Cindy, who may have also been speaking with
Am
investigators
I fucking losing
at
it?
the same time as him. Though the voice hasn't been confirmed to be Cindy, and much of her conversation is muffled, there are two things that can be heard clearly. It sounds as though she says, "There's no doubt in my mind that he did it," followed by, "That was his fault."
They had no doubt in my mind. Once he was more afraid that Cassie was going to get money, that she could get her hands on it. You know, and it's like, you know, and it was his call. I mean, I sat there and, you know, sort of threw my 2 cents in, but it was all his decision. If they need braces, if they need glasses, if Cassie can't provide something, that money, and Cassie has always known that if she gets in a jam and needs something right now, and it's for the girls, I will get it.
To this day, does she know that there's a policy?
No, he did not want.
And has his children benefit from that money ever?
No, and it wasn't supposed to be for now. You know.
If she feels that way, Cassie has come to you before for money?
She's never come to me for money, no.
Have you offered to give her money?
Yes, and I've offered, and like I say, I take out meat to him a lot.
How many times do you think you've done that?
Only once, but a big.
It was a big
load because.
When was that?
A month or so ago. But I've been after. I mean, you can check my emails all the time. I mean, you know, do you need meat? Do you need meat? Well, not right now. Not right now. I offered her, you know, I buy a Thanksgiving turkey for her. I just feel I owe it to her, you know? And I know she's struggling.
Carl admits that his 2 granddaughters haven't received any of the money. However, despite this, he tries to portray himself as being generous because he once bought the girls and their mother a Thanksgiving turkey, and he took meat to them as well on one occasion. The detective and lieutenant casually chat.
Let me tell you something, bro. If you have 700 bands and you only buy me a fucking turkey, I'm fucking you up. Like, there's no reason why I should not beat your ass for only buying me a fucking turkey with my husband's like life insurance policy that you forced him to get, or that you made him get, and that you were the sole beneficiary for. You want me to believe that you're being helpful by buying me a fucking Thanksgiving turkey, bitch, and you know I'm struggling. Not like a new home, not a place for us to live, not paying our rent, a fucking turkey. Bro, I'd fuck you up personally. That's just me. I'll beat the brakes off your ass. Yeah,
with Carl to continue to build rapport and to lull Carl into a false sense of security in their presence. If he's comfortable and relaxed, he'll be more open to talking with them about the subjects that are actually important. Also, they're establishing that his memory is good, contrary to his hinting that his medications make him forget things.
I've had some of the tallest horses in the world, and I've had the biggest mare in the world. She weighed 3,200 pounds. She ended up dying, but the bone in the foot rotated, and the bone come out the bottom of her foot.
Oh.
And, I mean...
Did that cause her death?
No, she died in a fire.
Carl begins discussing a barn fire that killed his horses, and this is where the story starts to get crazy.
Oh. It was a barn fire proven that it had the old cloth wiring in the barn.
He makes the extra step of mentioning it was proven, which is rather suspicious. No one asked if the fire was investigated, and him throwing that in shows a consciousness of guilt. Cindy offered her own account in a statement she provided to law enforcement in 2012. It stated how Carl got caught up in the middle of the night, went downstairs, then returned to bed moments later. He told Cindy he'd used the downstairs bathroom, which she found odd. Within a few minutes, Cindy stated, Carl leaped from bed, looked out the window, and told Cindy to call 911. The barn was on fire.
In the barn, there was no flame. It was just smoke. I mean, it was just smoke. There was no fire at all. And
Well, why'd you come running out of the house?
because, well, oh no, there was an orange glow. Like
Wait,
like
was there
no,
was
no,
there
hold on,
smoke or
you
glow?
know, hold on. Getting back. There was an I looked out the window and we had like an inch or two of snow, and there was an orange glow out in the driveway.
From the smoke?
No.
Why am I getting confused?
No, just hold on a second. I got to backtrack here.
All right.
Following the barn fire, Carl was interviewed about the details of any insurance policies he had on the animals that were killed in the fire and the barn that was destroyed. The purpose of the interview was to gather background information to determine whether or not Carl had a legitimate insurance claim, or if the fire could have been intentionally set. In this interview, Carl talks about the discovery of the fire, which has slightly different details than the story he told detectives.
Who actually discovered the fire? I did by looking out the bedroom window. Your bedroom faces the barn and the buildings involved in this fire? No, the bedroom faces the road, but I could see the glow of orange on the ground due to the fact we had a little snow coverage.
He also shares a story eerily similar to one he will tell later about another fire.
Did you try to remove the horses once the fire was discovered? Yes, I went around the side of the barn. We had two big sliding doors. I opened up one, and there was so much smoke that it just forced me back.
And that was on the property you have now?
Yeah, that was the home barn that Dad had.
Carl changes the topic to talk more about himself and his own background.
Narcissist ass nigga.
I was top secret security clearance. I put nuclear bombs together.
Okay. So what's that MOS? Is there an MOS?
It's a 4433 OG-4 blah 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 blah, and there's other things that it's all top secret. That's stuff that we.
So you weren't a truck driver?
Oh yeah, I drove tractor trailer.
So when did you switch from that to top secret stuff?
That's what it was.
It was top secret because you would haul nuclear weapons.
We had launch code. I carried launch code capabilities. We carried a lot of shit that.
Because you were calling the weapon.
Sorry, did he say he had launch code capabilities? That's not what he said. That's not what he said, TJ. TJ, that's not what this man said. It is so scary. There are times where people like this can just completely pass through everyone's radar, and it's like, this is the dude sitting next to you in the restaurant. This is wild. Oh boy. I don't like it. I wish I didn't know
I carry
it.
launch code capability, motherfucker.
I carry launch code. I carry launch code capabilities is fucking wild. That's wild.
Bro.
That's wild, TJ. No, that's
that's
you actually
bro.
wild.
He had them launch codes, bro. He had them launch codes in the back.
Bro, that is.
He was making nuclear weapons, and then it found out that he was actually the truck driver that hauled the nuclear weapons. That for some reason had the code to the nuclear weapons.
So truck drivers got the nuclear weapons. Bet. I'm gonna let me get my ass back to Jesus Christ. I'm working, so I'm not even looking at the screen. I stopped what I was doing, and I'm like, let me
Ain't no need to look. You know this nigga dumbass. You know this nigga bugging.
Carl shows
Can you use your
narcissistic
Super
traits by telling
Saiyan VR
grandiose stories
thingy,
of
please?
himself,
For
where
what?
he is often the hero.
I'm sick of looking at
Here-
knockoff Deku. Fine, I'll look at knockoff Deku.
Bro, if it works.
Bruh, it doesn't matter if it works. Okay?
There we go.
So there's this other dude. Nothing's showing. Honestly, yes. Much better.
Really? This is better for you.
Yeah. It's nobody but me and Kai in here. I'm sorry.
Made myself a little bit bigger. Cover some shit up because I feel like it. Yeah. Well, it's
Don't
the
play
big
Doom.
show.
Someone literally put "Don't play Doom" in here a month ago. That is fucking
Yeah, that was a
wild.
group of people that I was playing with. He told me not to
They
play Doom.
they went to your Twitch. They said, "I'm putting the effort."
But they all came to my Twitch, bro. I got a bunch of
And what did
followers.
they do? Were they just
followed
talking
me, bro.
shit?
No, we were playing a game at a time. They literally just all jumped on my Twitch.
Bro, I love that press.
Carl
I
tells
said
an
us.
unbelievably
It's
crazy
you.
story of how he was responsible for assembling
You know what I
and
think we should
delivering
do?
nuclear bombs.
We should do one of those. If Kai could ever commit to a fucking game during his off season, we should do one of those. Like, you know how there's this dude called Archidum or whatever the freak, and he does like a D&D thing, and there's these people, Legend of Avernus, they do D&D things, and I'm like, we should do that with our D&D games, except you do like well, you can't do it with your JoJo game. Because that's copyright. Because the shit we do in that game is a lot. But I'm just saying, if we did it in like another game or whatever, fucking, I don't know, maybe we can make some money.
Gage's game.
Bruh, Gage would. I'm gonna ask Gage. No,
anyway.
because we're stupid and we're all doing illegal things in Gage's game.
Bro, I kind of like the VTuber, bro. I just gotta get a custom one, bro. It's like $150 to $250. That's fucking. I'm not doing that shit.
Gage's game. Hey,
I like the VTuber because it shows my emotion.
I know, but I just don't like, bro. This is you though.
Would you prefer Octane?
I hate him.
All right, how about Bangalore?
I hate her less. Why do you have to traumatize me with constantly referencing Apex? You don't care about me. I don't know why you think that's funny. You see shit.
Oh my god,
but I've been calling this same hospital from like 3 different numbers for like an hour.
Apparently, he was even in charge
no one's
of
picked
making
up.
launch codes for the U.S. military. He goes on to say that his
I'm
delivery truck,
gonna.
which he used
like,
to
it's getting to
deliver
the point where I'm
nuclear
gonna.
bombs across the U.S., caught on fire.
Well, now you got fire with
Alright, let me try to call this hospital for the 4th time.
Yo, this nigga has had like 3 fucking fires.
They all involve insurance. And they
no,
all
it don't. Yeah, they all do have it. Okay, so the first fire, apparently his wife died. His first wife died, or a girl died, or whatever. Blah blah blah. Then he had a fire that burned down his barn and killed his horses that he had an insurance policy on. Now apparently he's having another fucking fire around nukes.
You sound like a shred.
He was, of course, able to put out what he calls
the most serious problem that you can have in the U.S. If I don't stop, this thing's gonna burn and it's gonna blow, and we can't run fast enough. So finally, I stopped. I caught hell about it.
What'd you do after you stopped?
We got the tire iron out and we unbolted the tires. We started back up, the tires fell off, and
Is he trying to make himself seem like a hero?
We finally got to a launch control facility, which it looks like a hotel.
A launch control facility, my nigga.
They actually allowed us, for the first time, we brought out another trailer, and they actually let us move the nuke.
He moved a nuke, TJ. TJ, man's moving nukes. Man's nuke is hot, TJ.
Let me tell you something right now. If this nigga had a fucking nuke, I could have a fucking nuke.
Nigga, he didn't have a nuke.
They could get me a nuke out this bitch.
Oh my god. I just really need new friends. I need them so bad.
They had a nuke, bro. All right, listen. With my PNG tuber, you know what I can do? I can actually close the VTube studio for now, and actually shut this down.
So you're gonna be mad at this.
Nigga, stop mentioning other YouTubers, bitch, around me. Like, this is like some way of you saying you should be like these other YouTubers, because like that's how the fuck I'm starting to feel. So I don't care. We're gonna keep watching.
I'm saying you should try to see the same guy that did his, see if we can get him to do yours. He like wears a pink fur coat.
What do you fucking think I know what you're talking about? I don't watch VTubers.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't watch VTubers like that.
I don't really watch them either. I just
I
follow
just
my
want a face that
stream.
I can have on stream, bro.
Oh, you want to show your? Fine, I guess you can show these four your face, or you can get popular and then do a big cash grab by doing a
The
face
hope is that if they
reveal.
can get him
Then
to
get
admit
treated
to
like
something
Dream.
smaller,
That.
Damn.
That.
Damn.
You
Like,
remember when they
I'm a,
you remember when they linked Corpse's face and he also got shit on?
that wasn't
Fuck
Corpse's face,
that.
though. That wasn't even his face.
It doesn't matter. Imagine if that shit was. Imagine he just denied that it wasn't him, and that shit really was. He ain't want
Yeah,
that.
it was fucked up. People are like, you don't fit my fantasy.
Like,
Therefore,
nigga.
yo,
Could never
niggas
be
was
me. Let me tell you
wildin'.
something right now. On my mama. If I do like that's why I think it's better just to show these niggas your face in the beginning. Like, I don't give a fuck your comfortability. Let these niggas know that you ugly from the get go, so they don't get their
You think you're
expectations up.
ugly, TJ? Oh,
First
that
of all,
makes me
I know I'm a
sad.
bad bitch. Fuck is you talking about?
Oh my god,
I am
he
a
said he
bad
was a bad.
bitch.
He said I'm a
Listen, in
bad
combination with the voice and who I really am, I'm a bad bitch. Fuck is you
He
talking to?
said first and
Hey, yes, you
foremost,
goddamn right. I'm
you
clipping that
don't
shit
talk
too.
to a bad bitch like that. You don't talk to a real
Fuck
bitch
you think
like
this
that.
shit is, nigga?
Are you're a city girl. No, I didn't say city
First of
boy.
all,
You're a
hold
city
on.
girl.
I ain't a city fucking nothing. Listen,
You're a city
I ain't using
girl.
nobody for nothing. Listen, I catch feelings too quick to be a city anything.
killing someone.
I cry about a bitch.
Yo, that was the opposite of toxic masculinity. You know what? Good for you for being emotionally transparent.
You know,
You
I want you
personally,
to know I had a thought that could have ruined all of this immediately.
Vegas.
All right, you ready? I was like, listen, and that's what I tell women, and guess what? That would work.
No, that would work on no one. I am your friend. Thusly, I think you being emotionally mature about your feelings is a good thing. Because I know what you like when you deny your feelings, and it's annoying.
What the fuck you trying to say? We ain't talking about
Under
this
military
fight,
orders.
nigga.
Perhaps it could
What?
make it easier to Carl to
said
admit to
fight
killing
me,
someone else,
nigga.
like his son
You would
Levi.
lose.
Never on the truck.
Why would you do that to yourself? Love yourself.
And what's funny is our
Wait, what did I say I
security
did to you? I
cops, they
completely
asked
forgot, bro.
permission for the
I got
gun.
distracted by what the fuck they were saying.
But us, being who we
We're
are,
talking about nuclear codes, nigga. Focus.
we don't have to answer.
Alright, I gotta make a call
I
for
go to
him.
work and once we're off base, sure.
This nigga's narcissism is crazy. He just said we're God because we carry nukes. Nigga, first of all, if you set off a nuke, motherfucker, you is dying too. Like, I don't know why you think you setting off a nuke is gonna let anybody else on this planet survive. If you set off a nuke, everybody else is nuking.
Comes off, shorts come on, t-shirt, no t-shirt. We didn't answer to the government.
This case is already
Nigga, what? We had nuclear launch codes, but we didn't answer to the government.
been a wild ride, but investigators soon uncovered something from Carl's past that's even more twisted than they ever could have imagined. Rewind to the early 1980s. Carl and Christina Chris Alexander met at the Grand Forks, North Dakota Air Force Base and married in 1983. In January of 1984, their first child, Aaron, was born. The following year, their son Levi came along. Then, baby Katie's arrival in 1986 rounded out the family of 5. According to Chris's sister Colette, it was no secret that finances were a constant stressor for the family. After Carl's stint in the Air Force concluded, the family moved to Carl's home state of New York in 1986. Then, in 1988, they relocated once again to Chris's hometown of Murphy's, California. A terrible accident then occurred on the 1st of January, 1991.
My wife had passed away.
Stop. I think that anybody who dies on the first of a year, personally, is they've been murdered. Because it's really odd to die the January 1st. Like, of all fucking times to die. Unless you're at a New Year's party or something like that, you got it. It's a murder.
And
I'm sorry to hear that. What was she ill?
no, she died in a house fire.
The couple's
Another fucking fire! This nigga has been in, what, 3 fires now? 3 fucking fires? That's some, bro, stop.
home somehow caught fire. Carl managed to get each child out, but Chris wasn't as fortunate.
Oh, in the place you're talking about?
Yeah.
That's probably too
And
much.
I threw my kids. I threw Levi out of the house by his hair, and the girls went out the window on the other end of the house.
How'd they get out the window?
and I broke the window.
Okay, this is where he came in here and he took Levi out. This is Levi's bedroom.
Levi out, ran around, got the girls in the bed.
And the smoke got her and her, is what the coroner said. He said she wasn't burned bad, and but he said just remember
Was she not with the kids or something? Or?
Well, they were all sleeping, and she was up in the bathroom, and
she got up in the middle of the night or something.
And so she somehow, the way he says, because we had a puppy, a Dalmatian puppy, and we had kerosene heaters in the house, and the dog spilled the kerosene like 3-4 weeks before.
While taking a bath, Chris became trapped in the bathroom. It seems that the fire had ignited right outside the bathroom door, in the very spot the kerosene spill Carl spoke of had occurred. Tragically, Chris died of smoke inhalation.
And you ain't find that suspicious? You ain't find that suspicious?
At the time of the initial investigation, the source of the fire was never clearly established, but discrepancies between Carl's recounting of events in 1991 and Carl's current version are overwhelming. He tells the detectives the kerosene spill occurred 3 to 4 weeks before the fire. However, according to documents dating back to the original investigation, Carl originally stated that the spill had occurred a day and a half prior to the fire.
This here's the bathroom where Christina was found.
Evidently, he laid the light out here.
Where? Now that's all documented?
It's here. I guess the bathroom door is here. And kerosene got spilled here. That's where they presumed it started.
They said she was dead when she opened the door. Because they said...
Where was she in the house?
She was in the middle of the house. The house is like 80 to 100 feet long.
And they say there was paper still in the kerosene?
There was a piece of cardboard.
Okay, I want a picture of this. Here. I want a picture of this window.
I mean, it was
so she had no windows to get out?
No. And they figured...
What room was she in the middle of the house?
The bathroom.
Oh, so there were absolutely no windows to jump out of?
No. Well, when I broke the window, the fireball came out and burnt my eyes together, burnt my face. I mean, blew me right off the...
After the kids? After getting the kids out?
No, to get to them.
Oh, okay.
And it blew me off, and the kids are still in the house. And my eyes were burnt shut, so I pulled them apart and couldn't see worth shit. And my son had got to the window, and I got him by the hair.
This is Levi?
Yeah, and chucked him out. And I got the girls, and...
Once again, he paints himself as the hero of the story by detailing how he saved his children
Narcissism,
from the fire.
bro. Jesus,
However,
fuck.
in the time that followed the fire, an investigation was carried out. The tragedy that ended in his wife Chris's death resulted in many unanswered questions, despite the fact that Carl eventually received a life insurance payout in the amount of $200,000. After the horrendous fire occurred, Colette, Chris's older sister, couldn't understand how Carl had rescued each of the 3 children, yet it appeared he'd make no effort to save Chris. In official statements, Colette revealed 2 especially chilling accounts that occurred very shortly after Chris's death. After Colette received word of the fire, she drove the 3-hour trek from her home in Chico, California, to her father's home in Murphys, California. Chris's oldest child, Erin, who was 6 years old at the time, met her Aunt Colette at the door upon her arrival. She told Colette that their house had burnt down and her mother had gone to heaven. What came next was something Colette couldn't bear to hear. According to little Erin, Chris was yelling for Carl, but he'd ignored her. Also, within the very early days following
what did
the
that
fire,
exactly say? Hold
Colette
on.
informed Carl of her wished house had burnt down and her mother had gone to heaven.
Hold on.
What came next was something Colette couldn't...
What's up?
bear to
Sorry about that.
bear to hear. According to little Erin, Chris
Okay,
was
my foot.
yelling for Carl, but he'd ignored her.
I heard mommy calling for daddy, but daddy just drove away. Okay.
Also, within the very early days following the fire, Colette informed Carl of her wish to clothe Chris for the funeral. Carl responded that she couldn't. When she inquired as to why, he explained that Chris was a crispy critter. Naturally, Colette was taken aback. However, she'd been blindsided so hard by grief that she left that stone unturned. Perhaps she'd endured all she could handle at that time, but she would never forget those words. Decades later, they would finally come back to haunt Carl.
There's no reason he couldn't have got to that bathroom. No reason.
Doing what she could at the time, Colette used a video camera loaded with a tape that started off happily with a family birthday party.
Happy birthday to you.
Tragically, the next thing the tape would record was personal documentation of her sister's murder scene, a murder that was ruled as an accident. Clearly, she didn't believe that this fire was any accident and that Carl had indeed murdered her sister.
They told me at first she was a closet alcoholic. And I'm like, my wife had one drink, and that was the first night we ever slept together. And that was the last drink she ever took, so I don't know if you take that as a compliment.
Doesn't sound like one.
You know, she never drank. She was religious.
Well, I missed something totally. Why would they think she's a closet alcoholic?
Because her blood count or something. But lo and behold, what it was is that I never knew is that when you die, your blood boils or something. And your body produces alcohol. And I'm like, because they told me she committed. I'm sorry. Not this one.
The detective comments that Carl has had a tough life.
You've had a tough life.
So I just sit there and said, you know what? I mean, I was making good money.
No, I mean because you lost your wife.
However, Carl thinks he's referring to problems with his house. It doesn't even seem to occur to Carl that he was referring to the losses of his wife and son.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the water.
And I've been through hell in every freaking way.
So you lost your son
And my wife.
and your wife and those horses. The horse or horses?
Horses. My big mare and 3 babies. You know, and the thing is like.
Well, I gotta ask, just because now that's brought up.
That's fine.
What? How much was the insurance on your wife?
$200 on her. There was insurance on all the kids. It was a.
You insured your kids?
Yeah, the wife. You know, it was a little insurance policy on each kid.
Okay.
Carl was likely trying to make it look less suspicious that his wife died in the fire by claiming that he didn't just have life insurance on her, but also for his 3 kids who survived the fire. He may have been trying to imply that he didn't kill his wife for money, because if that had been his motive, then he would have had a reason to kill his children as well. However, it's quite unusual for a parent to have life insurance policies for their young children in the first place. Back in 1991, after Chris died, Carl reached out to investigators to ask them if they believed he had set the fire. Though he claimed that he didn't, his explanation as to why is baffling to say the least. He told the investigator that if he had set the fire, he would have burned up the kids because he loved his wife a lot more than the kids, and they're driving him crazy. That comment was...
Bruh, what? Yo. This nigga goes, nah, fam. You think I would have killed my wife? You think I killed my wife? No. Me would have killed my kids. I don't know why I don't know what that accent was. But dude just basically says, nah, I want to kill my wife. I would have killed the kids. Because the kids annoy me way more. Fuck them kids. Nigga, they're children. Why the fuck did you have them? Fucking psychopaths, bro.
certainly disturbing, but Carl went even further and added that if the kids had gone, he would have $500,000.
Who the fuck says that? Who says that? Who the hell says that about the kids, bro? That's wild. Jesus. At the 2491, Carl Carson contacted Carl? Carl Carson contacted Carl Kent. Nigga, what the fuck is up with all these damn K's? As CDF asking what investigation was being done and did the CDF believe that he had intentionally set the fire to his house. Kent responded, "What would you say to me if I did think that?" Carlson replied, "I'd say I didn't do it. If I had wanted to do it, I would have burned up the kids because I love my wife a lot more than I do the kids. They're driving me crazy. I can't sit down for more than 5 minutes without them bugging me. If the kids had gone, I'd have $500,000. Carlson offered to Kent, "I may have laid carpet, but you making a mistake. You can't blame me for making a mistake." I don't know what the fuck this says.
Because I had insurance on me when I was growing up. My parents put on us.
He appears to be avoiding any real discussion about Chris, perhaps because he's afraid detectives will try to investigate her death. This is a very different manner in which he normally tells stories, leaving few details out, as he clearly loves to hear himself talk on topics that aren't incriminating.
Well, you remember how Levi's insurance was taken out pretty much soon before his death? Was that scenario?
No, it was farther than that.
The detective is asking this question because he's implying that Carl took an insurance policy out on Chris right before her death, which is similar to what happened with Levi. Carl knows the closer in time to Chris's death, the more suspicious it appears, so he will claim it was further out than it was.
What's your deceased wife's name?
Chris.
So about how long before do you think?
It's.
Was it like in other people's minds, like relatively soon?
It's got to be. I don't know. It's got to be like 3-4 months or something.
Oh, okay. So it was a significant. Well, actually, that's not a long time.
In actuality, the application was signed and the premium was collected on December 12th of 1990, just a mere 3 weeks before Cindy died in the...
This nigga, and they keep letting this nigga get away. He should never be able to open another fucking insurance policy, bro.
So she was like 3 or 4 months. She's insured through your job, and then the fire occurs.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, and
it's striking.
Believe me, if anybody.
Were you thinking like, I can't believe how does this happen?
No, I'm like, and my family, I'm, you know how some people go through life, and no matter what happens, everything that can go wrong can go wrong.
That's Murphy's Law. You must be.
I lived in Murphy's, California.
Well, that must have been Murphy's Law.
And it's like, you've got to be freaking kidding me. You have got to be.
So did you go through the ringer because of that being a suspicious circumstance?
Well, no. It was the fact that she died at home, and they got to go through the whole gauntlet.
Who's that?
The fire department. I never got invested by anybody else.
Oh, so where's the gauntlet?
Just them. I mean,
the fire department pushed through the gauntlet.
Because, well, they're fire investigators.
So it wasn't a criminal investigation.
No.
So there was no gauntlet. I just want to.
No, it just. I guess when you lose a spouse and you got 3 little kids, and all of a sudden you lost it sounds bad. The shoes and clothes that I wore and the underwear I wore weren't mine.
Instead of saying anything about how it affected him to lose his wife and his kids to lose their mother, he's focused on himself and how he had to wear borrowed clothes.
People gave
me after the fire?
Yeah, I lost everything. I lost vehicles. I lost every possession I owned.
What about her family was right there, right? Did they help you out?
Yeah, but I'm wearing borrowed clothes.
Yeah, no, that sucks.
I mean, I had a guy that I knew a little bit. He took me down, bought me
You lost all your possessions.
Everything.
He mentions losing all of his possessions, but doesn't express anything to suggest that his wife was the most significant loss. Most people wouldn't be concerned with losing their things in a fire when their spouse has died in the same fire.
I'm burnt. You know, I got burns all over my face. My brother.
Do you have any pictures from the burns? Did you keep anything like that?
I don't. If I do, I don't know where.
Did you have to go to the hospital to get checked out?
Oh, they took me right to the hospital in ambulance. I mean, eyes were burnt shut.
He also talks about how he got burned, but doesn't mention any injuries his children may have had.
It's traumatic. It must be. We had a fire, but we got out.
You know what it felt like? It felt like somebody hit me in the face with 5 baseball bats at the same time.
You mean the fire? I'm talking about the loss of your wife.
Oh, well.
You must have had a hell of a lawsuit that you were living in this place where there was a bathroom that had no window.
Right.
The detectives already know the bathroom had a boarded-up window, and are just slowly getting Carl to reveal the truth about the bathroom and the fact that it did have a window that he boarded up.
Did you? Have a lawsuit?
No, because they sued me. The homeowners sued me.
For what?
For burning down their freaking house. There was never any cause. There was the only thing they could say was kerosene. And
So did you acknowledge it was some sort of neglectful thing? Or?
No, they had no smoke detect for renting for California rental codes. They had nothing.
And I can't get over this. Was there like an old window, or was
the window was like that big and it was boarded up.
You should have sued their asses off.
Oh, and
Wait, did you board it up?
What's that?
Did you board it up?
Yeah, we had to because it was no good. But you couldn't fit out of it. You might be able to put a baby out of it. A baby. You and I, or a 80-pound woman, there's no way.
Why'd you board it up?
Because it was all broken. Everything was shot.
Broken?
Oh, yeah. You know, and it's like the frame was shot, the frame of the house was shot. And
when did you board it up?
Like 8 months before.
Carl says he boarded up the bathroom window 8 months before the fire, but according to Colette, the window was still intact during her Christmas visit, just days before the fire occurred.
My family later on came out, got me, and brought me back home because I was just
when did you
screwed up. Week and a half after she died.
It's no secret that Carl is answering questions untruthfully. For one, he says he moved a week and a half after Chris's death. In actuality, Carl and his children boarded a plane bound for his home state of New York on January 4th of 1991, only 3 days after Chris died.
Do you love Cindy?
I do. I really do. Even to this minute, she had her demons coming into the marriage, which was her alcohol. You know, but at the time, I never knew that.
Why would she try to set you up?
To get everything.
What?
The house.
But there's nothing though, really, right? I mean, these
I got the farm. That's 300 and some thousand. Because she knew I was going to go after her for the house and the money for the girls. She has nothing.
Yeah. What's suspicious about Levi's death? In your opinion, what is suspicious about it?
To me?
To us, in your opinion, you're a smart guy. Why do you think we're suspicious of it?
Just, I guess
your daughter's a cop and she's a good cop. What you tell us, so she must get that from you, being an analytical person. So if you were in our seats,
I don't know. I mean, well, I guess you can look at it. You know.
What is suspicious?
I guess it was. I don't.
You see?
I guess because I'm the last person that's seen him, and I had the insurance. Well, that's fine. There are a lot of people that way. You know, there are a lot of people that you're the last one to see him, and I understand legally what has got to be looked into.
Yeah, what's up? Give me a second.
I'd say I'm not a rocket scientist, but really I am. Yes.
Carl again displays his grandiose attitude by calling himself a rocket scientist. Narcissists think they're smarter and more important than they are, and they have no problem telling you so.
Accidentally unplugged my whole ass microphone. What are you bored for?
I understand what you're looking at.
Narcissists bore me.
And I don't know.
This bores you?
You don't know about.
Yeah, after a while,
At
they're
this
just
point,
sad.
Carl must be wondering what else the detectives have on him that they haven't yet revealed.
You were gone at the funeral. I'm sorry to interrupt. How long were you and Cindy gone at the funeral?
Over 4 hours.
4 hours.
4.5, maybe a little longer.
Think about that for a moment.
The investigators are about to confront Carl and drop a bomb on his story.
Do you know how accurate they can do with the cause of death?
All right, so you want to watch something else, right?
Just not watch something more interesting. Like
you don't like narcissists?
They're boring. It's like, yeah, of course you did. You don't. You're like it's like, oh yeah, okay, of course a parasite was a parasite because they're a parasite.
All right. Okay, I see. I understand.
Ew. Gross.
I'll burp on your ass.
Disgusting.
When the TV crew stumbles on a crime scene, you gotta watch this shit. Nagor Malki. Who the fuck?
Love a good cult situation. You ever heard of the Anthill Kids? That'll probably be too graphic.
Big titty.
Hmm?
I ain't watching this. Fuck the TV.
What? Bruh, he's been out of hospital for weeks. Wait, what about Jamie Foxx? I need to know if Jamie Foxx is gonna be okay.
What happened to Jamie Foxx?
He's in the hospital. He's been in the hospital.
What happened?
I don't. They're not saying.
Yeah, you said they did not say.
Let's see. Initially broke, suffering medical condition. They say he's suffering from a medical condition, but they won't say what it is. Is breaking her silence and on how he's
When
doing.
police discovered
Junior swirled for several weeks
Daniel Myers.
on the race star.
How you feel about Daniel Myers?
Recovering 29-year-old on Instagram stories to shut down the idea that he's still in hospice. He was He was in hospice. Was straight and simple to the point. No.
You got sepsis?
Nigga, you're not, hospice is like you're gonna die. They're trying to make you as comfortable as possible.
Oh, you mean like with mad cow disease and shit?
No, like with like anything where you're gonna die, it's like pump you full of the good shit.
Yeah,
so
I
you
said
ride
mad
out.
cow disease and shit.
Anyways, update from the family. Sad to see how the media runs wild. My dad has been out of the hospital for weeks, recuperating. In fact, he's playing pickleball. Pickleball? That's some country shit. The SIC yesterday.
it seems he's wrestling with.
She
All right,
shared.
we're going to the 15-year-old mass killer. Not, it's a 2-hour documentary. Normally 2-hour ones would probably just not.
You know what? You know what I like to watch, even though it upsets me. Clown killers. Oh, it upsets me so much, but I watch them anyways. Just so I remind myself why I hate them.
Yo,
What's up?
You want to watch?
A Woo crew.
Okay, calling yourself the Ewu crew just because you're called Explore with Us really bothers me. All right, 15 minutes of last photos with disturbing backstories.
What's up, Woo crew?
No, I don't like that. No,
Why don't you
back
like
to true
that?
Back to true crime. No, killer, the mass killer. We'll do the mass killer.
Why do you not like
I can
that?
give you some interesting cases. You want interesting cases?
Details, nigga.
I just don't like that shit. I don't like
The disturbing
it.
story of Tatiana Duggar, girl found dead by hikers.
Give me any type of true time story that you want.
Only on the Explore With Us page. Go through it, I guess, and find something.
Explore With Us? What the fuck?
Yeah, the YouTube channel.
Oh, it has to be YouTube shit?
Yes.
Alright, hold on. 8 seconds.
Nigga.
How dare you? I'm an Africa America. Bruh.
Yes.
What if we were just American?
Yo, what?
That'd be wild. Instead of African American, what if like America actually integrated us properly instead of like didn't set up barriers to black culture existing here,
They just called us Americans.
and we were just Americans.
Man,
That'd be crazy, right?
dude, I'd never believe it.
Bro, that'd be fucking wild. If all the things that like our ancestors and forefathers and shit for contributing to this country like actually mattered to this country, this country wouldn't be what it would be without black people. Like, wouldn't that be wild?
Can I get a Mexican pizza?
Wait, like the Twitter killer, TJ? Twitter killer doesn't Twitter it for you?
Explore With Us.
What's Explore With Us mean?
That's their YouTube channel. I just rubbed my lips all over my microphone.
Can it be someone else, bro? Can it be someone else?
No, because literally, this dude is the only person who can do true crime videos where I'd be like, you know what? I'm actually entertained by that.
You haven't even given other people. You won't even. How do you know that if you don't even give people?
Because I've tried other people's channels and they all just kind of bored me.
So you tried all the other? Did you try Law and Crime? The Law and Crime Network?
Put something in, bro. I'll trust you, nigga. But as soon as this shit start taking an L,
Don't ever do that. Don't ever just.
All right, then. So you ain't get it to us.
I'm kidding. I was kidding.
No, you just went.
I was kidding.
Ever trust me?
I was kidding. I was a kidder. I'm a kidder.
Dirty ass lips here.
She scammed her ex's name. He ripped her guts out. You have my attention.
But whatever you want to put in, put it in.
Bro, why is there a
Put
crystal
it in.
subscription
Put
service?
it in. Put it in. Can I say that out loud?
I ain't gonna make the Peggy jokes.
You dirty pegger!
Oh, you have to pay for that kind of service.
What I gotta pay for?
You have to pay for that service.
Contains distressing themes. Viewer discretion is advised.
Fun fact, never watched this guy before. We're going on an adventure, boys.
Jealousy, such a strange enemy.
I'm already fucking mad.
We can
This feels copyrighted as fuck.
That would cause you to want. It's all in our heads.
Oh, we're definitely watching this shit next. I don't even know if it's true, but we're watching it.
Could you hurt the person you love the most? The same person that loves you more than anything.
Fuck this. I don't care.
Anything they
Found
could
something
do
more
that
interesting.
would cause you to want to physically harm them.
Dude, this nigga, like, you trying to make moral dilemmas?
Most of us have seen Jeepers Creepers from 2001, but I feel like a lot of you don't realize that the beginning of that movie is based on a real story, a real situation that happened. In 1990, 46-year-old Dennis Depew murdered his wife Marilyn.
That is one ugly ass nigga.
Stop it, TJ. Let me see.
God damn.
Oh god. Yeah, he looks like he's gonna murder you. Like he
Listen, he look like
no,
he'll do something dirty to you before he murder you.
You know the roach guy from Men in Black? That's what he looks like.
Yo, I mean, they both look fucking mentally insane.
And stashed her body, but the story is extremely bizarre.
Oh my god.
Although the
We gotta
director
find a
has
documentary
never
about the Mormon.
Come out and said it. It's pretty obvious that this story.
It's a
is
Mormon girl. Basically, it was a dad and a son murdered the wife because the wife didn't want to beg the dad or some shit like that.
See the abandoned school and drive down South Prairie Road. This is where it all took place.
I know the next video.
Easter Sunday, 1990.
Dude,
Ray and Marie Thornton are driving down this road, South Prairie Road. A Chevy van comes up behind them very quickly and then very aggressively passes them at a high rate of speed. And that's when Marie Thornton says, referencing the license plate, "GZ, geez, that guy's in a rush." They have
Did he just fucking say that shit?
What did you wait?
a laugh about it and continue on down this road, and just a few miles further they come across the abandoned schoolhouse, and it's there that they see that van again.
Serial killer baby
they see
farmer
a man,
killed
and
300.
he looks like he's holding a blanket or a sheet that is full of blood, or at least it's red. At the time, they don't know. And here it is. The actual school, built in 1908. This is it. This is where Ray and Marie Thornton drove by and saw that same vehicle and that man. His car, I believe, was parked right in here. I believe this is where the big tank was. And he was somewhere back here. They see him with a blanket or a sheet. And that's right when Marie says, "What is this? That man, he has a blood-soaked sheet or something." And they were like, "Look, we're not hanging around. Let's get out of here." So they take off. They realize they probably better get the heck out of this area, so they keep on driving. They kind of take off, and a few miles down the road, that same vehicle, that Chevy van, right on their bumper, riding their bumper. And now they are freaking out. What is this guy doing? This goes on for a few miles until the Thorntons pull off.
This is the corny shit you wanted to watch.
Head down a different road. They can
Okay,
see
sir.
in the rear view mirror.
All right.
That the vehicle.
Nah, I told you I'd let you know if it was fucking corny.
We're trying. I don't. This is. I'm not. This is shit that's new to me too.
You know what?
I'm just trying shit. Like, you know, I'm open-minded and trying shit to see what I like and what I don't like. To see, hey, maybe this format that I'm used to, I can deal with another one.
We don't know what that whole thing was with the blanket. He was trying to.
Okay, it won't let me change it anymore.
They turn around. They come back to the intersection.
Yeah, no.
The van
Alright,
is
better
still
watch
there.
a 12-year-old murderer.
No, I have one.
Switching his license plates. The passenger door
11?
is open, and Marie Thornton can see that it is covered with blood.
Oh, I can do it now.
And they're like, we're out of here. They take off, head back in the direction of the school. They want to go see what this guy is doing. They head back.
Throughout history, some people have been considered so evil that the FBI probably would have been happier to keep them and the details of their crimes away from the public. Here are 15 of those criminals. Number 1, Jamie Osuna. Jamie Osuna, also known as the man with 1,000...
First of all, the FBI doesn't want to keep this nigga hidden. Everybody knows about this nigga. This nigga was trending on TikTok for a decent bit as well.
Yeah,
also known as the man with 1,000 faces, referring to the tattoos, including Joker's smile and a pentagram, covering his face, was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the 2011 killing of 37-year-old mother of 6, Yvette Pena, in the El Morocco
God
Motel
damn, she had
hotel
6
room
kids.
in Bakersfield, California. That hotel was said to be in a bad neighborhood and known for illicit activities going on inside of it. Pena is said to have fallen on hard times and was living at the hotel. Although he denied it for 6 years, he eventually confessed that he was, in fact, the one who was guilty of murdering her in 2017 in an interview with a female reporter named Olivia Lavois. As the footage was rolling, he said, "I did sadistically, premeditatively, deliberately torture and kill her." When asked why, he said, "Just I seen an opportunity. I didn't know her. I didn't know her. I met her. I was introduced to her. I met her like one time and I came back the next night and I seen an opportunity." He also boasted that he killed Pena the way he did so that he could have lasting memories of the ordeal. On March 28, 2017, Osuna pled guilty to killing Pena and was spared the death penalty for having done so. Osuna openly mocked members of Pena's family at hearings by smiling and waving at them. And Osuna's crime spree did not just stop because he was incarcerated. While in Corcoran State Prison, he was charged multiple times for assaulting guards by throwing various bodily fluids at them. Then on March 9, 2019, after almost 2 years without having a cellmate, a man named Luis Romero, aged 44, was found dead in his cell. "Ha ha ha" was written on the walls, along with "the man with 1,000 faces." Despite assumptions, Osuna's mother said he didn't come out of the womb, you know, an evil killer, or whatever they're saying. He was a normal, loving kid.
Fuck that. No, fuck that. Let's go back. Evil looking ass fucking baby. You know this baby believed in Satan, black ass eyeballs.
Dear Lord.
This baby killed people in his past life.
Kid.
No teeth having ass nigga.
He didn't come out of the womb, you know, an evil killer or whatever they're saying. He was.
Why the fuck did they play the audio for this but not the previous conversation so we could hear out of his voice? Whatever.
A normal, loving kid.
Osuna was diagnosed with unspecified schizophrenia spectrum, antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, and post-traumatic stress disorder, likely due to his rough childhood.
He
by
attacks women and people when they're not looking.
Number 2, Dale Hausner and Samuel Dietman. Dale Hausner and Samuel Dietman, a serial killer duo.
They look both so depressed. They're like, I can't believe we fucking got caught, nigga. God damn. Like, homie on the right, like he ain't never come on. Homie on the left, like, man, y'all niggas caught me, bro.
Crime duo, both in their early 30s, committed their crimes for almost 15 months, from May 2005 to August 2006 in Arizona. The two,
Ain't them niggas in
typically
Arizona.
under the influence of methamphetamine, would randomly set objects on fire and drive around, target, and shoot at pedestrians and animals, mainly dogs and
What?
horses that they came across. Their crime spree.
Were they setting a nigga on fire in that fucking video?
Set objects on fire and drive around, target, and shoot at pedestrians and animals, mainly dogs and horses that they came across. Their crime spree ended when a series of tips helped connect Hausner and Dietman to their crimes. In fact, so many people were calling in tips that Paul Penzone, who ran the Phoenix Police Department's silent witness at the time, said that he had to triple the amount of his staff due to handle the number of calls coming in. Make no
Okay, so you
mistake
just
about
hired
it,
people, a bunch of
there
people
is
didn't know what the fuck you
evil
were
in the
doing.
world. He, Hausner, represented evil, Penzone said. The community was living in fear. There was not a waking moment that you didn't feel the intensity you could have cut with a knife, he added, referring to the time when Hausner and Dietman were committing their crimes. One person was reported as a friend of Dietman, named Ron Horton, who said that he had confessed to some of the killings after drinking. At Hausner's trial, he was found guilty for over 80 felonies charged against him in a single trial. He was sentenced to death 6 times. He killed himself before he could be executed. Dietman was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility was parole. It is believed that the pair
Wait, what the fuck did this nigga say?
Was parole.
Who wrote your fucking script?
He messed up his editing.
It is believed that the pair killed 8 and shot 29 people. Interestingly, weeks before his capture, Hausner interviewed Mike Tyson as the boxing photojournalist for Ring Sports and NightNews.com. Number 3, Charles Ng and Leonard Lake. Another pair of crime-committing buddies were Charles Ng and Leonard Lake. Ng, who was born in Hong Kong but moved to the United States from Canada on student visa, met Lake in 1981 through a survivalist magazine advertisement he placed. Both men were discharged from the Marine Corps, but for various different reasons. Lake was diagnosed with schizoid personality disorder, and he was medically discharged in 1971 after having a delusional breakdown while in Vietnam. Ng, on the other hand, was arrested by military for stealing weapons. He faced being court-martialed, but he somehow managed to escape. That's when he met Lake. However, he was not dishonorably discharged until 1984 after serving 18 months in the military stockade at the U.S. Dispensary Barracks, but we'll come back to that.
That's disciplinary.
After meeting in 1980, it became apparent that they were 2 peas in a pod, and Lake invited Ng to share a cabin near Wileysville, California, that belonged to the family of Lake's ex-wife named Clairlyn Balez. Next to the cabin, Lake built what he called a dungeon. Over the next year, Lake and Ng worked together to commit heinous crimes against males and females of all ages. In 1982, federal authorities raided the mobile home that Ng and Lake shared in Ukiah. They seized a large stash of weapons and explosives. Lake was released on bond, but he jumped bail and hide out at the cabin in Wileysville. Ng was returned to the Marines' custody. That's when he served his time for the theft before being discharged in 1984. When both men were out of custody again, their crimes continued, and they likely would have continued if it wasn't for Ng's kleptomania. On June 2, 1985, he was arrested for stealing a $75 vice from a lumber store in San Francisco and then fleeing the scene when an employee tried to approach him about the stolen item. Lake was with him at the time, but he was found in the car. He told the police that the whole thing was a misunderstanding and that he had paid for the vice. Both men were brought into questioning, but Lake sneakily swallowed a cyanide pill and died before a case could be brought against him. Ng still remains on death row to this day.
Nigga, what? Bro, it was theft. Where the fuck did you get a cyanide pill from? Only right now, if you tell me cyanide pills are actually common and you can buy them anywhere, I'll smack the fuck out of
I
you.
don't know where to get them from.
Vegas.
Together they
I don't know everything. Shit.
Vegas.
What?
I Vegas you.
I don't know everything, TJ. I don't know where you get fucking cyanide
are
pills from.
believed to have killed between 11 to 25 people. Number 4, William Bonin. William
By the way,
Bonin
the crimes
is
of
also
Leonard
known as the
Yang
freeway
and
killer or
these two
freeway
people are way
strangler
worse than what
because
they're
most
saying
of his
right now.
victims were found dumped along a highway. Between May
I think they were the
1979
Green
and
River
June
Killers,
1980, Bonin,
or the
sometimes
Highway.
with
They were
accomplices,
they're
killed
really
21
famous
young men and
serial
boys
killer
in
dudes.
Southern California. Bonin was said to have had a rough upbringing. He was arrested in 1957 for stealing the tags, and he was reportedly SA'd by an adult counselor in the juvenile detention center he was in. As he continued to grow up, his attraction to boys only grew. But at the urgence of his mother, who did not accept his homosexuality, he got engaged to a woman named Linda. But at the age of 21, he returned home after being honorably discharged from the military after serving for 2 years to discover that his fiancée, who had since birthed their son, took off to marry another man. From there, his life continued to spiral. He began kidnapping and raping young boys in his car. His first victim is said to have been 14 years old in November 1968. At least one of the boys told his parents about what Bonin had done, and his mother called authorities to make a report. By January 1969, extensive reports were being made by local police to locate a man matching Bonin's description. And on January 28, 1969, an El Segundo officer stopped his vehicle. There was a 16-year-old with him in the car. He was arrested and charged on several charges regarding his inappropriate behavior, and he remained in custody on June 11, 1974. But his crimes would only continue and intensify upon his release. In 1975, he was arrested again and pleaded guilty to 2 more allegations of inappropriate behavior with a minor. During this second arrest, he told cops next time there won't be any witnesses. He was released on November 1st, 1978.
He said that, and they still released him.
3 fucking years.
Blows my mind to this day.
3 fucking years. 3 years later, he got 3 years for raping 2 people. Only 3 years.
Yeah, it's good to be white, ain't it?
Guessed it, his criminal behavior was not curbed by the most recent stint in prison. From then on out, as he warned the police, he began killing his victims. He was eventually caught after killing a minimum of 21 boys and possibly 15 others that did not have enough evidence to prove Bonin's responsibility. For his crimes, he was punished to death, a sentence that was carried out via lethal injection on February 23, 1996, when he was 49.
They need to bring back the Iron Bull, personally. The Brass Bull. I think that needs to be the new death method.
Slowly cooking someone to death?
Yeah. Yeah. Because at that point, you don't get just a lethal injection and just die. You don't get, death by firing squad needs to come back.
A lot of bullets for that.
I don't care. I think some of these methods, I think the Viking Eagle needs to come back as well.
Great.
For people like this, they need to just Viking, give them the bloody eagle. What they need to do.
So, I want you to understand that you're setting me up to say something. It's gonna make you very mad at me. I'm trying not to.
What are you about to say to me?
Just know it involves a group of people that I hate implicitly. And you do not.
Oh my fucking god.
I want to agree with you, but I just want to add one more group of people to the group of people that you're saying. But if I say so, then he is gonna yell at me, so I'm not gonna say it.
You're fucked up.
How I fucked explain
9 years
to me.
old. He was the first person in California to be put to death that way. Number 5, Israel Keys. Like Husner and Diatamin, Israel Keys would kill at random.
What a fucking loser.
In fact, Keys had what he deemed as kill kits hidden all throughout the United States in case the opportunity for him
all
to
these
kill
guys are fucking
arose.
losers, but fuck
His
him.
crimes were committed between 2001 and 2012.
That's true.
He has
11
successfully
years.
linked to 3 murders, but is suspected of committing more than 11 others. Similar to many other serial killers, Keys started out by
He's gotten
killing
away with way
animals.
more than he got
When
caught
he wasn't
for.
being required to do so for providing sustenance to his family, at least on one occasion, he skinned an animal alive in front of other churchgoers. It is believed that Keys killed his first victims between 1996 and 1997 around Colville. As he grew into an adult, he would commit several SAs and enroll in the military. When he was honorably discharged
I
after a
hate that
few
we have to
years
call
of
it
service,
essays.
he did not admit to killing during this time in the Army, but he did admit to raping 2 women. After his discharge, he moved to Washington and later Alaska, where he started a construction business. He has also owned property in New York. He admitted to committing 4 murders in Washington, 1 while in New York and 1 in Alaska. In addition, he is the suspect of a series of 2017 crimes.
He admitted to 4, but was only charged with 3. What the fuck?
He did, and he did like way more. So like,
Imagine him going, "I murdered 4 people." Well, we don't have evidence of you murdering the 4th one, so
no, they had evidence. It's just like, oh, we have evidence, but it might not be enough to convince a jury.
Committed by
That's
the
it.
Boca
Like,
Killer near
they had
Boca
evidence.
Yeah, regardless of the other 3 confirmed.
in Florida. He was caught by authorities after demanding ransom after killing one of his victims, and the police were able to track withdrawals he made from his account as he moved around the country. Keyes was eventually arrested in Texas on March 13, 2012. He was later extradited to Alaska. Before his trial, Keyes told investigators that he wanted to be executed within a year. However, he would ultimately kill himself on December 2, 2012 in his cell. He left behind drawings of 11 skulls, which many believe represented his 11 victims, and a pentagram. His death left many questions unanswered and cases unclosed.
I literally think he did that just to fuck with him.
Hey, no. Let's create a theory right now. All right, let's look at a pentagram, right? Let's create a theory. Hold on, let's create a theory. All right, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, listen.
Yeah, we should. You know how that's that dude who does the film theory thing? You should like, it's a theory, a true crime theory.
No, you can't say true crime theory. You just gotta say crime theory.
A crime theory. Bet. That does sound better.
A pentagram has 5 sides, but circles technically are nothing but one side.
You're about to say some dumb shit, and I'm not a witch, but you're about to piss me off. Go. Hello? Say it, Vegas. I already Vegas. You say it.
I don't really know what I was gonna say next, but you saying that maybe just not.
A circle is. I said I'm not a witch, but go.
Yeah, no. I don't know what I was gonna say next, but you saying that you weren't a witch really intensify the fact that you may be a witch.
Real killer.
No, it just means I like geometry, and you're a fucking coward.
Let me tell you something. If you can't do basic Google and shit, I doubt you like geometry.
To Alaska, Robert Hansen, aka the Butcher Baker.
Motherfucker.
Hey, who sent the video of the rat and Ratlantis shit?
What?
Who sent you the video for Ratlantis and who did not Google it? Out with you.
Minimum of 21 victims.
All right, this will be the last video that we
cold
do for
cases
stream.
that are
Because
suspected
she wants to murder me and she has to wait till
like
I'm
many
off
others
stream.
on this list, Hansen was
Actually,
said to have
wait.
a
That's a
hard
good reason to
childhood.
keep fucking
Namely,
streaming.
he
Hold on,
was
what the
able
fuck?
to be shot, had bad acne,
So sorry,
and
the TJ
stuttered.
won't be
For
back,
the cruel
ladies and
treatment
gentlemen.
he suffered growing
All right,
up,
listen, that's
Hansen
recorded.
wanted revenge. He seemed to
That's
distance himself
recorded.
from his old life as he grew into adulthood. He would
Didn't you
leave
say
his hometown
the
state
stream?
of Iowa,
You said the streams
join the
automatically
military,
delete
and
themselves in
eventually
how many
open a
days?
bakery
That's
in
only on
Anchorage,
Twitch.
Alaska.
I'm also recording on
Although
YouTube.
he appeared to be just a
Coward.
simple, humble baker, Hansen clearly had a darker side that he concealed from members of his community. Throughout the 70s and early 80s, Hansen would prey
I'm
on
kidding.
sex
Of course
workers
I would
and
never hurt
dancers.
you,
He would
TJ.
bring his
If I
victims
end up
to his
missing, I only
cabin
did it
and set them
100%.
loose in the dense Alaskan
Don't worry, they'll
wilderness.
find your body.
Then, after giving them some time to run and
Another
hide,
threat made
he
on
would hunt
stream?
them like they were animals. Fortunately
Yes, if
for
I
one
did
of his
it, you will
victims,
find
she
his
was able to
body.
get
If I
away.
didn't do it,
She
you
was
won't.
found running
Okay,
frantically down the
listen.
street, handcuffed and barefoot. She was
That's
picked
how
up
you
and
will know.
safely returned home. She went to the police and told them that she escaped while Hansen was preparing the plane he was planning to load her into and fly to his cabin. She
Oh, yeah,
provided a
it's
description
another
of him,
Australian thing.
mentioned his stutter, and identified his plane. Although Hansen fit what she said perfectly, police were still hesitant to bring him in, as he was
Because
considered
she's
a
a
beloved
prostitute.
member of the community. When approached by the police,
Nigga.
Hansen said that he did know her, but she was setting him up because she didn't want to pay the large fee she charged for her services. A friend of his backed this up, and he was released. However, as more women
Literally
started to
protecting a
disappear,
murderer.
the FBI got involved. Eventually, a profile of the killer was developed, which, of course, Hansen fit to the T. They said he was an avid hunter, had low self-esteem, and a stutter with a history of being rejected by women. After obtaining search warrants, Hansen's home, plane, and car were searched. Of note, they found a map marked with 24 tiny X's, some of which matched the locations where bodies were found. They also discovered jewelry, which were said to be the souvenirs that he kept from the victims. In 1984, Hansen confessed to killing 17 women.
Alaska's the best.
He was
A really
sentenced
good place
to 461 years plus life
get rid of a
without
body
the
because
possibility
of
of
like
parole.
predators.
He died while in custody in
So
2013.
fucking Alaska?
Number 7.
Yeah,
Tex
that's where
Watson.
I think that's where
Charles
he was. I think.
Tex Watson was a central member of the Manson family led by Charles Manson.
Sorry, yeah, that's sorry
along
your
with
problem.
2 female cult members, killed the pregnant actress Sharon Tate and 4 others on August 9th,
He was the
1969
actual
in
real
Los
bad
Angeles.
Charles Manson.
The
was
next
just a-
night, Watson, this time with 6 other members of the cult, traveled to the Los Feliz neighborhood and killed Leno and Rosemary LaBianca. In October 1969, Watson reportedly knew that the cops were after him, and he fled to Texas, his home state. However, on November 30th, 1969, he was arrested. He was eventually extradited to
I hate
California,
intrusive thoughts.
after which he had said to refuse talking
I had that
to
thought to
anybody.
break my fucking ankle
As a
because it
result,
itches.
he lost 55 pounds and began regressing to a catatonic state. He was admitted to a hospital for 90 days,
I love
but
the
was found
silence.
competent to stand trial after that. Following his trial in 1971, Watson was convicted of killing 7 people: Tate, her unborn child, the 4 others in her home, and the LaBiancas. He was also convicted of 1 count of conspiracy to murder. He was sentenced to death, but after the passing of People v. Anderson, all Californian death sentences imposed prior to 1972 were invalidated. Number 8. Sean Great. Again, like so many on this list, killer Sean Great was said to have a troubled childhood. His mother left the family when he was 11, and he was said to be depressed as a teenager. In total, Great killed a minimum of 5 people, including 2 of his ex-girlfriends and 3 other women in Ohio between 2006 and 2016. As to his 2 ex-girlfriends, Great wrote a letter to a news station claiming the motives for the crimes were the government assistance that took his victims' minds. Great was arrested on September 13th, 2016.
Nigga, what the fuck does that mean? Come on, food stamps? The fuck?
He killed them because they were on food stamps? Is that what
I
you're
don't
saying?
fucking know. He said because of the government assistance that took over their minds.
Oh, maybe that's like, maybe he was crazy.
Plea
And
of
that
not
was
guilty,
his
but
conspiracy
later
theory.
pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. However, after psychological assessments, it was determined that he was sane. The story is a little confusing from there, but Great was found guilty.
I
or
think you
pleaded-
shouldn't be able to plead mental insanity unless you literally have a bunch of prior mental illnesses.
Nah, people can slip through the cracks. Like I have a, I'm not gonna say who, but I have a relative right now that's like manic bipolar disorder.
Yeah, okay, that's one of the various mental illnesses.
Yeah, she's never been diagnosed for it. I know the symptoms because I dealt with a lot of kids that like had similar diagnoses, and I see all the signs. And
The medical
her,
system failing another group of people.
No, it's that this is black people saying, "Oh, there ain't nothing wrong with her. She's just an asshole." I'm like, no,
niggas failing another
man,
individual.
It's
in
it's
their
like
own family.
manic. It's like you can't tell someone who has their whole life gotten away with their behavior, not understanding why they behave the way they do, just behaving that way. It's like if you would tell another person when they're an adult, hey, I think you have a mental illness that it's gonna kill you or make you kill yourself eventually, so you should go get help. They're not gonna listen to you. It's gonna cause a rift. So
Yeah, you'll be put on that list.
Guilty to his crimes, and he was sentenced to death. As of now, his execution is scheduled for March 19th, 2025. The method of his execution is still undetermined, as lethal injection isn't used in the state anymore, but the law does not currently allow for any other method to be used.
Oh yeah.
Number 9, the Doodler.
They
Between
suffocated a dude
1974
to
to
death.
1975, this
And it was really
unidentified serial
inhumane.
killer is thought to have killed between 6 to 16 people. 3 people were lucky enough to live. He was
By
given the
accident. They did
nickname
by
of the Doodler, aka the Black Doodler, because he would draw his victims before killing them. It is said that he would target
You gotta be black
homosexual
for it.
men. He was also said to be a black man
Okay.
between 19 and 25 years
Rude.
old,
Okay,
6 feet
okay,
tall,
I understand
and
now.
with a slender build. Police questioned a man as a murder suspect in the case, but the 3 surviving victims did not want to out themselves by participating in court proceedings. The man never admitted to the killings, but police thought it was highly likely that he was the one responsible. To date, no one has been apprehended or named publicly.
Well, he's
Number
still out
10,
there, bitch.
the River City Ripper. Another unidentified killer, but this one committed crimes
I
much
swear, if you
more
target
recently
black
than the
people or gay
Doodler.
people,
The River
you're
City
gonna get away
Ripper
with it.
killed 3 people and wounded another between 2020 and 2021 in Little Rock, Arkansas.
It might be
According to
now
the
the gay
surviving
people thing
victim,
has
he appeared
changed.
to be young, black, slenderly built, and over 6 feet tall. His last known killing was in April 2021. All of his victims were strangers and walking alone between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. It is believed that the perpetrator of the kidnappings is still roaming the streets to this day. Number 11, Gary Ridgway. Here's yet another killer with the word river in his epithet. However, this one, unlike the previous, had been apprehended and punished for his crimes. You can't tell by looking at the former bedwetting, low IQ having man who, as of his trial, was middle-aged and mustachioed. But Gary Ridgway, also known as the Green River Killer, is actually the country's second most prolific serial killer. Ridgway confessed to killing 71 people from 1982 to 1998, although he wasn't apprehended until 2001, which is the year some people believe he stopped killing. Of those, he was only convicted of committing 49. It's speculated that he may have actually killed up to 90 people or more. Most of his victims were teenage girls and women in the state of Washington. He was given his nickname based on the river in which his first 5 victims were found, the Green River. He was finally arrested on November 30th, 2001, outside of the truck factory he worked at after DNA linked him to the murder of 4 individuals. He escaped death by signing a plea deal and agreeing to disclose the location of some of the bodies that were still missing. He instead was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Ridgway may be remembered most, besides for his crimes, of course, for the confession he made to psychologists about his sexual attraction to his mother and his fantasies about killing her. He is currently 73 years old. Number 12, Jeffrey Dahmer. No list of prolific serial killers is complete without the infamous Jeffrey Dahmer. Dahmer plagued the streets of Milwaukee, Wisconsin between 1978 to 1991. During that time, he is said to have killed 17 men and boys. However, he was only convicted of 15 killings out of 16 that occurred in Washington. The treatment he received as a child is hotly contested. Some say that he was neglected, while others say that he was doted on by both parents. But whatever way he was treated, he recalled feeling uneasy with the solidity of his family, as his parents argued a lot. He also became obsessed with animals as a child, a typical trait amongst future killers. Turns out he was right to question the strength of his parents' relationship. They divorced in 1978, coincidentally the same year in which Dahmer committed his first murder. He had just graduated high school 3 weeks before the incident.
Oh my God, it's
At the
dumbass
urge of his
fucking
father,
Dahmer,
Dahmer joined the army, but his pension for drinking alcohol deemed him unsuitable for his service. He was discharged in 1981. Dahmer's murder streak resumed during his late 20s and early 30s. Most of his targets were black, but he seemed to also go after men who were indigenous, Asian, or Latino. He initially came in contact with most of his victims in or around gay bars. Throughout that time, Dahmer was known to rent out rooms in hotels or bring men back to his grandma's house. However, after she kicked him out, he rented a 1-bedroom apartment. But 2 days after the move-in, he was arrested for having inappropriate relations with a minor. He pleaded guilty to those related charges, but he was released from custody. So the murders continued. By May 14, 1990, Dahmer moved out of his grandma's house and into an apartment again. Within 1 week of moving, he killed his 6th victim. Dahmer was eventually apprehended on July 22, 1991. One of his victims had managed to get away from his apartment and was able to flag a police officer down. Officers accompanied him back to the apartment where they eventually find evidence of the horror Dahmer had inflicted. On July 25, 1991, he was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. By August, he was charged with 11 additional killings. Questions about Dahmer's sanity were raised and argued during the proceedings, but it was ultimately decided that he could stand trial. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, he could not live out that much time. On November 28, 1994, he was killed by a fellow inmate, Christopher Scarver, in prison. Number 13,
Yes,
the Alphabet
sir.
Killer, New York. The Alphabet Killer was named as such because all his victims had first and last names that began with the same letter: Carmen Colon, Wanda Walkowitz, and Michelle Mazzina. Aside from the commonality, the three victims were all female children between 10 and 11, considered to be on the short side of their age, and were found in Rochester, New York. Their murders took place between November 16, 1971 and November 26, 1973. The only evidence of who the Alphabet Killer might be is a composite drawing of a man seen in one of the victims, Mazzina, prior to her death, that was created and distributed. The murders of the three children sparked national public outrage. There have been many people that authorities have suspected to be guilty of the killings, but no one, except for the man himself, knows who he is. Number 14, West Mesa Bone Collector. This killer is thought to be one person acting alone or several people connected to a group of some kind. Whatever or whoever is responsible, the remains of 11 women were found in 2009 in the desert of Albuquerque, New Mexico. The killings were committed between 2001 and 2005. The victims were between 15 and 32 years old, and most were Latina. Several of them were also involved in sex work and drugs. No official suspects have ever been named in connection with the murders. Number 15, the Zodiac Killer. When talking about unidentified serial killers, it would be foolish to leave out probably the most infamous one in recent history. Like Jack the Ripper, the Zodiac Killer sent cryptic messages and other items surrounding the murders he committed to the police. The Zodiac claimed to have killed 37, of which 5 had been confirmed, people in total. It's believed that most of his crimes were committed in the late 1960s in San Francisco and Napa Valley. Several suspects have been brought forth, but no one has ever been apprehended.
You know what I think would be dope? The fuck is this? Well, not that it would be dope. One, if they were done in like 1965, right? And he had to be born in like 1920 something, so or at least 1930, 40, somewhere around there. So at least he's in his 20s. I mean, he could have started earlier, like I think Dahmer did. Like, that dude could still be alive today, very depending on when he was born. Like, homie could actually still be alive today, which I find truly crazy. And I'm just sitting here like, bro, what if he's still alive? As soon as he died, bro, he'll finally out himself as the one who did it. But then, like, nobody will believe dude because, like, there's literally been no proof of it to this point. This is literally somebody just trying to take credit. I don't know, man. What if they dumb enough they can't figure it out? What's one of the more interesting things that I think about? Like, could TJ solve a murder case? Did TJ find out who the killer is? Probably not. But hell, maybe we'll try that on the next stream that I do about true crime. So yeah, man. It's been a 6-hour stream. Nobody else streamed this damn long. But yeah, we watched a few true crime videos. Hopefully y'all enjoyed, man. The people that are in here, the people that are still in here, and anybody else that was in here, anybody that shows up later on, man. Excuse me. Hopefully y'all enjoyed, and make sure you follow me on Make sure you follow me on Twitch if you're on YouTube. Make sure if you're on Twitch, you go to my YouTube, like, comment. Well, subscribe first, then like, comment, turn on those post notifications for every single video that you watch. Make sure you follow both my TikTok accounts as well. My main and my backup, both under No One Knows 88. I think one is No One Knows 88, and then the other one is No One Knows 88.9, because it's just how the fucking way TikTok works. And make sure you also go follow me on Twitter as well, because that's when you're notified I'll stream and what I'll be streaming. So yeah, hopefully everybody enjoyed, man, and I'll see all of y'all